Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? We've got we're going right into it.
All right, Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Mr. Burgess.
Morning.
On your direct examination yesterday, your experience was brought up in questions, correct?
Correct.
On your direct examination, your certifications were brought up in questions, correct?
Incorrect.
There was no discussion in your direct examination about having certifications in Celebrite and Magnet Forensic Axiom. Did I
If I misheard your question, it was
I asked about certifications. I'll repeat it, sir, in case I misspoke. On your direct examination, your certifications were brought up in questions, correct?
yes, correct.
However, on your direct examination, no questions were asked of you at all about your supposed education, correct?
Correct.
And you
Alessi's
did not bring up
out
your educational background at all on
Correct.
direct examination, correct?
Correct.
How you feeling today, bud?
A forensic examiner must prioritize accuracy, correct?
Correct.
A forensic examiner
We need a tiny bean counter.
must prioritize reliability, correct?
Correct.
Both are important.
Correct.
It's criminal proceeding we're in, correct?
Correct.
And
Correct.
therefore, accuracy and reliability are especially important in a criminal case as opposed to a civil case, correct?
I think they would be equally important in both, but yes,
But they're certainly important in a criminal case.
correct.
And accuracy and reliability are especially important when seconds and minutes matter as they matter and as you testify to in this case, correct?
Correct.
You testified yesterday that the events on the timeline contained in your PowerPoint presentation that was displayed yesterday and presented to the jury were accurate, your words several times, down to the second, correct?
Correct. For the Lexus, yes.
For the Lexus.
Yes.
You said they were accurate down to the second, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your PowerPoint
Let's take a look at
presentation
this.
that you discussed extensively before the jury yesterday. Mr. Woe, could we please bring up
Execution.
slide
Yeah, I need a haircut.
32
I might go get one today
of
after
the
this.
presentation Mr. Burgess
After this thing.
discussed with the jury yesterday.
Hope you guys
And
caught
Your
my
Honor, with your permission to
little
publish.
recap video yesterday.
Thank you.
It's doing
Mr.
really
Burgess,
well.
pick your screen.
Sure.
Is this a true and accurate
Working on getting those out more
representation
often.
of your
I know
analysis
people
of
like
Miss Reed's Lexus vehicle traveling to
summaries.
34 Fairview Road and the O'Keefe residence?
Yes.
According to your timeline, Miss Reed's vehicle powered on at 12:36 a.m. on January 30th, correct?
Correct.
Now, is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
For the power on and off events, yes.
Yes. Could we go to slide 33, please, Mr. Woke? And we're going to go through a handful of slides,
Sure.
Mr. Burgess, to just give you a heads up. Is this
Warning.
a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed leaving the O'Keefe's residence at 5:07 a.m.?
Yes, it is.
And according to your timeline, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle at 5:07:46 a.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
If we could go, Mr. Woog, to slide 34, please. And these are all your slides, correct, sir?
Correct, they
You
are.
prepared them?
Yes.
Is slide 34 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed traveling to the Dighton residence at 12:25:01 a.m.? I'm sorry, 12:25:01 p.m.
12:35.
3501. Correct.
I'm sorry. Thank
Yes.
you. 12:35. And according to your analysis, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle to travel to Dighton at 12:35:01 p.m. on January 30th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes.
Slide 35, please, Mr. Wolf. Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed's vehicle being towed by the Massachusetts police vendor from her parents' residence in Dighton?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to your timeline that you created here, Ms. Reed's vehicle was powered on at 4:11 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, and towed to the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, this timestamp is.
Slide 36, please, Mr. Wolf. Is slide 36 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed's vehicle arriving at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to the timeline you created, Ms. Reed's vehicle powered off at 5:36:42 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct?
Objection.
What's the objection?
I'll let him have this.
Okay.
I'll let him have
Is your
this.
analysis down to,
He's
is
asking
your
about
analysis
the
on
guy's-
slide 36
His document
accurate
that's up on
down
screen.
to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday,
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
according to the Lexus?
Yes.
In point of fact, Mr. Burgess, none of the five timelines
None of those are accurate.
that we just reviewed from your presentation are accurate at all, and certainly not down to the second. Am I right or am I wrong?
You are wrong.
Are you aware, and if we could go back to the first slide,
You are wrong.
which is
Okay.
slide 32,
Always
and we'll
bold.
look at each of them quickly.
Sure.
Are you aware that all of the relevant events in the timeline you described in your presentation in these slides actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, not January 30th, 2022? Do you know that?
This is January 30th, 2022.
That's what you-
January 29th, correct.
It's January 29th, 2022. And in terms of January 30th, I want to go back and make sure it's very, very clear. In your presentation, they actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, correct?
The night of the incident, yes.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, once that timeline crosses into midnight, it's January 30th, not January 29th, correct?
Correct. Yes, it is January 30th. Yes.
So in actuality, these 5 timelines, as you testified to them yesterday, are not accurate down to the second, correct? Because you got the wrong date.
Well, parlance, yes, but yes, they are still accurate to the second.
But the date, these 5 timelines, let's pursue this. These 5 timelines are exactly 24 hours off from the time where the event actually occurred, correct?
No. So these events occurred on January 30th. If I misspoke and said the 29th, yes.
Okay. You understand my point?
Yes, I do.
The core basis of your job, your role in this case, is to reconcile time discrepancies, as you say, down to the second, correct?
Correct.
But your discussion of the timeline on each of these slides, on each of these key events, is incorrect, correct?
No, it's not incorrect.
So your discussion of the applicable date, you're saying, as you described it yesterday and interpreted this timeline, was correct? Is that what you're saying now?
This timeline is correct.
But
yes.
my question is your discussion of it yesterday.
If I misspoke and said the 29th, then yes, I misspoke on that. Yes.
And that was your testimony yesterday, what you spoke about.
Yes.
Let's turn to a different topic.
I think that kind of fizzled out there at the end.
And thank you for taking that down, Mr. Wolf. Your actually, to mitigate the inconsistencies that you analyzed yesterday between independent clocks, am I correct that your position is that forensic methodology recommends cross-referencing timestamps from multiple sources to identify discrepancies, and when possible, leveraging time anchors, events that contain both a system timestamp and an external physical event to identify and correct timing discrepancies? Do I have that right?
Yes, you did.
Yesterday, we talked about the scientific method. You recall that, sir?
I do.
And how it's designed to prevent bias from infecting the analysis. You recall that as well?
Yes, I do.
And yesterday, you agreed that experts should never selectively gather and interpret evidence to confirm a pre-existing belief while neglecting evidence that contradicts those beliefs, correct?
Correct.
And doing that is called confirmation bias, which you said you understood yesterday, right?
That is correct.
That would be improper to do that, correct?
How about retardation bias?
It would raise the specter, if not the reality, of unreliability if that occurred, correct?
It could, yes.
And it could also lead into errors in forensic analyses, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your January 30th report, sir.
Okay.
And this is your first report, your second report being the May 8th report. In your January 30th report, you did not issue any opinion or conclusion with regard to the timing of what you call the text stream event 11/62/2 in your January 30th report, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't even mention either the phrase text stream event or the phrase 11/62/2 in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not.
But in that January 30, 2025 report, you did evaluate the variance between the Lexus infotainment system on the one hand and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone data on the other, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
In fact, in that report, the January 30th report, you compared the call logs on Miss Reed's Lexus infotainment system with the call logs on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone in order to evaluate whether there was a variance, correct?
Correct.
And do I have it correct in your report that it's the position that the timestamp call log data, specifically the recorded calls between Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, along with the infotainment power event logs, were analyzed for what you called clock skew by cross-referencing them against other independent data sources, right?
No, so that would have been comparing the timestamps from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone with the timestamps from the defendant's Lexus.
Right.
Correct. Yes.
Yes. Right. To Miss Reed's Lexus.
Correct.
And a forensic comparison of these data sets was aimed to identify timestamp discrepancies, correct?
Correct.
To identify potential clock skew, correct?
Correct.
And potential clock drift that could impact event reconstruction, correct?
Correct.
All this stated in your January 30th report, right?
Correct.
Oh my God. Alessi with the mic issues is killing me. Literally, my ears, my poor supple ears. Oh.
Your Honor, may I have this marked as the next exhibit in order for identification?
Yes.
Sure.
Did the BBB ID?
May I present to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am presenting to you what has been marked as Exhibit BBB for identification. I'd ask you to take a look at it, sir, and then pick your head up when you've had a fair opportunity to take a look at it.
Okay. Sure.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Go online on man.
What do you recognize
What do you
that
mean?
document to be, sir?
Sure. So this is a graph that I put together that is comparing timestamps, call timestamps from the infotainment module with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And is that Exhibit BBB for identification in your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
And did you create that chart that is depicted in Exhibit BBB for identification?
Yes, I did.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the information that you discussed in page 33 of your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
I offer Exhibit BBB for identification into evidence, Your Honor.
If we can introduce the whole report to put it in
Why don't I
context.
see you at sidebar?
Sidebar. Bev to the rescue. Save them, Bev. Save the state. Ah! Hey, what's up, guys? I haven't really gotten to say hi. Came in hot right as right as Mr. Shannon Burgess was sitting down for his hot seat encounter. Alessi is up. We are still on cross-exam from yesterday. The spanking will continue until morale improves. Ooh. Aperture put a watermark over this guy's CV on their website that says not for expert designation. Changing it in real time doesn't help, Aperture. It might make it worse. Whoo, whoo, whoo. Yesterday was real embarrassing for the state, for Aperture, and for Shannon Burgess, who has spent 17 years just trying to find a bachelor's degree. It's one of those things where he's really unlucky on his RNG, I guess. His dice rolls have come up shitty. So wait, how long have you been going after this degree? Oh, like 17 years. How are you in pursuit of it? Are you doing negative classes? Are you removing credits?
If you think this is bad, you should see my new hubby, AJ Cross Trooper Paul First trial. So embarrassing. Speaking of which, please ask Kirk to stop sending me pics of his tiny micropene. So gross.
I've been asked to have a micropene counter. I think we'll put one up in just a minute. Help me keep track. We're at one so far.
If the entire case hinges on the "I hit him" statement, in closing, they can dismiss it as a panic-stricken drunk, fearing the worst, rather than an admission. Oh, and Kurt's got a micropene.
Let's see. We'll get a ticker up.
Yeah, continue, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I offer Exhibit BBB into evidence.
Okay.
Exhibit 189.
Thank you.
Let's see.
Represented to the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am represented.
Hold on, we
to
gotta-
is now Exhibit
see if I can-
189 in evidence. Ask you to
You got
once
too much
again
space. I don't like
take
it.
a look at it, and if you need further time, please take it, sir, and then pick up your head when you've had a fair opportunity to look at that document.
Okay.
Despite claiming the purpose in your January 30 report of, quote, identifying timestamp discrepancies, potential clock skew, and clock drift, you did not
I'll put this in a different spot. I don't want it
the
to
time
cover
of
the
three-point
closed captions.
turn between the infotainment system in the Lexus SUV and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, did you?
Not at that time, no.
Instead, you identified the potential variance by analyzing various calls on the infotainment system of the Lexus versus Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
You can drag and drop closed captions. Well, that's cool.
This data,
Let's do that.
this data in that exhibit captures a precise moment in time that is easily compared between the two devices, correct?
Correct. It does.
Mr. Wolk, Your Honor, may Mr. Wolk please publish this exhibit?
Okay.
There we go. That should cover it.
So this data, just to
Hey, thanks for the tip. That's
reestablish,
cool.
captures a precise moment in time that's easily compared between the two devices, correct?
Correct.
Now, according to your own table, there are potential
I have a weird idea.
offsets
Cool. I know.
of reading in the far right-hand column. 2 seconds. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 second, 8 seconds, 16 seconds, and 21 seconds, correct?
Correct.
And yet,
Button.
you failed
Who's
to
got a
apply
button?
this variance to the infotainment time on the Lexus associated with the TechStream event 1162.2, correct?
Correct. May I explain?
I will proceed along. I'm sure if Mr. Brennan has questions and wants you to explain, he may choose to do that. This is simple arithmetic, is it not? It's either an addition or a subtraction, the offset, correct?
Correct.
And yet, in your initial report on January 30th, 2025, you did not take that final analytical step, did you?
No, because these clock variances do not apply to that time frame.
But you didn't take, you know what analytical step I'm talking about, correct?
No, I don't. I don't
All right.
believe so.
We'll come back to it. I want to go focus on your opinion. What you did do, as I understand it, in your January 30th report. So in your opinion, we can leave that up for a moment, please, because I want to see if we need to show the contrast. With your honor's permission, can we leave it up just a little bit longer?
Yes.
Thank you. In opinion number 5, and please feel free to look at your January 30th report,
Sure.
You indicated only this. The difference between the Lexus infotainment and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone ranged between 8 seconds and 16 to 21 seconds during the period between 5:21:36 a.m. and 5:30:31 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Do I have that correct?
Yes, between 5:21 and 5:30 a.m.
Yes. Now what I'd like to do is, and we can take that down. Thank you, Mr. Wope. Let's talk about what information you learned after you issued your January 30, 2025 report. Or at the time of that report, you received and reviewed a copy of a portion of your colleague's slide presentation and report at Aperture, Dr. Judson Welcher, correct?
From a presentation by Mr. DeSogra. Yes.
Well,
correct.
I understand you want to add Mr. DeSogra. My question
Objection.
is,
Sustained.
okay, yes, Your Honor, thank you. I'm focusing on what would you like to call it? Do you call it a slide presentation you prefer, Dr. Welcher?
Sure. We can.
I want
we
to
can
use whatever parlance you're comfortable with.
Yeah, slides fine. Yeah.
Slide. So the slide presentation of Dr. Welcher that he submitted the same day you submitted your report on January 30, 2025. And in that, he analyzed the timing of the 1162.2, what he calls an infotainment event, you call a TechStream event, correct?
Well, could I see the slide we're talking about to clarify?
Absolutely. Could we publish what is in evidence? It was 188.
Okay.
And I'm also, sir, at your request, may I approach, please?
Yes.
At your request, I want to give you
Sure.
that.
You guys wanna
we
see
have
some-
188. We'll just give them the actual marked exhibit.
Unhealthy people. You can just follow my Twitter.
You know
You can see people very
we'll
intent
use the
on
slide. If you
telling me how
need
wrong I
an
am.
exhibit, we'll pull the exhibit and move it along.
In-
Please publish, Mr.
Somehow affects them. I don't get it. Well, we got gifted subs going on. Blitzen, Blue Varo, and James Gardner dropping 5 gifted memberships each.
Now, if we
I
could
love it.
enlarge
We've got
the
member
text,
content coming soon.
we don't need the map.
So thank you.
Make that as large as you can, please, Mr. Wolk, in the relevant portions. All righty. You're aware that according to Dr. Welcher's analysis, as depicted in this slide in evidence, the 1162-2 what he calls an infotainment trigger that you call a tech stream event, right?
Correct.
The 1162-2 tech stream event occurred at 12:31:38 a.m. on January 29, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And that's when it began, right?
That's when the trigger threshold was met. Yes.
That's when the trigger threshold was met.
correct.
You we can take that down now, Mr. Woke. You also testified yesterday that you reviewed Mr. Whiffen, Mr. Ian Whiffen's January report, which established a timeline of the last interactive events on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, could we please publish Exhibit 39, which is in evidence?
Okay.
And if we could go to slide 82 and have 83 available, if we can enlarge the applicable sections. And what I'm going to ask you, Mr. Burgess, is to see whether these events are consistent with your memory of what the applicable events are. Do you see the column biometric device unlock with Face ID event at 12:32:04 a.m.?
Yes.
Now that's after the 12:31:38 a.m. 11:62:2 text stream event that's in Mr. Welcher's slide, correct, that we just saw?
Correct. The unadjusted Lexus clock. Yes. Timestamp. Yes.
So, but I'm going to repeat the question. The 12:32:04 a.m. device unlock with Face ID event is after the 12:31:38 and 12:31:43 11:62:2 text stream event that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you see the lock event which occurred at 12:32:09?
Yes, I do.
That is also after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 text stream event, correct?
Yes, the unadjusted time.
That 12:32:09 a.m. lock event is after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 range that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct. From the Lexus clock.
So if we could go back, and we're going to toggle back with Your Honor's permission between these two slides for the next couple questions. If we can go back to an enlarged Dr. Welcher's slide. That 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 time period is what your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, chose and his slide analysis as the last user interaction, according to him, on John O'Keefe's phone, correct? That's what he chose.
Yes, the 12:32:09. Yes.
Now, if we could go back to and zero in, please. Now, but even Mr. Whiffen's report establishes additional activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the event chosen by Dr. Welcher, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, Mr. Whiffen identifies a quote lock event that occurred 26 seconds after the 1162-2 text stream event identified by Dr. Welcher at 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Correct. Using the unadjusted clock.
The unadjusted clock. Oh, well, we get to use
I
the
would
adjusted
like-
clock. Or
Does
we get to just
Dr.
make up what the
Welcher at
results
all
are.
use the words unadjusted clock in his slide, sir?
No, he does not.
Okay, what I'd like to do is ask you a question about whether, in fact, Mr. Whiffen identifies a lock event that occurred 26 seconds after the 1162-2 text stream event at 12:31:38 to 12:43, as stated in your colleague's report, Dr. Welcher, the slide presentation. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether a lock event on an iPhone requires human interaction?
Typically, yes, it would.
Is it just typically, or does it?
Well, it does. And in this case specifically, I believe it was via the lock button.
Correct. But this specific instance, the lock, it requires somebody, a human being, to actually press a button on the side, correct?
Unless it's auto locking, yes, it requires a button press. Yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe had an auto locking function on it, sir?
No, as I said, he used the lock button.
Right. If we can enlarge that, do you see the end of health event 36 steps that we talked yesterday that was covering a distance of over 84 feet? Do you see that occurring at 12:32:16 a.m.?
I don't believe we talked about that yesterday, but yes, I do
Do
see
you
that.
see it?
I do. Yes.
And that's also after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 text stream event identified by your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, in his slide, correct?
Correct.
Now, finally, do you see the entry pocket state detected at 12:33:14 a.m.? You see that, sir?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know what a pocket state is, sir?
I do know what a pocket state is.
Do you know when the pocket states occurred on the iPhone of John O'Keefe pursuant to your analysis of his phone?
I do not.
You didn't analyze pocket state detections on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
No, I did not personally.
Do you believe pocket state detected data? Well, let me just go back and confirm. So you didn't analyze with any source pocket state detection information with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's phone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So let's go back and summarize for each of the ones you did look at and analyze that you just testified. Every single one of those that we just discussed, those user interaction events, occurred after Dr. Welcher claims a collision occurred as represented in a text stream event of 11:62:2 at 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you understand? If we can go back, please, to Dr. Welcher's slide. Highlight the text again, please, Mr. Wolf. Do you understand that Dr. Welcher is correlating the infotainment trigger 1162.2 with an alleged collision? Do you understand that?
Objection.
Let's come to sidebar, please.
It's amazing how your numbers are accurate down to the second when you make them up. When you just are like, oh, well, there's a variance here, and it's somewhere between 21 and 29 seconds. So when we adjust for the time to whatever the hell I want it to be, it's 100% accurate. It's like, so this guy's a doctor of what he does. He actually has the education. He actually has the experience, the one that you are trying to latch onto with a falsehood. And his analysis is completely different than yours. Like, no, but mine's right. What? Why? What makes it right?
Robert Alessi once took a lie detector test. The machine confessed everything.
Alessi, this white boy done did the thing. He done 86 his LinkedIn page. It was available for public viewing yesterday, and now it goes to Roar FOO. Kurt has a micro penis.
Fo.
I can fix that 5 head with some brother butter.
Where? Damn it. Where's the edit button? We're at 3 micropeens today. Oh my gosh. So we have a micropeen counter for any of the super chats, super tips, whatever come in. That for some reason the theme of the channel is micropeens. I should look into that. I might have a problem. I'll consult my doctor. I'll have him voideered by Bev Canone first, though. Rascal on the Moon says, Senor knows, the account you mentioned as Alessi's daughter is just a parody one named after the Albert's dog, Chloe. Look up the profile pic. I don't care. It's got a lot of traction. So hoping for the retweets. Man, by the way, that thumbnail I had the AI do for me, I guess. I didn't make it. That thumbnail last night was fire. I hope you guys got to see it. Of course, for the Alessi's Day Teen Massacre. I'll pull it up real quick. Just for a second. Look at this thing. Oh, it's beautiful. It is absolutely beautiful. I don't know what happened. The AI and we were really synced up yesterday on our cycles or whatever. We were thinking the same thing. So let's get back to this tab. I like the AI thing. I suck at drawing stuff, so it's really helpful to have a tool that'll do it for me. Has an old-timey comic strip vibe. I asked for it to be done in a Soviet, Soviet art style.
Haven't filed charges against the nanny BC. The only thing smaller than my peen is my brain. How else do I explain neither of us catching on to this when we don't work outside the home?
Wait, what? Oh, you're talking about me. Yeah, how else did neither of us catch on to this? Well, the nanny didn't tell us that she gave our daughter alcohol. My daughter told us that very recently in the past couple weeks. So, there's a reason you don't report people for crimes, and that's when you didn't know that they occurred. So, and this is, to be clear, this is the nanny that we had before April. Yeah. So that's nice. And like, I don't want to oversell it or anything. You know, it's just like a sip of like White Claw or something like that. And I think tons of people who grew up in the 80s, you know, their parents would give them a sip of beer here and there. I don't think it was, that's all that uncommon. That being said, she's not that child's parent, and we would never do anything like that. So it was a little jarring.
Put it back up.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Where did this
If we
come
could
from?
Go now, Mr. Woke, back to the slide from Dr. Welcher's slide presentation.
My kid's starting to tell me
And
about
if you could re-enlarge the
what
applicable
happened with
section
the
that we've had up before.
person we hired to watch them and take care of them.
Thanks for your patience,
Sure.
Mr. Burgess. You have reviewed this slide and this specific data in this slide previously, correct?
Correct.
And I just want to, Mr. Woke, just go back to the slide so we're clear on what this is. So this slide here is what you're speaking about, right?
Correct.
And you've reviewed this slide prior to your testimony in this court, correct?
Correct.
And you considered this slide as part of your analyses that you have performed and testified about, correct?
Yes, I have.
So
Yeah, that's Cheney Bitson.
now,
That's her name. I don't really have
Mr.
any
Burgess, I'd
desire
like
to protect her identity anymore. I
ask
specifically
you
didn't talk about her
question.
leaving
Every single one
her employment
of
before,
the
'cause I didn't want people to harass her.
interaction events that we talked about, steps, lock, etc., occurred
I don't really give a shit. Cheney
after
Bitson, fuck her.
Dr. Welcher's what he calls an infotainment event, which you call a tech stream event, in the range of 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
I would agree that yes.
So the answer is yes?
With the caveat.
I'm sorry, I didn't know
Sorry.
you hadn't finished.
Sure.
Please finish your answer.
Yes, with the caveat that user interaction only applies to the device lock, steps, and the pocket state are not duplicative of user interaction per se.
Let's just assume that is the case. Let's then just focus on what you consider to be a user interaction, which is device lock, correct?
Correct.
And the device lock event that you agree is a user interaction. We could go back to that just so.
No, I don't want
we have
folks to
clarity.
harass her. I just don't care that people know who she is.
The
I mean, she already
lock event
participated
that
in.
you agree is a user interaction
public-
occurred at 12:32:09, according to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
That's what I
And
do
that
want people to know that she gives
12:32:09
children alcohol. I do
time
want
period.
I want people to know
to
that.
go back to Dr. Welcher, is after the end of the tech stream event dubbed as 11:62:2, correct?
Correct.
And,
According
that's
sorry.
26 seconds. I didn't finish my question. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
So go ahead, finish your question. Don't answer, Mr. Burgess, until the complete question.
In that event lock, even according to Dr. Welcher's own words in his own slide, occurs 20 seconds after the end of the tech stream event 11:62:2, correct?
Of the unadjusted clock, yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, do you want the lights on, Mr. Alessi?
And so to repeat to alter it, hopefully make it a little clearer. So according to Dr. Welcher, the licensed engineers, your colleague at Aperture, his slide that he has here, the last O'Keefe cell phone event, the lock, occurred within approximately 26 seconds after the end of the text stream event dubbed 1162.2. That's what's stated there, correct?
Correct, according to the unadjusted clock.
You keep adding according to the unadjusted clock, but do the words according to the unadjusted clock appear anywhere in that slide, sir?
No, they do not.
We can take that down and, with the court's permission, turn the lights back on, please. Yesterday, you stated that you reviewed a presentation by another expert, Mr. DeSogra, who
An actual
reviewed
expert.
the findings of your January 30th report. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes, I do.
In fact, in your May 8, 2025 report, your second report, your first being the January 30th report, you only cite 2 new sources of data that you reviewed before making your conclusions, correct?
Correct.
We have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I would just hammer on actual experts over and over and over again.
I'm going to need to be heard on this as well.
All right.
Oh, sidebar. We got to get another sidebar. Oh my goodness.
To be fair, the reason why Apacha, this Scarlet Dunce, and the state are all part of this snuff film starring Alessi that is playing out before all of you is because I let Brennan cuck me and refuse to voir dire this tar.
Yes.
I am a huge embarrassment to the U.S. justice system and the Constitution, but an asset to DEI and corruption. But Trump convicted felon.
I too am a convicted felon.
Just Jewel, thank you. Thank you for bringing the I2 joke over here, because I always love the Jake Hudson, the I2 super chats on Melton's show. They're fucking hilarious. Man, I can't wait to get super tips on the night show. On the night show, I'll actually set it up so that the super tips can interrupt the show and just play automatically. I don't want to do that during trial because it'll, mess with you. We're listening to a lot of audio and I don't want to have it interrupt. Rascal on the Moon says, okay, just making sure you weren't having a Bronca boomer moment online. Lol, what's the sitter's social media? I have no idea. If she's an adult, any pepper links for research? No, I don't think so. And I don't think you'd want to. That being said, again, I don't want people to bother her or anything, but I just don't mind if people hear that she committed a crime against my children. This is one of the people who was reporting me, for example, or I should say, wasn't part of the report, but was interviewed about the situation, despite not being in the house since mid-February. She didn't disclose this at the time. She may not have known, but there's a February CPS report, and it was against her specifically. We didn't know about it. It's funny that CPS doesn't tell you that that there was a report made against someone who works in your employ about your own children. So that was nice. Thanks to the Candy, Ohio County Child Protective Services for not informing the parents of children or of a child who had a CPS report made on the caretaker that you employ for them. D. Watt is gifted 5 memberships. Serial killer. No, this was not April. This is our prior nanny. Prior to April was her name is Cheney. Let's see. Kathleen says, no joke, from listening to your channel yesterday, I had a dream about a guy wanting to hook up, but he warned me ahead of time that it is a micro penis. Oh my God. Saw it. Woke up shook. That's 4. D. Watt says micropene. I think that only counts as 5. You don't get to do that. You don't get to do that. Let's get this thing updated. We're up to 5 micropenes. Was the nanny hot? No, she was just a normal person. It was not a hilarious fantasy, like it's like, oh, the nanny fantasy.
Why haven't they arrested Alessi for this very public murder? I was convicted for what Buckshot did.
It's a good
May I
question.
proceed, Your Honor, and approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sure.
I'm going to present to you 2 documents, each of which is marked for identification. The first is Exhibit CCC for identification. That is one slide out of what is marked as Exhibit DDD for identification. And Exhibit CCC is one page out of Exhibit DDD for identification. And I'd ask you, sir, to take a look at those documents and reference either one. And please let me know, sir, when you've had a fair opportunity to review those documents so I can proceed with questions about them.
Sure.
What happened that made Bronca stop streaming here with Nick? Well, he went to cover another trial.
Sir, can you please
More in his wheelhouse.
read the
didn't really
exhibit
care for this one.
designation on the entire slide presentation?
On DDD.
Pardon me?
On Exhibit DDD.
And that's triple D as in David?
Correct.
So in Exhibit DDD, is that the March 5, 2005 PowerPoint presentation of Mr. DeSogra that you spoke about extensively yesterday?
Yes, it is.
And sir, before you came to court yesterday, did you review and consider the Exhibit DDD for identification?
Yes, I did.
And as a matter of fact, you spent considerable time with regard to Exhibit DDD before you came to court yesterday.
Correct.
And in addition, isn't it the case that your testimony yesterday is that Exhibit DDD, the March 5, 2025 slide presentation of Mr. DeSogra, was part of the reason why you created your May 8th, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer Exhibit Exhibit CCC into evidence and do not offer Exhibit DDD at this time.
Okay, the witness just spoke of DDD, so why don't you have him just say what CCC is before we put it in?
I will do so, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Burgess, is Exhibit CCC a slide page out of Exhibit DDD?
Yes, it is.
Okay, now it'll.
Thank you for that, Your Honor. I now offer Exhibit CCC for identification into evidence.
Yes.
Thank you. And I also hand back to Madam Court Reporter Exhibit DDD for identification.
Exhibit 190.
And sir, do you have before you read the three letters, please, just so we're on the same page in that exhibit?
Jim, we need the
That
other
the
one.
one that's in
Thank you.
the one page?
Yes. Exhibit 190.
And that's the entitled All Possible Combinations?
Yes, it is.
So we'll refer to that as Exhibit 190, okay?
Okay.
Have you had a fair opportunity to refresh yourself on that one-page chart?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, may I please publish Exhibit 190?
Yes.
And if we could enlarge it without, I think, Mr. Wolf, we can obscure for the moment the all positive on the right and come back to that as needed. Thank you. Now, Mr. DeSogra, who is an expert for the defense, took the data points you evaluated in your January 30, 2025 report and simply performed the last step in your analysis that I was referring to in previous slides, correct?
Correct. For a lot of data points that do not apply for the time of the accident.
I understand you may have a view as to whether they apply or not. I'm just trying to understand
Objection.
what you understood he did.
Again,
I'll repeat. Yeah, yes,
So
Your
we'll
Honor.
strike the comment part and just a
I'll
question,
repeat and
please.
just go to the question.
Bev is a judge that needs to be handled.
So
and the
you
defense is
understand
handling her
that
pretty
Mr.
well.
DeSogra took the data points that you evaluated in your January 30, 2025 report and simply performed the last step in your analysis, correct?
In my report, in addition to Dr. Welcher's.
Right. In addition to Dr.
Oh,
Correct.
God, Alessi,
Now, what I
killing
want to
me.
do is just elucidate the columns and their meaning. So the column on the right equals the number of seconds, and it's the far right, the number of seconds between the end of the 11:62:2 text stream event that in the slide of Dr. Welcher is ending at 12:31:43 and the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone that's occurred at 12:32:09, correct?
Correct.
And that's your understanding of that column as well.
Correct.
Now, even taking your colleague Dr. Welcher's assumption that the last user interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone occurred at 12:32:09 a.m. on January 29, 2022, is Mr. DeSogra demonstrating in this chart that by using the clock variance that you calculated in your January 30 report, there are no circumstances where the trigger event of 11:62:2 occurs before the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
After.
Sustain, there's one part of your question that needs to
Okay.
be omitted.
In terms of this chart, do you agree that the methodology and application of it of Mr. DeSogra is that Mr. DeSogra took the last user interaction data point of Dr. Welcher in his slide of 12/32/09 and applied the clock variance that you calculated in your January 30th report? Do you agree that that's what Mr. DeSogra did?
No, I do not.
What do you believe Mr. DeSogra did here?
Well, so the math is correct. So when he's trying to adjust clock variances between the two devices, that math is correct, but he's applying incorrect adjustments.
I understand, but what I'm trying to get at is just what you understood Mr. DeSogra did in this chart.
Correct. I did understand, yes, what he
Okay.
was trying to do.
And so do you agree, based upon what Mr. DeSogra did as represented in this chart, there are no circumstances where the 1162.2 text stream event occurs? Well, let me have you describe what you believe Mr. DeSogra is doing with regard to comparing, based upon this chart, the 1162.2 text stream event of Dr. Welcher with the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Sure. So he's trying to adjust the clock from the Lexus to the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock, but he does that inaccurately.
Well, I understand you have I understand your comment. My question, sir, is this. What do you understand Mr. DeSogra is doing with regard to this chart? Do you understand what he is doing in this chart?
Correct.
I'd just like you to state what it is you understand he is doing.
Sure. So he's trying to adjust timestamps.
He's trying to adjust timestamps. In adjusting timestamps, do you agree that Mr. DeSogra makes the point with this chart that there are no circumstances where the 1162 trigger occurs before the lock event on John O'Keefe's phone?
Sustained.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you.
Oh,
Let me see if I can clarify this in this my question.
Sure.
Do you understand that what Mr. DeSogra is doing in this chart is he is showing numerically and arithmetically that there are no circumstances where the text stream event 1162.2 occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it in that one.
So yes, I understand he's trying to show that.
Right. Well, he did more than try. Isn't that what he, by his math, that he is demonstrating?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, but it is inaccurate.
I understand. But that's, again, the question is that what he demonstrates using this chart?
Yes.
And what he demonstrates is that Mr. DeSogra demonstrates that there are no circumstances where the 1162.2 trigger event occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, inaccurately.
So
inaccurately.
I'm asking what Mr. DeSogra demonstrates in this report, and isn't it correct that Mr. DeSogra, using this math, Mr. DeSogra demonstrates and concludes that there are no circumstances where the 1162.2 text stream event occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Does that demonstrate that?
Yes, inaccurately.
You just
So let's-
I'm going to
inaccurate.
move on, Your Honor. I'm going to move on.
It's inaccurate. It's inaccurate. How?
And this methodology and approach of Mr. DeSogra is simply math that he's using, correct?
No, it's not simply math.
Oh,
Well, let's go to the clock variance values in the middle column on that chart. You see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Those are as of March 5 of the date of this, that this column was created. Nothing in that middle column is new, is it? That data.
Yes, some of that data is new.
Well, the source data upon which it is created is not new, is it?
No, it is not.
All right. So the source data of that column, it's not new.
Correct.
And the middle column uses your data points from your January 30th report, correct?
No, not all of those are.
But it does use some of the data from your January 30 report, correct?
Yes, it does.
Is the reason that you did not take that final analytical step that we've been talking about in your January 30th report, and this is a question, is the reason you failed to take that final analytical final analytic step we've been talking about in your January 30 report was because you knew if you did that, that if you calculated the actual time of the 11/62/2 text stream event based upon your own methodological analysis of the clock skew, there would always be continued interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the text stream event.
No.
So you deny that.
Yes.
Did you keep your January 30, 2025 report purposefully vague by merely noting a clock skew without engaging in any further analysis, such as tethering that clock skew or otherwise connecting it to the text stream event in Dr. Welcher's slide presentation?
No, I did not.
Switch to another topic. Take that down. Thank you, Mr. Vogt. After reviewing, and I'm going to identify 3 timelines. After reviewing the timelines, the timelines presented by Dr. Welcher, 1, Mr. DeSogra, 2, and Mr. Ian Whiffen, 3, all of which established that the 11/62/2 text stream event occurred before that last user activity, the lock on Mr. O'Keefe's phone. You then decided to issue a new report that would become dated May 8, 2025, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No, so I issued the supplemental report based on that presentation that you just had up.
Well, before you issued that report, isn't it correct that you had reviewed the time data of Dr. Welcher in the slide that we've been reviewing?
Not before that time, no.
You had not looked at Dr. Welcher's slide with a text stream event 11/62/2 and a time for that before issuing your May 8th report?
No, yes, before misheard you. Yes.
That's my question.
Yes.
So let me just ask it through a question.
Sure.
So it is correct that before you issued your May 8th, 2025 report, that you had reviewed that slide of your colleague, Dr. Welcher, on 11/62/2 that establishes the text stream event as 12/31/38 to 12/31/43, correct?
Correct.
You reviewed it before your May 8th report.
Yes.
You
yes.
also reviewed before your May 8th report the slide presentation of Mr. DeSogra, correct?
Yes, I did.
And before you issued your May 8th, 2025 report, you also had reviewed the January 2025 report of Mr. Whiffen, correct?
Correct.
Each one of and all of those three established that the 11/62/2 text stream event occurred before the last user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Why is that an
I'm going
objection?
to allow it if that's what, let's see what the answer is.
Using either unadjusted timestamps or inaccurately adjusted timestamps. Yes.
Let me ask my question again, and if it's not clear, please let me know.
Sure.
Again, if you just make up the fact, like, well, I just adjusted time.
After reviewing what we've
I
discussed,
wanted to say
prepared by
something
Dr.
different,
Welcher, Mr.
so I
DeSoger,
just
and Ian
changed it.
Whiffen, each and all of which established that the 11/62/2 text stream event occurred before the last user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone. You then decided to issue a new report that would become dated May 8th, 2025. Is that statement I just made correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now let's take a look at your May 8th, 2025 report.
I love that he tamed down the island up front a little bit. You can imagine
You
he's in the bathroom
departed
swirling
in
it
your
around.
May 8th, 2000. If you, sir, do you have that report in
I
front
do.
of you?
Yes.
Do you need a moment to look at it, or are you ready to take
No,
questions?
go ahead.
Thank you. You departed from your analysis. Let's start it this way. In this May 8th, 2025 report, you departed from your analysis in your January 2025 report to reach a conclusion that would attempt to put the 11/62/2 text stream event after human interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
No, I did not depart from my original report. I clarified.
Okay, so you didn't depart from it, but you, in your May 8th report, but your position is you clarified it.
Correct.
But isn't it correct that in your January 30, 2025 report, you did not address at all whether the 11/62/2 text stream event occurred before or after the last user event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
But you did that in your May 8th report, correct?
Correct.
You don't call that a change, sir?
No, sir, I do not.
You call that a clarification.
I do.
Let me change the data
In
clearly.
your January 2025 report,
Why is this
you
guy on the
compared
stand?
call log
God, it's
entries
pissing me
between
off.
the infotainment system on the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to determine a potential variance, correct?
Correct.
And call logs are discrete points in time that are fairly easy to compare.
Correct.
Now, in your May 8th, 2025 report, you abandoned the call log analysis from your January 30th, 2025 report, correct?
No, I did not abandon it.
But you did depart from it, at least in some respects, correct?
I did not depart from it. I used another method.
Okay. So you used another method.
Correct.
In your May 8th, 2025 report, you opined, as I understand it, that the call log variance has been ignored because, in your words, this offset is measured approximately 5 hours after the time of the alleged collision and cannot be assumed to apply to other timeframes, as stated in the initial report. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Now, please show the juror in your January 30 report where you ever made that statement.
Sure. So that would, it's not worded exactly like that, but that would be in conclusion 5.
And conclusion number 5 is on page 37 of your January 30, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
And you concede at least as much that at least different words are used in paragraph 5 in your January 30th, 2025 report, correct? And your position is that it's the same statement as in your May 8th, 2025 report? Because that's my question.
That is correct.
In your May 8th, 2025 report, instead of applying the offsets from the call logs, which are discrete points in time that are fairly easy to compare, as you stated just moments ago, you decided to use, in your words, quote, approximate time of the 3-point turn as your anchor between the two devices. Do I have that right?
Yes, you do.
Isn't what you did and we
Hey,
just
by the way,
discussed
slap the like
a
button, guys.
classic
Help
example of confirmation bias, which is to be avoided in science?
No, it is not.
No, it's not.
So you believe
I mean, that's
that
what he was going to
that
say.
is not confirmation bias.
No.
Choosing the 3-point
A
turn
post
as
facto
the independent
adjustment
data source
Of the
is
time,
the only
your narrative
way
is
you could ever
definitively
get
confirmation
the
bias.
text stream event to even possibly occur after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
That adjustment is the only adjustment that can be applied due to the data. Yes.
And that adjustment is the only thing that can be done to get the text stream event 1162.2 to occur after the lock on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
And that only one is the one that you chose, correct?
Correct.
And that's only because it's not a pinpoint in time. It's an amorphous range that can only, in your words, be approximated, correct?
No, that is because it is the only time adjustment in that time range that can be applied.
So it's your view that that's the only one that can be applied, but it is even what you're using is, in your words, an approximate time, correct?
Correct.
Isn't the shortcoming, sir, in your analysis that you ignored the additional user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's device that occurred after the lock event?
Can you repeat that question?
Yes, I can. Isn't the shortcoming in your analysis, sir, that your analysis ignores the additional user activity on John O'Keefe's device, his cell phone, that occurred after the lock event?
No.
Well, let's take a look at events that and you tell me if I'm correct or not, occur after the text stream event 1162.2.
Sure.
So do you recall our discussion yesterday about the Apple Health data event of 36 steps covering a distance of over 84 feet? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall that occurred?
How much do you want to ignore that?
32:16.
Yes, I do.
Did Hank Brennan
That's
send you nudes?
after the text stream event of
Cor-
Dr. Welcher that he put in his slide, correct?
Correct.
Do you also recall a Doppler pocket state detection at 12:33:14? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And that is almost an entire minute after the 1162.2 text stream event that is identified by your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, in his slide presentation, correct?
Correct. And neither one of those are user interaction.
I understand but let's just take one of them.
Sure.
And that is the Apple Health data event of 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet at 12:32:16. Would you agree that those steps covering that distance is human activity at least? Would you agree that's human activity?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's take a look at opinion number 7 in your initial January 30th, 2025 report.
The ear rape.
And
Oh
sir,
my
tell me when
gosh.
you had a fair opportunity to locate that.
Okay.
You concluded to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that, quote, the infotainment module power on events were on average recorded 3 seconds after the ignition release or finger off, correct?
Correct.
That means that your own testing requires an offset of -3 to account for a delay in the power on of an infotainment system, correct?
Correct.
That increases the time between the text stream event 1162.2 and the iPhone lock event by 3 seconds, correct?
Correct.
You testified about this same 3-second discrepancy yesterday during your direct examination in connection with your January 30, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
However,
However,
you did not mention this offset of 3 seconds in your May 8th, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not. Can I explain?
Mr. Brennan may have questions for you with regard to that. So nowhere in your May 8, 2025 report did you include the 3-second offset that you discussed in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
Correct.
And in fact, sir, nowhere in your May 8th report do you even discuss why you're not addressing that 3-second. Do you?
I do not discuss it, but it is that offset is adjusted within the adjustment that we do with the 3-point turn.
I understand. My question is simply, there's no discussion in your May 8th, 2025 report how or why you're not discussing that 3-second offset, correct?
Correct.
I've got a next section, Your Honor, if you would like me to move into it.
So why don't we keep going?
Okay. Sir, a text stream data event like 1162.2 does not, well, let me back up this way. You testified on direct that you're involved in
We've got that
reconstruction as part
emoji.
of the work that you do, sir?
No, that is not part of the work that I do.
Well, let me clarify then. Do you at all
Found the hair island emoji. I'm dying.
understand whether there's an issue as to whether a collision actually occurred in this case? Do you understand if that's an issue?
Objection.
Sustained.
Sir, do you have any understanding about what Dr. Welcher in his slide presentation was addressing in context with this case? Do you understand it?
Objection.
I'll allow a yes or no on that.
No, I do not.
So you have no idea what your colleague, Dr. Welcher, who's working on the same case, was addressing in his slide presentation?
Generally, yes, but I cannot speak to it.
What do you generally understand?
Objection.
Sustained.
What understanding do you have after reading Dr. Welcher's slide presentation?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it to.
Do
Sustained.
you have any understanding? Can we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Your Honor, how are you going to let me ask a question? Can you just tell me what you need me to say? What magic words for the question that I'm obviously trying to ask? Can you just tell me what prefatory clause you need? Gosh, she's insufferably shitty as a judge. He's laying foundation for all these questions. They're not hearsay. What's her problem? Oh, she doesn't want him to go down this line of questioning because she should have had this alleged expert voir dired and they could have shredded him beforehand. He shouldn't be testifying. He shouldn't be in the courtroom. He shouldn't be in the state. He should be in the fucking sea.
You should be a pal. And by Kurt, a penis enlarger. Just make sure to remind him not to use it in direct sunlight or he could burn his micro penis.
6.
As president of the Micropene Outreach Group en semis en mijn ex-expo as MU en ban en wees en man zo, I can confirm my brother Kurt does not have a micropene. He has a mega clit, and Sean is cosplaying Stay Puft the Marshmallow Man in a skin suit.
Look, the AI doesn't know how to deal with a parenthetical. So we get some wild stuff. It's just suddenly ordered in Korean. Thanks, Nate. 7.
Jesus, fucking Christ. This guy is still getting smashed a day later. Brutal, and I love it. Kurt has a micropene.
Kurt has a micropene.
Kurt has a micropene.
I think it's 7, 8, and 9. Hold on, we'll see where we go.
Objection! Your Honor, Kurt's mini-me, micropene, sent an offering of
10.
tribute to the defense. A truckload of Black Forest cake and pizza casserole, which both smell of brother butter and frustration.
I'll allow it, and we are at recess, so I can sample the offerings for quality and refill my vodka. Oh, I meant water.
That's 10, right? Yeah, that's 10. so childish. I love it. I know. That's what makes it so funny to me. It's ridiculous.
Derek Boodle wrote the book Defending the Innocent from Child Protection Services because good parents are targeted for shit like the nanny giving alcohol. It's on Amazon, and Kurt has a micro penis.
11.
Boy, this man Shannon is having a rough year. Not only is he getting beat down on the stand here, but also his 20 years of student loans aren't getting forgiven.
What is he doing for 17 years that he doesn't have a bachelor's? Like, how many times has he decided to refocus his life and pursue his his drama career before going back to being a digital forensic analyst. Was that? I think we're at 11 now. 11 micropeens. Y'all are degenerates. Wait, 13? 13, sorry. I lost track. We'll get it updated. Hold on. Don't worry. This error can be corrected immediately. Thank you for helping keep track. 12 and 13. Shit. Is it 12 or 13? We could just make it up, right? Like it's, look, if it's adjusted, we fixed the variance. 12? Okay, 12. Thank you. Thank you. Damn. Also, Kurt has a micro penis.
Is there special shampoo for the damned hair island? Does he comb and style that shit separately every day? Just shave the fucking thing off already. Nasty ass bitch. Oh, and also Kurt's micro peen.
No. I can't help it. I can't help it. This isn't funny. It's very unadult. Angel Australia sent a gifted membership over on YouTube. Thank you. We have 21 new members today. It's beautiful. Also, welcome to everybody. I love seeing the concurrent viewer numbers steadily rise. It's nice to know that the people are out there finding the show. I keep seeing comments come in from people or messages on Twitter and stuff like that saying, hey, it's really cool. Like, I just found out that you're back to streaming. It's awkwardly difficult to get the word out in an effective way because the distribution of your message, like no matter whether it's on Twitter or YouTube or wherever, is still largely controlled by an algorithm. And you kind of cast your voice into the wind and hope it reaches the people who want to hear it. But that's the way, like, this whole business works from start to finish. It's just, it's encouraging to see, you have like a big bump when you first start. This is not a cocaine story. You have a big bump when you first start, people start back up as, the message kind of gets out, but then not everybody watches live streams of the trials because they're so friggin' long. And not everybody's into it. So then, getting that specific audience to be the ones who see the message and be like, this is what I'm doing right now. So if you like this, come here, isn't the easiest thing. So it's really appreciate it if, if you guys feel like it, if you do share those, sharing like the short videos and stuff to let people know that I'm back is really, really helpful. And I appreciate the hell out of it. I also appreciate you slapping the like button. Because that tells YouTube that you guys do enjoy what you're seeing. And they'll go, oh, okay. Maybe they'll want to see more of it. I got a shout out on Turtle Boy the other day. Oh, man, that's cool. I'll have to interview him when I can. I'll reach out to him. I haven't talked to him in a while. He's had his stuff going. I had my stuff going. But I'll reach out and see if he'd like to come on and talk about his stuff or the case or anything at all, really. Guy has really put himself in the middle of it. We do are glad you're back, as it were, if you will. What's up, Natalie? How you doing? By the way, we're looking for a time to head down, and we'll be in y'all's neck of the woods. So
Yeah,
I'll let you know when
Thank you.
when we're in the area. I don't know when
Thanks for
that
your
will be,
patience,
but
Mr. Burgess.
we are.
I would
looking
like
for it.
to go back to the line of questioning I was starting, and that is I would like to
thank you.
discuss with you, and I'll start with your conclusion. And I'm going to reference your May 8th, 2025 report, sir. If you could turn to the conclusion section of your report, which is on page 7. And I'm going to start with, and I may just end with, we'll see, conclusion number 1. Please take a fair opportunity to read that. Pick your head up when you have concluded that fair reading.
We may only ask you one question. Oh, no. No, no, no.
Okay.
Now, that paragraph 1 states, under conclusions, you say the following can be stated to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. 1, as noted in my initial report, the only call logs that can be used to compare and synchronize the clocks between Ms. Reed's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone are those occurring between 5:21 a.m. and 5:30 a.m., which occur approximately 5 hours after the collision. Do you see that, sir?
I do, yes.
Now, what I'd like you to do is to go back in your report.
Same report?
Yes, sir, same report, May 8th. And I'd like you to turn to page 3.
Okay.
And if you could go to the 4th full paragraph that begins with 2 events near the time. And let me know, sir, when you're there. And if you could read that paragraph, pick your head up after you've had a fair opportunity to read it.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, you state 2 events near the time of the collision were recorded by the Lexus system as identified by Dr. Welcher and referenced by Mr. DeSogra. The first event, labeled TechStream Event 1162-1, is associated with a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest Road. The second event, labeled TechStream Event 1162-2, is associated with a reverse maneuver on Fairview Road. These events will be referenced below for clock synchronization analysis. The timestamps associated with these 2 events are based on a combination of the Lexus infotainment power on event and TechStream time count. Did I read that correctly, sir?
Yes, you did.
So in the same paragraph, am I correct that you're discussing a couple of TechStream events, 1162-1 and 1162-2?
Yes.
And you are talking about that TechStream event in the same paragraph as you're talking about an alleged collision, correct?
Correct.
And in your paragraph of your conclusion that we were referencing, conclusion 1, is this paragraph part of the basis for that conclusion 1? Is this sort of like some predicate analysis for conclusion number 1?
No, it is not.
So it has your view, it has no relationship whatsoever to conclusion 1.
No, correct.
So let's go to your discussion of
I wonder if this
a
is a lot of fun.
collision and a
I'm a lot of
TechStream
fun. I'm a
event.
fun guy.
Let's go back to paragraph 3.
Tons of fun.
You mentioned the word collision in paragraph 3, correct?
I do not.
I'm sorry, I just had paragraph 3. I meant page 3, sir. Page 3.
Yes, page 3. Yes.
Page 3, that paragraph we were just looking at. Paragraph 4.
Yes. Sorry. Yes, I do say
You
collision.
see the word use of the word collision.
Yes.
And again, that term is used in the same paragraph as you're identifying TechStream event 1162-1 and 1162-2, correct?
Correct.
Where did you get the basis to use the word collision at that part of your report?
That would have been from crash reports.
And whose crash reports?
The Massachusetts State Police.
So you used Massachusetts State Police reports to discuss allegations of a crash, collision.
Yes.
Do you state anywhere in your May 8th report that you used those reports at all? Do you list it in your references?
No, not in this report. No.
And as a matter of fact, this is the first time, right this previous moment, that you are mentioning those reports at all, correct?
No, those were mentioned in my initial report.
But I'm talking about your May 8th report.
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Okay. Your statements, and I want to clarify this because this is the ultimate topic I want to go to. It is not your conclusion that every text stream data event means that there is a collision. Do you, sir?
No, that is not my conclusion.
So isn't it correct that you can have text stream events and they're not collisions?
Yes, you can.
And isn't it a fact that a text stream event, sometimes called a trigger event, is not like an airbag type deploying, correct? They're just, and we're going to get to this later, it's just something that happens with a Lexus vehicle that can cause the vehicle to register
inside your ear.
a
Drives me freaking
text
crazy.
stream event, correct?
Correct.
And some people refer to text stream event as a trigger, correct?
Correct.
But there's many things that can happen with a vehicle that can cause a trigger, correct?
Correct.
We will come back to that. So you would agree, again, that a text stream trigger event does not mean that there was a collision, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event doesn't mean that airbags were deployed, correct?
Correct.
A trigger data event doesn't mean that there was a vehicle impact, correct?
By itself, no.
By itself, it doesn't mean, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications databases and not devices and transporting that data for immediate processing and storage or for real-time analysis and analytics reporting, correct?
I don't think I understand your question. If you could rephrase.
Sure. A text stream event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications and databases. Is that correct?
I would not call it applications and databases, no.
What would you call it?
So from various sensors or other modules on the vehicle.
Okay, so
Sure.
It's Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from various sensors and modules on the vehicle, right?
Correct.
Why don't we stop here, Mr. Alessi?
Yes.
Okay. Folks, we'll take
Morning
our
break.
recess, so it's 20 minutes.
Oh, we're gonna have 20 minutes. Yeah, the video seems to have frozen on the court stream. I don't know what. I don't know why. It just did. Very strange, very odd, very cool, very cool. It's still frozen. I mean, the audio's going. I'll pull up a different one. See.
Okay. Folks, we'll take our morning recess, so it's 20 minutes.
All rise, please.
Well, Court TV is behind by a good 45 seconds. All right, we are at the morning recess. This guy, like, Alessi's just picking him apart here. It's so obvious. It's like, well, we need, he hit confirmation bias right at the gate, which is interesting because that was a strange. It seemed I don't want to say it seemed out of left field, but it was cool to see him frame out the narrative of like, I'm going to show that you went backwards. You went backwards from your conclusions and you've ignored, any evidence to the contrary. In fact, you've literally generated and manufactured new evidence to make your conclusion correct. And it's like super confirmation bias. It's extra. And so he starts off his questioning yesterday with this. You've heard of confirmation bias, and confirmation bias is bad and goes against the scientific method. And the scientific method's really important and very reliable. And so he lays this narrative framework of, I'm going to hit you over and over and over and over again on the confirmation bias. But then he threw the curveball. He's like, also, you don't even have an education, you dumb pile of garbage. Then he goes back to it. So now we're back in the confirmation bias where he's pointing out that like you're just making up the fact that there's this significant time variance and you just conveniently use it to shift the activity that was recorded by the, by the data on the Lexus, to just shift it to where you want it to be to fit your conclusion rather than to work forward and, deduce your conclusion from the evidence that's available. So, he's doing it. It's a little boring today. I mean, yesterday was very dramatic with the education stuff. I mean, brutally dramatic. But today it's a little bit boring, but it's thorough, it's methodical, it's effective, and it's devastating to this guy's credibility, which is already in shambles. So it's great. Do I think the jury is getting it? Probably. I think so. Like the picking apart of this guy, it started and ended yesterday in a really bad spot for the witness. I mean, where Canone ended the day was right after Alessi tore apart the guy's lies on his own education, his own representation of it. I mean, they closed out the day hearing this guy is not credible as an expert. He doesn't have the education experience, and worse yet, he lies about it. That's a bad way to end out a witness. And then to come back and now have him factually dismantling his report is great, in my opinion. I don't think the timing of how everything worked out could have gone better for the defense here. So I really like to see that because they need wins like this. And also I've talked a lot about having the impression of I hit him from Karen Reed and how that's the state's, MO, and it's their narrative structure. And that's really important. What I haven't talked about so much is that the defense has clearly stuck to their narrative that literally every witness outside of O'Keefe's mom, literally every witness is unreliable and misrepresented. If they gave prior testimony, it has been inconsistent with current testimony. It seems collusive. It seems coached and crafted, and in light of all that, it is not to be trusted at all. And I think they are doing a good job of leaving an impression that every single witness, they've gotten them to say effectively that their own words are not reliable in some particular instance. And it won't really matter in a similar way, I think, to the state's, the details of what was wrong doesn't matter. I saw someone, I've seen some people like saying, well, just because he misrepresented his education doesn't mean that the data is incorrect, et cetera. It's like, well, but the jury isn't going to really remember a lot of the data or a lot of the individual statements. They're not going to remember that, but they will get a sense that every single witness got up there and was like, yeah, but you said something different a year ago, or this report isn't consistent with what you say here, here, and here. And so that consistency of narrative for the defense is about the unreliability of every single state witness. And they're doing that very effectively. So again, I thought it was only fair to bring that up because I've talked a lot about the state's narrative structure, which involves impressions rather than facts. And the defense is doing it too. I think the defense is doing it effectively. And it'll be competing narratives and what has stuck and is convincing for the jury as always. But I don't think it's going to be as fact and detail oriented as a lot of murder cases would, because look at how long this case is. I mean, we're in the 5th week, right? We're in the 5th week now, and the state's still going. Like, this is a lot of details to take in and keep track of. How long do you think the recross will drag out? I don't know. We're still on cross. We're not even on redirect yet.
Do you think Kurt gets jealous of corpses who are stiffer than his micropene? If you do an organ transplant away from your micropene, is that considered necrophilia? Asking for a friend.
You don't have any friends. That's oh wait, where's the you gotta have that ticker. That's 14. We're up to 14 now.
Kurt's micropene is going to put 6 digits
15.
in Racket's back account. Kurt is only getting 6 digits in his prison wallet, too.
No, gross. I don't want to hear about prison wallets.
Sustained. Can you answer that question, Mr. Higgins? Is Miss Reed's reference to Kurt's micro penis her way of telling you that you have an itsy bitsy teeny weeny and that you are not a fun guy?
He's a fun guy. He's a lot of fun. Tons of fun. I'm a lot of fun.
The girl I just started seeing is following the trial too. I told her to check out your stream. Now I'm getting texts. Who is Kurt and why is everyone obsessed with his genitals?
AKA micropene.
It's 17 now. From James Gardner, a text one. Kurt has a micropene. Some guys might appreciate. 18.
Oh, Kurt has a micropene. Yes, he has a micropene. Micropene. Hey.
19. That's you only get credit for one. I'm not doing that. You can't just spam micropene. What was that? 17? I think. Ortilio says, you know that effect when a hair is floating in front of you, but it's just a small hair on your eyeball? That hair is bigger than Kurt's peen. Oh, come on. I thought there was something coming after that. We're up to 18 now. 18 micropene. Did Kurt dent your subfloor when he was at your house? No, he fell straight through to the lower level. Did you get your own prison wallet when you got copped? Nope. No, I didn't. I wasn't around anybody at all. I was kept I didn't get into the, I was only there overnight. So I was held in a booking cell for several hours, and then they moved me to a holding cell, I guess, but I don't know if it was I don't know the layout and structure of the jail. I wasn't there long enough to really get into the culture and community aspect of it. But the cell I was in might not have been near the main population. So it might have just been, again, like an overnight booking thing. But I was alone, which was refreshing. So I just slept. Okay, so people have asked me to watch Jackson's cross-examination of Trooper Paul from last year. So what do you think? Should we do that? Jackson cross-exam Trooper Paul. I don't want to watch DUI guys video on it. So it's 4 hours long. Should we just go ahead and This guy looks like, oh my gosh. This guy looks like Jason Statham mixed with the that guy from the Goonies. DUI breaks it down into a few parts. Yeah, I know. I see that, but I don't want to steal Larry's stuff, and I don't want frankly, I don't want his commentary. I want mine. And it's nothing against him. He's an excellent trial attorney, and people should listen to him and his commentary. It is invaluable. That said, I just don't want his, I don't want his opinions. I want mine. How dare you? Let's see what we got.
Thank you. And the induced damage is big for.
Oh God, this is going to be painful. Just the. This guy's accent is thicker than Swiss cheese. Wait, that's not thick. That was not a good joke. What happened? Hold on. I'm trying to get this video to work. Yeah, I know. YouTube is sometimes really stupid about. Wait, hold on. We got something very important to do.
With everything you've been through, does your answer to the ultimate question still hold? Also, Kurt has a micro peen.
19. Yes, I'm still team balls. How dare you? Disgusting. A ballless shaft is just something's wrong with it. Like,
how much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck had Kurt's micro peen?
Why is it always Kurt? This is 20. No.
At 2 digits, the micropene counter is already bigger than Kurt's micropene.
I don't think that will help him with the ladies in AutoZone since they can compare him to the nuts and bolts and see how micro it really is.
Oh, come on. That's 21. We're up to 21 now. 21 because I'm a lot of fun. I'm a fun guy. I'm tons of fun. Someone put the clip of just that up on Twitter, and I was like, it's just, makes me laugh every time. Just Jewel says, Nick, Trial Watch channel cuts out all the sidebar. Okay, let's do that. So Trial Watch channel, Trial Watch, Trooper Paul. Wait, what? Is it called Trial Watch channel? The Trial channel, that one. Okay, so here it is. Trooper Paul crash reconstruction direct. Okay, well, I want the. It's on a playlist.
All right, Mr. Lally. When
I don't want the direct. I want the cross exam. Oh, here we go. Here we go. It's 2 hours. So, I mean, we're not going to get all this done. We're not going to get all this done, obviously, for a while, but it's something to do in the downtime. And people say it's funny.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, and again, super chats and Rumble rants are always appreciated, of course. But I prefer people to check out the super tip system, which you can have various AI voices read your super chat, and it also pays creators a little bit better. It's a better cut, and it pays them right away, which is cool and very helpful for me as I rebuild everything. It's really nice to not have to wait till YouTube's payday on a lot of this stuff. So not to get too behind the scenes on on it, but have some fun with it. I think people are having a lot of fun. It's fun. It's a very fun system. It's a lot of fun. So give that a shot. But that's at supertip.gg/RL. All right, here we go.
So do you have any, do you hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of mathematics?
I do not.
Do you hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of physics?
I do not.
Uh-oh.
Any degrees in the scientific discipline of biomechanics?
No.
How about
Okay, so this is Trooper Paul, and he did the crash reconstruction for the first trial. And you know, this guy offered expert testimony reconstructing a crash. He has no degree at all in any field that would make his reconstruction valuable or meaningful in any way. So this should be great. I love when they do this. Like they just have some detectives like, oh, here's a crash reconstruction. It's like, bitch, you don't know what you're talking about. What's a Newton meter of force and how does that transfer into a body?
How about in engineering?
No.
How about in kinematics?
No.
What's the highest degree that you do hold, sir?
I have an associate's degree.
In what?
Administration of justice.
You mentioned
I mean, come on. That's almost as useless as my creative writing degree. Almost. Mine took longer. It's just sad to think about. It's like administration of justice. What does that even mean? Like what? When you take a criminology course or some bullshit introductory forensics, like how to take a fingerprint transfer off of glass. Oh, cool. All this stuff can be taught in a 2-week seminar. Tim Robinson says we'll never get through this. That's a fact.
Kinematics on Friday. Do you hold any certificates in the specific area of kinematics?
Yes, it's covered in the basic crash investigation classes.
Okay, so you took a class, in other words, correct?
At multiple classes.
He took multiple classes.
Idea of what kinematics is, right?
Correct.
Testified that.
I took multiple chemistry classes.
Yes.
I'm not any good at it.
Define kinematics.
It deals with the aspect of motion.
It's a subfield of what broader field?
Kinematics.
Kinematics is a subfield of what broader discipline of science?
I'm not sure.
Physics, correct?
Yes.
And it describes how points and objects, systems of objects, how they move, and how the rate they move and the rate of their velocity, correct?
It deals with the motions.
What's that called?
The motions.
Rate of velocity. What's another word for
Vector mechanics.
The rate of velocity. I mean, it deals with the motion. It deals with forward, and also deals with speed. It deals with travel and speed.
Vectors.
If something's
vectors.
moving,
it's the most
also has a
basic part
speed
of
to
this.
it.
This is
The
vector
word you're looking
mechanics.
for is acceleration, correct?
Sure.
What role does acceleration play in the field of kinematics?
What role does acceleration play in kinematics?
Correct.
It talks about, like you just said, it talks about the speed and it talks about motion.
Is kinematics also known as the geometry of motion? Is that correct?
I've not heard that.
Never heard that. What's the difference between constrained and unconstrained motion?
Constrained and unconstrained motion.
That's what I asked.
Constrained motion. I can't recollect at the moment.
Oh, God.
Constrained motion is motion on a predetermined path, isn't it?
Yes.
Unconstrained motion is what?
When it doesn't have a predetermined path.
Free movement, correct?
Correct.
Can you remember that from your class?
For the most part, we don't go that in depth. Constrained and unconstrained.
Constrained and unconstrained, not restrained.
That's what I said. Sorry, unconstrained. Yes.
Kinematics uses algebraic formula to model these motions, right? The motions of these points, systems of points, correct?
Yes.
And it includes concepts like displacement and speed, velocity, distance, acceleration, which we've talked about, correct?
Correct.
And it looks at how these things, these values vary over a point in time or duration in time. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you actually understand the physics behind the study of kinematics?
Yes.
Or did you learn in class?
Yes, we had to go over the physics part of it.
On Friday, you said that this incident is a pedestrian strike from a vehicle. You reiterated that again this morning. Is that right?
Correct.
I want to be clear. That is your opinion based on your training and experience, correct?
Yes.
And on Friday, you said you based that opinion on the fact that you noted a half-mile-an-hour decrease in speed and a steering input of less than 10 degrees at some point in that reverse motion, correct?
I said it was consistent. That data point in general was consistent with something that you would see within data of a pedestrian striker striking something else. I do go on my report saying I can't say that's definitively where a pedestrian was struck, but
I'm sorry, I can barely.
it wasn't definitively. Sorry, in my report, I do say I can't say that is definitively where the pedestrian struck.
You cannot say
Definitively, yes.
Okay, so you're going to have to slow down
You
and
can't say
speak up.
definitively
Okay?
because
I just want to make sure I'm hearing you correctly, and I
you've
apologize.
got a speech
Okay.
impediment
So
called
you
being
cannot
an idiot.
Say definitively that resulted in a pedestrian strike.
That data point within the text stream data is what I'm talking about.
Okay.
That specific point, that time frame.
Because there's a multitude of reasons why when someone is driving in reverse, they might slow down by a half a mile an hour, right?
It's when I say when it's consistent, it's because there's the other aspects of it is the fact that the accelerator is consistently strong.
Let him answer. Finish your answer.
So the accelerator is consistent at a constant rate, and then it just drops by half a mile, and the steering wheel all of a sudden abruptly goes to the right. That's what I'm talking about when I say it is consistent with a pedestrian strike. That's something that you would see. It's not going to be a huge change of speed during this collision.
You also note that
Does anybody else get like a completely different impression than any sort of specialty from this guy? Like, to me, he sounds like the guy explaining his rap battle career. Like he's 45 and looking back on when he was winning rap battles in the streets before he took a job at Wendy's or whatever. Like I get no impression of intelligence or coherence out of this guy at all. Really awkward. Look, I mean, maybe I'm just being rude or making fun of a speech impediment or something. I think his speech impediment is called being an idiot. Hold on, we've got some chats that have come in here. Island says, glad you're back. Still praying. Keep up the good work. You got this. Unlike Burgess, who's stripped of dignity and fake credentials, has only his tuft. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Ortelio says, you know that effect when a hair is oh, wait, I read that one. Just Jewel Nick Trial Watch channel cuts out all the sidebar. Blitzen says, no matter how bad you feel about yourself, remember this Trooper Paul exists and you don't have Kurt's micropene. Dang it. We're up to 22 micropenes. What do we got here? What is this? What are we doing?
So the micropene counter is not accurate to every micropene.
Mr. Ronnie, move on, please.
Is the difference between macropene and micropene a cease and desist?
That is not accurate. Kurt has, and will always have a micropene.
I rest my motherfucking case.
Rest my motherfucking case. We're up to 23 now. All of this could have been avoided by just enduring and ignoring the very mild ribbing. Like, don't use my voice. You don't have permission. I do now. The rules of the internet say I have all the permission in the world. You have no chance left. You handed me the keys, you idiot. Sorry. I can't. Sometimes it's just like, how do you not know that this is stupid?
At the time, it had begun to snow, correct?
Yes.
There would be snow on the lawn, right?
Correct.
There would be snow on the cars,
Yes.
snow on the trees,
Yes.
snow on the roadway.
Yes.
Snow on the roadway could impact how tires move over the roadway, correct?
Maybe.
And obviously, there are a multitude of reasons why somebody might input a 10-degree input on a steering wheel, correct?
Correct. That's why I said I couldn't definitively say it.
Right. So every time somebody slows down, going in reverse or forward, and introduces a 10-degree input on the steering wheel, doesn't mean they're looking to hit a pedestrian, correct?
Correct.
You testified that you determined the area of impact by basically following, if I heard your testimony correctly, basically following the debris field from the body from where you believed John O'Keefe's body's final resting place was, almost linearly to the furthermost piece of debris that was found. Did I get that right?
Yes.
In other words, you established what in your mind, or what you were told was his final resting place, and what you were told was the debris field. And you indicated that the furthermost piece of debris would basically be the area, right?
It's within that line. I didn't say that is the area impact where the furthermost piece of evidence is.
All right.
It's just the linear, like you said earlier. It's that linear. We're going that path.
Linear.
That's the path that he traveled post impact with the vehicle.
And that is on which that fact that you stated is on which it's a terrible question. That's the basis for your opinion of where the area of impact was, correct?
Yes.
Let's take a look at exhibit, with the court's permission, 587. It's your diagram 3. If I may approach Your Honor, just for,
Okay.
so you can see it. Your Honor, may we publish exhibit 587?
Yes.
Okay. Sir, you see diagram 3 on the board. You also have it in front of you, correct?
Yes.
It's easier for you to refer to what's in front of you because that's a little bit further away. Just let me know.
Okay.
The red arrows
What's up, Rita?
adjacent to the blue writing, where I'm highlighting right now, indicate basically the debris field that you explained to the jurors on Friday, correct?
Yes.
And then there's a point of an arrow that comes back to a wording that says pedestrian's final rest, basically right there, correct?
Yes.
And the debris field ends right in the middle of that spotlight, correct?
Yes.
All right. So that's the area of impact that you indicated to Mr. Lally you believe occurred because of the debris field and the linear portion of that debris field going from the pedestrian's final rest all the way out to that final little red arrow that says red plastic B in parentheses, correct?
Yes.
Can we have exhibit 492 published to the journal, please?
Okay.
While that's coming up, have you ever seen this?
No, I haven't.
Take a look just above the arrow. Your Honor, with the court's permission, maybe highlight or magnify the area.
There's a
above the arrow.
fire hydrant right there. Maybe he hit his head on that.
You see that
Yes, I do.
right underneath the fire hydrant, correct?
Correct.
What does that look like to you?
Piece of plastic.
It's debris, correct?
Correct.
All right. Can we go back with the court's permission to exhibit 87?
Okay.
Diagram 3. You see the fire hydrant?
Yes.
Fire hydrant's right there, correct?
Correct.
That's another, according to your scale, that's probably a good 30 feet from the pedestrian's final rest, correct?
Yeah, that's about right.
That is the furthermost in this diagram, the furthermost piece of debris on the diagram, correct?
Correct.
So now your testimony changed that this, in fact, is the area of impact.
No,
Why not?
because it's just a piece of debris. I'm talking about the path. You follow the path of debris field. Debris can move and change.
The debris doesn't
Debris
fly
can move and
backwards,
change.
does it?
How?
I'm saying you pointed to like just the fire hydrant
Yeah,
as
because
the
forward
area
being where it
impact
is.
for the debris, where that one piece of plastic was, saying that's the area impact is right next to the fire hydrant.
Are you asking me a question?
Yeah, that's what you said, right?
I'm asking you.
I'm making sure I'm understanding what you're saying, so I can answer the right.
Ask the question again, Mr. Jackson.
In fact, you indicated on Friday that your analysis
we're
of
back.
the area
Hold
of
on.
impact.
All right, Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Burgess. I'm going to pick up, sir, where we left off. A text stream trigger event does not automatically mean there was a collision, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event doesn't, without more, mean an airbag deployed, correct?
Correct.
A trigger data event doesn't mean, without more, that there was a vehicle impact, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications in databases, correct?
Sensors and other modules.
That's right.
are available.
You had
Correct.
said that earlier, sir. Sensors and modules. You reviewed the raw text stream trigger events on Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
No, I did not.
Oh, you did not?
No.
Do you understand whether, do you have an understanding whether Mr. DeSogra reviewed those events in his March 5, 2025 report?
I do not.
So you did not review the raw data for text stream trigger events on Ms. Reed's vehicle, and you did not therefore perform any analysis of that data as you sit here today, correct?
Correct. Outside of what Dr. Welcher provided.
Doesn't Alessi know that my ears are more important than his trial? Oh, man.
Are you aware that there were approximately 30 text stream trigger events in an 8-month period on Ms. Reed's vehicle?
No, I'm not.
Assume the data shows that in the mere 8-month period that Ms. Reed owned her vehicle, the Lexus in question, there were 30 text stream trigger events. Assume that. You would not conclude that there were 30 collisions in that 8-month period, would you?
No, I would not.
Would you agree, sir, that there were actually 2 triggers on January 29th?
Yes.
And the first trigger that you referred to of 1162-1, that was not a collision, was it, sir?
Without reviewing the data, I don't know.
Well, as you sit here today, you have no basis to state that the 1162-1 trigger was a collision, do you?
No, I do not.
And in fact, didn't you refer to that as a 3-point turn?
I did, yes.
And you didn't mention in your direct testimony when you talked about the 3-point turn anything about a collision, did you?
No, I did not.
And as you sit here today,
Thanks for the $5.
there's no fact or data that you have to conclude that there was any supposed collision associated with that 1162-1 3-point turn trigger event, correct?
Correct.
A trigger event can occur on a Lexus vehicle by a whole host of possibilities, correct?
Correct.
You could maybe slam on the brakes and cause a trigger event.
That is one possibility.
You could have just unusual driving. You could be going at a speed or doing something else that has nothing at all to do with a collision, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, there are almost countless events that can occur that can cause a trigger event in a Lexus vehicle.
So I don't know the exact count of what type of triggers there are, but yes, there are a
many.
number. Yes.
Steve, no kidding. Oh my gosh.
So back to the 1162-1 3-point turn trigger event. On your direct examination, you just referred to event surrounding that as a 3-point turn, correct?
Correct.
And yet that 3-point turn registered as a trigger event, right?
Correct.
Are Lexus SUVs trigger happy?
I do not know, sir.
As you sit here today, none of the information in that black box that you referred to on your direct testimony indicates that there was a collision on January 29th, does it?
Not by itself.
Not by itself.
Correct.
And it doesn't occur that none of the information in that black box indicates that there was a collision on any day without more, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to now turn to a different topic, sir. In your direct examination, you referenced a Ms. Maggie Gaffney. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And wasn't part of your reference to her a criticism of her for some of the work that she did with respect to the Lexus SUV?
Yes, it was.
And for instance, you criticized her for failing to extract the micro SD card from the circuit board during the initial chip off, right?
So sure. So I did criticize for not identifying the micro SD card and subsequently not downloading it. Yes.
And on direct, you even tried to lay at her footsteps, if you will, your bits bytes misinterpretation on her by claiming that you assumed, quote, a competent expert, close quote, would not have overlooked a relevant chip. So you became confused how there could be data missing. Is that a fair characterization?
No, it is not.
Did you at all try to use as a justification for your misunderstanding of bits and bytes that it was her work?
Her word?
Her work.
Her work.
Yes, her work.
So it was the overlooking of the SD card. Yes.
Right. So you did try to lay at her footsteps part of the reason why you misinterpreted the bits and bytes that we discussed yesterday. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct.
Okay. So you would agree then that the bits and bytes misinterpretation that you and I discussed yesterday had nothing to do with the work of Ms. Gaffney, correct?
So in part, but that was my mistake. Yes.
All right. I'm trying to understand which
Say
is
my mistake over and over
Is
and
it-
over again.
Miss Gaffney's work had some part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, or her work had no part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes.
Some part.
So you do attempt to lay some blame on Miss Gaffney for your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, correct?
No, I'm not trying to blame anyone.
Okay. In your January 30, 2025 report,
He's grown a bang.
are you consistent with your criticism
bang?
of Miss Gaffney?
As I recall, yeah, I believe so, yes.
In fact, you yourself provided the explanation for why the micro SD card was not extracted during the original chip off, didn't you?
Yes, that it was overlooked.
Right.
Yes.
So if you could please turn to page 5 of your January 30, 2025 report.
Okay.
And sir, when you get there, if you could let me know, and I will then proceed with questions.
Okay.
So you do attribute to Ms. Gaffney in your report some responsibility for this micro SD card not being extracted during the original chip off. Is that correct?
Yes.
So let's go to page 5 of your report, sir. And
If Alessi never turns a fucking page
bear
again,
with me,
I
I
will
want to
be
get
happy.
you the
I will
exact
buy him a car.
location.
Stop turning the page on the microphone. Oh God, my ears.
I don't have it exactly, but I want to quote it. Well, Your Honor, may I have a moment to get the exact quote?
Sure.
Thank you.
Relatively objective. Yeah, at the next break, we'll summarize things. For sure. Whoever mentioned Blink 182 in the chat, you pissed me off. Now Adam's song is stuck in my head. Never conquered, rarely came. 16 just held such better days. Days when I still felt alive. Couldn't wait to get outside. The world is watching, waiting to try. Dream was over, we'd survived. That's gonna be stuck in my head all day.
Thank you for that, Your Honor. I now have it. Mr. Burgess, if you could turn to page 5, as I was referencing, and go to the third full paragraph. If you could look about 2/3 of the way down the far right, you see the word where it starts with at. It's the paragraph beginning when examining vehicle
Yes,
systems.
I
You see
do.
that,
Yes,
sir?
I see it.
And do you see the at that is at the very far right of that paragraph?
Yes.
So it says, at the time of the incident, Burla, and
I'm
Burla
gonna sing more,
is
piss you guys off.
what? Can you read?
Burla is a company that offers and develops forensic hardware and software for vehicle modules.
Right. So at the time of the incident, Burla did not offer support for the infotainment and telematics modules removed from the Lexus, but have since released updated software indicating similar modules are supported via in-vehicle acquisition. According to Burla, currently, there are 2 known and documented modules within the vehicle that have the capability to store data. The infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
So as you stated, Burla is the organization that you described, which for the purpose you did, I'm not going to repeat it on direct examination. If I could sort of put in layman's terms and see, you tell me if this is correct. Burla produces hardware and software to make it easier for non-technical people, as you put it, to extract data from a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You describe in your January 30, 2025 report that at the time of the initial chip-off, Burla did not provide support for the information contained on the micro SD card, correct?
No, so I think you're misreading that last sentence, and I can clarify.
Can you read the last sentence, sir?
I can. So the infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney.
So my question is, did or did not Burla, at the time of the initial chip-off by Ms. Gaffney, provide the technical support to address the information contained on the micro SD card?
No, Burla did not and does not.
Good. That I wanted to.
That was my identifier of the micro SD card. Correct.
So it was not until after the initial chip-off that Ms. Gaffney participated in that Burla updated their software to be able to identify the types of data, for Burla software to be able to identify the types of data contained within the micro SD card on the Lexus circuit.
Thanks for reminding me. It is.
No, that's incorrect.
So Burla didn't do anything new after the initial chip off with its software?
Sure. So Burla released new software after the initial chip off that addresses being able to download software via the infotainment module while it's in the vehicle. So that involves plugging a USB in to the vehicle and downloading data. That does not address the micro SD card on the circuit board itself.
And Ms. Gaffney did not have, at the time of the initial chip off, that updated Burla software, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate your questioning. Thank you for answering my questions. That's all I have at this time, Your Honor, but I have a bit to pack up, so Mr. Brennan can have a clear podium.
Go right ahead.
Thank you.
Brennan, come in and rescue this man. Give him a rope and say hands or neck. It's your choice. Climb out in embarrassment or remain there in shame. But at least you won't care. Yeah.
Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor.
As we wait for Brennan, relatively objective. It's going to have to wait till lunch for me to be able to. Relatively objective said, "Yo, Nick, I was telling my wife about the case and she thought it sounded juicy. At the break, could you give her a high note summary on the tea?" It's going to have to wait until the lunch break or a significant sidebar.
Good afternoon.
Do you know what a sequestration order is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
So it would be an order to not view any testimony of a trial, is my general understanding.
Does that mean that you can't watch any of it on television?
Correct.
Do you understand whether or not you can speak to attorneys about testimony? Is that precluded as well?
I'm not aware either way.
Has anybody ever spoken to you about any testimony about that occurred in this trial before you testified?
No, they have not.
Have I ever discussed, intimated, or suggested any information whatsoever to you about arguments, testimony, or anything about this case as it's ongoing?
No, you have not.
Do you follow the rules, sir?
Yes, I do.
Have you followed them in this case?
Yes, I have.
When you gave your opinions and you've testified, do you have any information or knowledge about this trial as it actually occurred until the point when you testified?
No, I do not.
You were asked some
Wait,
questions
experts aren't always
about your
questioned.
CV. A CV is a resume?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you were asked about a LinkedIn account.
Yes, I was.
Is your LinkedIn account different than your CV?
Yes, it is.
And in this case, when did you learn that your LinkedIn account was wrong or had not been updated? When was the first time you learned that?
That was yesterday.
When you started your LinkedIn account, do you remember when it was you set it up?
I do not. It would have been maybe 10 years ago or more.
Do you routinely update your LinkedIn account?
No, I do not.
When you set up your LinkedIn account, the section where it asks for education, whether graduated or ongoing, do you remember filling out that section?
I don't particularly remember filling it out, but obviously I did at some point.
Obviously, I did.
When you were asked about
Got a bunch of
Aperture's
waiting. I can't wait.
website, how many experts are associated with Aperture?
I could give you a rough number between 80 and 100.
How many offices?
15 or so.
Are you involved in the website design or content?
No, I'm not.
Do you know if Aperture gets the information from their website directly from LinkedIn?
I don't know where they get all of their information from.
Did you ever weigh in or develop your information that was on Aperture's website?
No, not on the website.
Here we go.
You do provide CVs before you come to court, don't you?
Yes, I do.
And
He's gonna.
in this
You're gonna
case,
try and pin
you're
it off
asked by
on
the defense,
someone
when
else
you
did it.
provide your
I don't even
CV,
know.
do you understand that it's going to
No
be
idea.
reviewed
How could
by whoever requests it, the Commonwealth or the defense,
Yes, I do.
and that it will be shared with both sides in the court?
Yes.
In fact, the first time you provided a CV in this case, was it October 11, 2014?
Objection, Your Honor.
So the leading nature sustained.
Do you remember the first time you provided a CV in this case?
It would have been around October
Of what year?
of 2024. Sorry.
And when you provided that, was it as an exhibit to something?
Yes, if I recall, it was as an exhibit to the initial protocol that I sent out.
And when you submitted that CV, did you appreciate whether or not it would be part of a court filing in public?
Yes, I did.
If I could have exhibit 183, please. $183. You could enlarge the top section. Right there is good. And sir, when you provided this CV to be filed with the court and made public, did you indicate that you had obtained a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
Why did you put currently pursuing?
Because I am currently pursuing a bachelor's degree.
And did you understand your CV was received by the defense and they knew this?
Yes, I do understand that.
Subsequently, you were asked to provide an updated CV in April 2025?
Yes, I was.
Did you do that?
I did.
And can we have exhibit 184? Did you further appreciate this would be provided to both the court and the defense?
Yes, I did.
Did you represent to the defense that your education included earning a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
You've testified in, you can take that down, please. You've testified in many other cases
Can we get to the
I have,
point of
yes.
like
in courts
this
around the
guy's an
country.
Yes, I have.
expert
And when you've testified in other courts around the country,
with no
you know whether there are transcripts of your actual testimony?
Yes, I believe there are.
Have you ever represented in any court that you achieved your bachelor's degree?
No, I have not.
Have you ever inflated your qualifications in a court?
No, I have not.
When I asked you about some of your background, you told us that you had certificates in Celebrite and Axiom. I didn't go through all of the qualifications and all of the accomplishments you had, did I?
No, you did not.
Do you have professional certifications,
say you're still
GIAC,
pursuing
Advanced Smartphone Forensic
17
Analysis?
years? How is
Yes,
he
I do.
not
Do
finished?
you have professional certification from CCME, Celebrite Certified Mobile Examiner?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
I would ask him when the last time he took
Do
a
you
fucking
have professional
class.
certifications as a Magnet Certified Forensic Examiner?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained for the same reason.
I'm sorry?
Sustained for the same reason.
Do you have a number of certificates that I did not ask you about?
Yes, you did. I
Can you
did,
share
yes.
some of those with us?
Sure. So one of those is going to be GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensics. So that's going to be Global Information Assurance certification. And that is basically a 40-hour class or 48-hour class with a test at the end to get that certification. There's also a Celebrite Certified Mobile Examiner certification.
not everybody
that is
follows that path.
specifically to
17 years
kind
with
of
4-year
demonstrate your
degree.
knowledge of
How
the
are you
Celebrite
pursuing it?
software,
Is he taking
as
classes?
well as Magnet
How
Forensics certifications, again,
Impossible
for
to
their
not have the
software
credits at this
specifically.
point.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
One class a year and finish
What
a
was that last
4-year
part?
degree.
Any
in 17
certifications
years.
regarding computer hacking?
No, not currently.
Did you also take any classes regarding crash data or Bosch?
Yes, I have.
What do you have for certificates in that arena?
So those certifications would be Crash Data Retrieval Technician and Crash Data Retrieval Analyst. So those courses would be around acquiring and analyzing crash data from airbag control modules.
You mentioned that you had over 700 hours
Yes, I do.
of classes and certification.
Yes, that's of classes and classes and seminars or conferences,
How have you not
specifically in
completed a
digital
degree?
forensics or vehicle forensics.
Do you need a bachelor's degree to be competent and achieve in this area?
No, I do not.
Is a bachelor's degree a prerequisite of success in a particular field?
No, it is not.
You ever hear of Bill Gates,
Yes.
Stephen Jobs,
Objection.
Oprah Winfrey?
This guy isn't Bill Gates or Steve Jobs. This guy's a
You had-
fucking moron.
Become engaged in this case in
Ever heard of a
October
billionaire?
2024?
Correct.
And when you first became engaged, you had a chance to look at photographs and some data?
Yes, I did.
At that point, you hadn't had a chance. Did you have had you had a chance to actually inspect any of the physical property?
No, I had not.
Did you have an understanding that somebody else did?
Yes, I did.
Who?
Miss Gaffney and a number of other people with the MSP.
Attended some type of procedure?
Correct.
And do you know who led the actual procedure?
As far as I'm aware, it would have been Miss Gaffney.
The defense expert?
Correct.
You filed a protocol. What was the purpose in October when you first got involved with filing a protocol?
Sure. So the first purpose of the protocol was just to address the fact that we were missing data that we expected and address a potential solution to gather more data.
Without having looked at the physical property, the actual boards, how did you conclude simply on data and photographs that there was missing data?
Sure. So that would be reviewing the initial data that was provided and not seeing user data like I would expect. And that's because there's a number of different chips that are on a circuit board for an infotainment or a telematics or any other module. And there's a number of different data bearing chips. The purpose of those chips will vary. Some chips' main purpose is to store user data. Some chips' main purpose is to store software or firmware. So if you're gathering, acquiring data from chips that only have software and firmware, then you would not expect or you would not see user data within those chips.
When you made that analysis and concluded that there was missing data, had there been any report provided by Ms. Gaffney suggesting there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Had there been any analysis or opinion alerting that there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Was there anything to indicate that the person who did this test missed data at that point?
No, not at that point.
When you decided to write a protocol so you could actually look at the boards and do an analysis, did you put that protocol in writing?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember if that was around October 10, 2024?
That sounds familiar. Yes.
Now, when you were cross-examined, the attorney asked you if you knew what the word mendacity meant. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you didn't know. Do you now know that means to lie or be untruthful?
Sustained.
He didn't ask you a question. He just asked you if you knew what the word was.
That
Remember
is a question.
Yes, I do.
He asked if you
Remember,
knew what
he
the word
also,
was.
on
Yes.
cross-examination, suggested that when you had
He didn't ask you a
mistake about
question, he
megabytes,
just asked
megabits,
you.
it was the defense expert that alerted you to that mistake. Do you remember that suggestion by the defense?
Yes, I do.
Did they ever show you the documents so you could see the chronology?
No, they did not.
Okay. You wrote a report on October 10, 2024. Did you then write another report, a supplemental protocol?
Yes. So I did write that initial protocol and then a supplemental protocol.
Was that on October 17, 2024?
That sounds about right.
When you wrote that a week later, at that point, had you realized your mistake?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Why did you?
Can we approach, please?
Okay.
Hank Brennan is really a piece of shit. He is a scumbag. Like he's the kind of attorney you want in your corner if you're like a murderer. Why isn't he on Karen's side? That murderer.
Just so we can keep the motherfucking record clear. I am the motherfucker that started the micro penis trend. You motherfuckers merely live in the micro penis trend. I was born in it. Long live Micro Kurt.
24. Thanks, Andrew. I didn't know who did it.
Please indulge me while I recite my poem, The Little Peen.
25.
They say it's not the want but magic, though sometimes size feels slightly tragic. Like a mushroom cap in forest shade, a modest monument nature made. It stands at half attention, a sight that gets no attention. But confidence, not inches, wins the day. At least that's what the tiny soldiers say. And scene.
That's amazing. I have one criticism. You have attention twice in the same phrase. I would put instead of I would say it stands at half attention, a site that gets no mention. That way you preserve the rhyme scheme, you preserve the theme, but you don't repeat the word. So just a minor criticism.
When you realized your
excellent poem
error, what did you do?
So I intended to correct it with a supplemental protocol.
When you corrected it with the supplemental protocol, do you remember what date that was?
Not specifically, I do not.
Okay. If I showed you your report, would that help your memory?
Yes, it would.
May I approach?
Yes.
Please don't read this, just look at it. And if it refreshes your memory, let me know, and then I'll ask you a question.
Yes, it does.
When did you correct your error with the supplemental protocol?
That was on October 17th, 2024.
I took poetry workshop like 5 times in my undergrad degree. So it was 4 credits at night, 1 night a week. It was beautiful.
And do you remember the date that you first received any information from Mr. DeSorga?
No, I do not
Do you
specifically.
remember the date when Mr. DeSorga's information was first filed?
No, I do not.
And do you know if whether it was after your October 17th supplementary report?
Not specifically, but I believe it was after.
And so when it was suggested that you had to be schooled or advised by Mr. DeSorga, was that accurate?
Objection, Your Honor.
Word it differently. Word it differently.
The claim that was made that you weren't aware until someone advised you of your error, was that true?
No, that was untrue.
When you realized there was an error and put it in a report, were you ever dissuaded from publicly alerting all the parties of your mistake?
No.
Do you leave stuff in or out of a report if you find it helpful or hurtful to one side?
No, I do not.
Have you, in this effort that you've made in this case, have you always been encouraged to provide all information regardless of what it is?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, I have.
And who's encouraged you to always provide all information regardless of what it says?
No one. So my job is to assist the jury. So the jury, assisting the jury means presenting all the information.
Have you ever been discouraged by me?
No, I have not.
When you looked at the photographs and you looked at the boards without actually touching them, how long did it take you to figure out that there was some other vehicle for data?
Sure. So it took a few times to look at the photographs before I identified the micro SD card slot.
You were asked whether it's important to be accurate and reliable. Is it in this field?
Yes, it is.
And if data is not found on the chips, is it a standard practice to look elsewhere?
Yes, that would be a standard practice.
Was that done in this case before you became involved?
No, it was not.
Who was the first person to identify where the missing information was?
Myself.
The missing information that you just manufactured?
What happens if you miss information because you don't see it?
So if you miss information,
We're
that's
in a
information
Hawkeye.
that won't help in
Welcome to
the
Paralegal
analysis.
In this case, the information on the SD card that you found, how important was that to this entire analysis?
It was important to timestamp certain events.
Without
you made up
that
the
information in the SD card, would you have been able to
Manufacture a
accurately
variant
timestamp certain events?
that
No,
helped
not so accurately.
generate a
Before you were
timeline.
involved, was that information,
fills our
that very
confirmation
important
bias?
information for timestamps, was that available for either side?
No, it was not.
Is it now?
It is.
You were asked about Burla. When Burla did not have updated software to simply plug into a car and download the information, what process would have to be used?
Sure. So best practice for vehicle forensics is if the module or a vehicle is not supported by a forensic tool, would be to remove that module, or let me start over, manually document the screens on that infotainment module if it's available and it can be powered up. But then also going through disassembling the module, identifying any type of chips or SD cards that may hold data, and acquiring that data.
Is that called a chip-off process?
It is called a chip-off process.
Does it describe the process
Gonna
well?
have a chip-off.
Yes, it does.
Since Ms. Gaffney did the original analysis and did that chip-off,
Man, it was
has the
ramen.
software updated?
Yes.
Is that the Burla software?
No, I'm sorry. So she has not done a updated analysis with the Burla software.
But has the Burla software itself updated?
So the Burla software itself has updated, but it is limited to, again, plugging in a USB into the infotainment module while it's in the car running.
Does the updates in Burla software have anything to do with the SD card?
No, it does not.
Why not?
Because again, they're going a different route to acquire data. And they are acquiring a limited amount of data through what's called diagnostic logs. So if you think of diagnostic logs, your radio unit is keeping logs of any time things happen on the radio for manufacturer purposes. So Burla is taking those logs and they can interpret some of those logs. They are not acquiring all the data that is on the SD card itself.
You have drafted a number of reports in this case.
I have, yes.
Regarding the chip-off process, did Ms. Gaffney ever write a report?
No, not that I'm aware of.
When you wrote reports in this case, do you expect for them to be shared?
Yes, I do.
When other experts, like, for example, Mr. DeSorga writes a report, do you expect to have a copy and review it?
Yes.
Sustained.
What is the standard practice when there are reports from different experts regarding the same subject matter?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there a standard practice
Objection.
regarding reviewing reports from similar experts in similar subject matter?
Sure. So anytime a report is written by an expert, that report would be provided and shared with opposing experts.
Reports, do they always come at the same time in a case?
No, they do not.
When you wrote your reports, how would you provide them so they could be disseminated?
Sure. So that I would typically provide them to the client or the attorney that hired me, and then that would be disseminated.
Did you have an opportunity to receive Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Were you provided that by me, the Commonwealth?
Yes, I was.
And were you asked or given any direction on what you could or should do?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to reach any particular result?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to avoid anything?
No, I was not.
What did you see your role as when you receive a report from another expert like Mr. DeSorga?
Sure. So when I receive a report, I would typically review it and then make a decision if it's better to address any issues in that report through testimony or address those with a supplemental report.
And in that analysis, do you follow your own discretion or do you follow directions of the client?
No, I would follow my own discretion.
Did you ever receive any direction on what you should and shouldn't do regarding considering Mr. DeSorga's report?
No, I did not.
When you looked at Mr. DeSorga's report, did you have concerns about his report?
I did, yes.
I want to talk about his report in detail. Before we get there, share with us what your general concerns were about Mr. DeSorga's report when you reviewed the whole report.
Sure. So what Mr. DeSorga does is take a couple different adjustment methods to attempt to adjust the clock from the Lexus with the iPhone. But what he does is takes a lot of methods or data points that are not applicable to the time that we're interested in.
What do you mean? Can you explain with a little more specificity what he does?
Sure. So if you think about it, your clock is constantly, changing as far as it syncs up with other GPS satellites or network time servers, and it's updating constantly. So a clock variance between two devices may be different at, say, 12 o'clock in the day versus 1 o'clock in the day. So best practice is to choose an event that is nearest to your time in question, so you have the most appropriate
reframe the time,
adjustment.
make it whatever I want.
Variance.
Mr. DeSorga's analysis, did he choose the event most closely tied to the backing up event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
The backing up event, are you familiar with that time frame?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Was Mr. DeSorga's analysis based on information most closely related to that event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What information did Mr. DeSorga choose to use for that analysis relative to the backing up event?
Sure. So he chose a couple things. That's going to be call logs that happened on both devices or that was recorded on both devices, as well as a GPS data point, which was incorrectly identified as being near that or encompassing that 3-point turn. So what we did is did a more thorough analysis of that 3-point turn event when it occurred within the iPhone data, and then compared that and adjusted with the Lexus.
Explain to us your concern about using call logs.
Sure. So there's a number of call logs that you saw earlier that were recorded by the phone and the Lexus.
State attorney.
The one thing
call
you'll
logs
notice,
are
and it's hard
unreliable.
to kind of go back to it without the
with
graph.
call logs
But the
every
calls that
day.
happened between 1 and 5 o'clock that morning
They're not reliable
actually
now,
happened
though.
when the car was powered off. We know that based on the power on and power off events. So those timestamps that are recorded with that 2 second and 1 second offset is actually from Mrs. Reed's iPhone as she gets back in the vehicle and her phone connects up and syncs back up. So the 8 second and the 16 or 21 second offset are the only offsets that we have to compare to calls.
Was that a concern?
It was a concern.
Why?
Because if you're using the 1 and 2 second offsets, that could be misleading because it's not actually comparing the Lexus clock with the iPhone clock from Mr. O'Keefe.
What's it doing?
It's comparing the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock with Mrs. Reed's iPhone clock.
What other concerns?
Sure. So the other concern was a GPS point known as GPS 154, which if you remember yesterday, we talked about it a little bit. So that was misidentified as being the end or towards the end of that 3-point turn. But when we look closer at all the location data, we can see that that actually occurs between 12:23:59 and I believe it was 12:24:07.
Let me ask you some questions about what compelled you to look at the 3-point turn and synchronize the clocks. Were you aware of Mr. Whiffin's report where he offered that the last user interaction on Mr. Whiffin's phone was 12:32:09?
Objection.
No. You were asked, did you consider Mr. Whiffin's report where there was a last user interaction of 12:32:09 by the user?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
You were asked if you considered that. Did you know that information?
I did know that information was available and existed, but I did not use that in my analysis for the clock synchronization.
Did that have any part of your motivation to do the clock synchronization?
No, it did not.
Were you attempting to match the synchronization with any of this other information that exists in data?
No, I was not.
You were also asked if you were aware of Mr. O'Keefe's phone that at 12:32:16, it ended its movement.
Yes, I was aware of that. Yes.
Did that in any way affect your interest or your decision to synchronize the clocks?
No, it did not. So my primary focus and to adjust the clocks was because I thought the PowerPoint slides by Mr. DeSogra were misleading.
When you were shown Exhibit 190, can we have 190, please?
Hey guys, I'm gonna go make some ramen real quick. I'll be listening, but I'll be right back.
You were shown
Only
this
take a couple
chart.
minutes.
Was this
We're just doing
the
quick and dirty
entirety of
ramen,
Mr.
nothing,
DeSorga's report?
No, it was not.
Was there
Nothing too crazy.
text information offered by Mr. DeSorga to give his position or explanation of this?
Yes, there was.
Is that included in this exhibit?
No, it's not.
Did you get a chance to read Mr. DeSorga's report, including the actual text explaining his analysis and process leading to this chart?
Yes, I was.
Did you look at Mr. DeSorga's entire report?
Yes, I did.
All right, move to introduce Mr. DeSorga's report.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. So this was triple D for identification. That would be the next exhibit.
Exhibit 191.
You said as a result of Mr. DeSorga's report, you were concerned, so that compelled you to do your analysis that resulted in your May 8th report?
Correct.
I want you to take us through Mr. DeSorga's report and explain to the jury what concerned you about his analysis.
Sure.
With the court's permission, I'd like to put this page 1 of this report. Is this the front cover of Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
Turn to page 2, please. What do you recognize this slide or photograph coming from?
Sure. So this slide is coming from Dr. Welcher's overall PowerPoint slides.
When you first saw this slide, where did you first see, which source did you first see this through?
Through Mr. DeSogra's PowerPoint.
Well, Dr. Welcher works at Aperture, doesn't he?
He does, yes.
Did you know he was working on this case?
Yes, I did.
Was he providing you his PowerPoint or slides before this point?
No, he was not.
When you first saw this slide, did you see information about the timing of the tech stream event, which was the backing maneuver?
Yes, I did.
And what time did that show?
Can we blow it up just so I don't get the time
Please.
wrong?
Up, please. I'm sorry. Up. There we go. Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
Sure. So that's got the tech stream event ending at 12:31:43.
These tech stream events that are captured, do you know how long of the event is captured? How many seconds?
Yes. So approximately 5 seconds before the trigger threshold is met and 5 seconds after.
When this information that you reviewed in Mr. DeSorga's report, do you know what clock is used to identify the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43?
Yes, I do.
And what clock is that?
So that's a combination of the Lexus clock that's coming from the infotainment center, as well as the running timer that we discussed yesterday that's coming from the airbag module itself.
Is the source of that time important?
Yes, it is.
If you compare time from a different clock with time from a different clock and don't synchronize the two, does that lead you to an accurate result?
No, it does not.
When you were answering questions, you repeatedly were saying, according to the Lexus clock. Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly? One moment, please.
Sure.
Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly?
Sure. So to make sure that the jury understood that that timestamp was coming from the Lexus itself and was not an adjusted timestamp to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Could you scroll down, please, Ms. Gilman? Up a little bit, please. Thank you. The 3209, what did you understand that information to be?
Sure. So that is information I understood to be the last device lock recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And what clock did you understand that time came from?
That would come from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock.
If you reconciled his iPhone clock information, or if you compared it without reconciling to the Lexus information, what's the danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there any danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Is there any danger in comparing two times if you don't consider the clocks that they came from?
Yes, there is. So you could essentially be, in inaccurate time for when that event actually occurred.
If you could just scroll down to the bottom so we can see the rest of that. You mentioned the word variance yesterday during your direct examination. I'm going to ask you to look at that box that has the green around it. Is that an example of variance?
Yes, that is an example of variance between, no. So I take that back. That is not an example of variance itself. That is an example of, comparing the end of the tech stream event to the device lock event.
Is that attempting to compare two different devices?
So that's attempting to, that's not attempting to compare anything. It's just stating that the time between the device event lock and the end of the tech stream event, unadjusted, is approximately 26 seconds.
Is that accounting for synchronization or not accounting for synchronization?
That is not accounting. That is not with synchronization.
Can we turn to the next page, please? Did you review the next page of Mr. DeSorga's report?
Yes, I did.
And did it lead you to any concerns?
This page specifically, yes and no. So this page again is just showing the time difference between the end of the tech stream event and Mr. O'Keefe's last device lock event.
Is this another way of showing the information that was in that green box?
It is. It's another way of showing the information in that green box, but it is not a clock variance or an adjustment.
Could you turn the page, please? When you read this page, is this a opinion or conclusion?
No, it does not.
What is it?
So this is just pointing out that when the 26-second window, which they'll refer as John's interaction window, when that number is positive, then the phone interaction occurs after the end of the tech stream event. When that number is negative, the phone interaction occurs before the end of the tech stream event ends.
Did you have any issue with that slide?
No, not that slide in particular.
Okay, if we turn the next page. Did you have an opportunity to review the next page?
Yes, I did.
And were you in agreement with this page?
I was in agreement with this page, yes.
And what does this tell us?
So this page points out that two clocks are not always in sync. So again, to synchronize those clocks, you would have to have a shared event that occurred on both devices.
If we could have the next page, please. Any chance to make that a tiny bit bigger, Ms. Gilman? Were you in agreement with this page?
No, I was not.
Tell us what concerned you about this page.
Sure. So this page is potentially misleading to the jury again by using.
I'll strike that.
Just tell me what your concerns were.
Sure. So my concerns with this that it was potentially misleading to the jury.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
I'm going to allow that. That's his concern.
Sure. So that this slide was potentially misleading to the jury because it uses incorrect adjustments to try and adjust the times.
How does it use incorrect adjustments? Explain that to us so it's very basic, please.
Sure. So as we kind of go through the next few slides, you'll see. But essentially what they're doing is, or what is being done, is they're comparing call logs, timestamps from call logs from when the phone was off, suggesting that, again, that the lock event occurs after the end of the tech stream event, as well as incorrectly identifying the GPS point when the 3-point turn ends.
Will you better be able to explain that to us with the further slides that come next?
Yes, I believe so.
If we could turn to the next page, please. Okay. Is this just a label of what's to come?
It is.
And can we turn to the next page, please? If we could start, Ms. Gilman, with the top left-hand box, if you could enlarge that for us. Did you review this information in this box?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And before we get to your opinions, what does this information tell you?
Sure. So this is a snapshot from my initial report where I point out that the ignition on happens approximately 3 seconds before the infotainment power on event. So you can see that. I think we're up a little too high on the page. Yeah. So highlighted in the red. That's based on our testing where we identified that the ignition on, or your finger on the ignition pressing it, and the engine coming on and the vehicle coming on happens 3 seconds before the infotainment system powers on.
You were asked on cross-examination about that 3 seconds between the pressing the button and the infotainment system going on, but you weren't allowed to answer the question whether you considered it or why that was important. So I'm going to give you that opportunity now.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Ask the question.
Okay. Is there significance to that 3 seconds, and did you consider it in your report, in your findings?
Yes, I did.
Share with us.
Sure. So when we make our adjustments based on the event, so in this case, the 3-point turn, what we're looking at is the approximate time frame when that 3-point turn occurred via Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. And then we're adjusting that for the approximate time that the tech stream event and that 3-point turn ends. So as we sync those clocks, we're adjusting not only for the difference in the clocks, but we're also adjusting for this 3-second delay.
Did you accommodate that 3-second delay in your analysis and your conclusions?
Yes, that was included in my analysis.
Now back to the screen. The information there, is that text taken from your actual report?
Yes, it is.
Could we shrink the screen, please? And then the photograph in the bottom left, if we could enlarge that, is that as well from your report?
Yes, that is also from my report.
Did we look at that yesterday on your direct examination?
Yes, I believe so.
And briefly tell us what that depicts.
Sure. So that's during our exemplar testing, where again we've got it rigged with cameras that are recording video and timestamps of interactions we're having with the vehicle, which include powering it on and powering it off.
If you could shrink the screen, and we'll go to the right, Ms. Gilman. What was the import of this screen to you in its entirety?
Sure. So this is not actually a valid way to adjust or synchronize clocks because, again, we're not adjusting based on a shared event. So the ignition on event occurs. It is not recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. But again, we are adjusting and including this in our timestamp adjustment.
If we turn to the next page, please. You were asked about the process of synchronization through phone calls or through the 3-point turn data.
Yes, that's correct.
Why did you choose to use the 3-point turn data instead of phone calls?
Sure. So I chose to use the 3-point turn data because it was closer in time to the event that was of interest. As well as it was based not only on the infotainment clock, but it was also based on that running timer. So once we adjust that first event to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, the second event is also based on that running timer. So it would also be adjusted.
Did you have any concerns about using phone calls specifically?
Yes, I did.
And what were they and why?
Sure. So those concerns were related to the phone calls that we could actually compare, and again, some of the phone calls that happened earlier or closer to the event of interest were not actually recorded by the infotainment system itself.
Why is it important to take an event closest to the time of the event you're studying?
Sure. So like I kind of said before, clock variants will change between devices as they are constantly syncing back up with reference systems. So a clock difference that you see at 1 o'clock in the day is not going to be the same as you would see at 2 o'clock in the day.
When you chose the 3-point turn, how close to the backing up event was that in time?
I believe it was within 10 minutes or so.
Was that closer in time or further away in time than the phone calls as a method?
That was closer in time than the phone calls. If you think back to the phone calls that we could have compared, those occurred at 5 o'clock in the morning.
We turn to the next page, please. Did you have a chance to review this slide of the PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now you see on the left is a box. Where's that box taken from?
Sure. So that box on the left is taken from my report. That's going to be my initial report.
January 30th, 2025?
That's correct.
Okay. And share with us what you were trying to express in this box.
Sure. So again, this box is
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I
Sure.
apologize. Ms. Gilman, is there any chance we could enlarge the box on the left? My apologies. Okay, please proceed.
Sure. So this is a comparison of the calls. So the infotainment call timestamps are on the furthest left column. So again, your infotainment system, when you plug your phone in, is recording and synchronizing your calls. It's not great about recording and synchronizing every call. So there's a lot of calls here that we don't have that we know exist based on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So the calls that we do have that were recorded in the infotainment system, we can compare to the timestamps that those are recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So when we do that, there's a couple things we notice is during that 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock and 4:45 time frame, when we look back at the power on and off events, we know the vehicle was not powered on at that time. So the vehicle's off. So those timestamps are not coming from the vehicle. They're coming from Mrs. Reed's iPhone or the defendant's iPhone. And then the times after 5:21, we know the vehicle has been powered up at that point. So those timestamps are coming from the infotainment system itself. So that's why we can actually do a comparison of those timestamps and determine the exact or the approximate clock variance.
When you look at the call timestamps of 1:14:13, 4:38:16, and 4:42:06 and 4:45:12, was the power on or off with the car during those four first calls?
Yeah, so with those first 5 calls, the car was powered off. And again, we know that based on the power on and off event. We also know that just by looking at the offset, it's a consistent 1 or 2 seconds. And that's what we typically expect and see between two iPhones. That's because iPhones are generally pinging back to Apple servers or
Thanks for bearing
GPS
with me.
towers
I'm back.
that are the same. So those times are pretty consistent and pretty accurate.
Was the power on by 5:04:28?
No, not at 5:04:28. It was still
Yes,
powered
my
off.
voice is lower.
So those first five events, were they reliable for you to use in synchronization?
No, they were not.
You gave us a number of reasons. One, the time distance between the event and because they were phone to phone. Any other reasons why they weren't?
I'll strike the first part, ask the question.
Besides the reasons you already gave us, are there any other reasons why this would not be a reliable way to synchronize two separate devices?
Not besides
It's
the
amazing.
points I've made
You're
already.
attacking the defense's report
And if we could,
in their case in chief. The defense hasn't
Zoom
gotten to
back on
use
this.
their report yet. This should be done on rebuttal.
the box on the right, is that from your report? Or is that Mr. DeSorga?
That's
Them
Mr.
preempting the defense
DeSorga.
is insane.
Was there anything about that analysis that concerned you?
Sure. So that analysis is misleading because again, it's not comparing Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to
You
the
don't even know
infotainment
the
system.
analysis yet.
It's actually comparing the defendant's iPhone to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Is there any acknowledgement anywhere in Mr. DeSorga's report that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone rather than iPhone to infotainment?
No, there's not.
Did you ever receive any report from Mr. DeSorga that would alert that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone and not iPhone to infotainment?
Objection, Your Honor.
If we could go to the next slide, please.
Take you to the playground
Is this
slide,
a similar or
Brennan.
a different slide?
You nerd.
Sure. So this is a different slide.
Okay. If we can zoom in on the left box, please. Where does that box come from?
Sure. So again, that's coming from the same page of my report, just highlighting the 5:30 phone call, and this is comparing the iPhone from Mr.
No,
O'Keefe
Buzzy,
with the
because they-
infotainment clock.
At
Actually
that point,
debated
is the
this
power
guy
on
coming in
of
for this
the
purpose.
Lexus.
Because
Yes. So at this point, the power is on. So this is a
I'll allow it.
comparison of the infotainment clock with the iPhone clock at that time.
Could you zoom out? That final box that shows the comparison between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, do you have any concerns about the accuracy of that information for that time?
No, so I think those times are accurate, but again, that's at 5 o'clock in the morning when we're trying to adjust the clock variance, and it's too far away from the time in question. So if we zoom back in to the box, we can actually see in the data what I'm talking about as far as clock variance will change, with time. So the phone call at 5:21, we see an offset of around 8 seconds between the two devices, between the infotainment system and the iPhone. And then at 5:30, which is only 9 minutes later, we can see that offset has actually increased between 16 and 21.
In capturing this data, were there phone calls between the infotainment system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, those last two phone calls were between the infotainment system, or were recorded by the infotainment system with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
How does that happen?
Sure. So that's, when the device is connected up to the vehicle and you make a phone call, the call is recorded within the infotainment system and it's recorded with the infotainment system's timestamp.
Could you focus on the right-hand box, please? Did you review the right-hand box?
Yes, I did.
Was that from your report or is that Mr. DeSorga's opinion?
That's Mr. DeSorga's.
Did you have any agreement with that?
Yes, so I do agree with that calculation, but again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning versus
Thank you
when
for
we're really
giving
interested in
5 more
around
members.
12:30.
You what?
Can we have the next slide, please? Could we?
Much
enlarge
appreciated.
that?
Let's turn the chat green.
Do you know where this photograph came from?
Yes, so this screenshot came from Dr. Welcher's presentation.
When's the first time you saw this screen?
When I saw this presentation.
In Mr. DeSorga's report?
Correct, yes.
Had you seen this before that?
I had not seen this before that.
If we could focus in a little more, especially the bottom left hand. When you reviewed this, did you feel any need to do further testing?
Yes, I did.
Why?
So what we're looking at, if we zoom back out, so what that is the 12:23:38.
KJ, welcome to Paralegal Status.
Is the approximate time that the text stream event occurred. Now, what we want to do is we want to be able to compare that to the 3-point turn from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. What you'll notice, though, is right here, we've got a circled GPS point. So if we can zoom in there. So this circle here is actually circled GPS point 155, which is after this point, but we'll kind of ignore that. But GPS 154, and it's hard to see, the time is 12:23:58. When we look at that, what we see is that actually that GPS position is recorded before the 3-point turn even starts.
You mentioned 154 begins recording before the 3-point turn starts.
Correct.
Is the end time of the 3-point turn a time before or after that 12:23:58?
Sure. So the end of the 3-point turn logically would be after this point.
At the time you saw the slide, had you broken down point 154?
No, not at the time that I saw this slide.
Could you zoom back out a little bit, please? The information in the right box, is that from you or from Mr. DeSorga?
That is not from me.
And when you read that, did that compel you to want to do anything?
Yes, it did. So again, my initial thought was to address this during testimony. With further review and further thought, I decided it was best to offer a supplemental report. What this is, basically the math I agree with. The point I don't agree with is that GPS 154 is the time towards the end of the 3-point turn. And now reviewing further data, we know that's not true.
The 12:23:58 event on the phone, is that related to the first event, the 3-point turn, or the second event, the backing maneuver?
So that's going to be related to the first event, the 3-point turn.
Was there any other data that was closer in time to the to the backing event that you had access to?
No, not that we had access to.
We turn to the next slide, please. You've seen this part of the report before?
Yes, I have.
Having seen the earlier part of the report, does it help you explain and understand this diagram?
Yes, it does.
Is this your diagram or Mr. DeSorger's?
This is Mr. DeSogris.
Do you agree with this diagram?
No, I do not.
Okay. Could you explain to us what this, from your perspective, from your experience, what this chart is trying to suggest?
Sure. So this chart is trying to suggest that the lock event always occurs after the end of the text stream event. And again, that's using inaccurate adjustments to make that conclusion.
I want you to use the pointer and I want you to take us line by line why you believe that this is inaccurate in trying to conclude the time of those locking adjustments.
Sure. So it's kind of hard to tell. So what we've got is we've actually got two different sections. So we've got the top section, which is 6 events. So that's going to be the GPS event and those, let's see, no, that's going to be this, it's hard to say. That's going to be the phone calls and the GPS event that are calculated in this. And it's also done with the 3-second delay as well adjusted. But what we see is, so this obviously +1 is one of the phone calls that was from the defendant's iPhone time. So not from the infotainment system. So that's a inaccurate comparison. Same thing for the +2, the +1, the +2 again, the +8, the +16, and the +20 are going to be those last two calls. If you'll notice, the very last call, we can't really tell which phone call is the correct one to compare. So we're using both within that same time frame. And that's why we get the 16 or the 21-second variance. But again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning. So that's not appropriate for the time that we were interested in. And then the 20-second variance is coming from that inaccurate GPS position comparison.
Could we enlarge that a little bit, Ms. Gilman? On the 2021, is that plus or minus 21?
So that is -21.
The 20 and 21, is that based on different information than the 1, 2, and 8?
Yes, it is.
And explain again for us, where's the different source of the information?
Sure. So the -20 is coming from that GPS point 154, which we know is not the end of the 3-point turn. It's right before the 3-point turn
Right
begins.
before the 3-point turn begins.
And the -21 is coming from the last phone call that happens around 5:20, I believe, or 5:30. And again, that's 5 hours after the time of interest.
The -20 and -21, is that suggesting that time should be taken off or put onto Mr. O'Keefe's phone for synchronization?
Sure. So that's suggesting that time should be, I'd have to go back to the other slides. I believe that's either way, it's suggesting that the iPhone lock event occurs +6 or +5 seconds after the end of the text stream event.
Besides not accommodating for the timing of that timestamp at the beginning of the 3-point turn, is there anything else about this that concerns you?
No, just that overall, these numbers can be misleading, again, because they're based on inaccurate adjustments, and could lead, again, the jury to believe that the lock event always happens after the end of the text stream event.
Could we go to the last page of Mr. DeSorger's report? Is this a conclusion offered by Mr. DeSorger?
Yes, it is.
Did you agree with that?
No, I did not.
Why not?
So based on those inaccurate adjustments, this slide is again kind of misleading in the fact that it states there's always interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the end of the text stream event.
You can take that down and turn that off, please, for a moment. After reviewing this report, you told us you then engaged in further study for synchronization?
Yes, I did.
Did you call me on May 7th?
Yes.
Guys, Uncivil Law just made the best tweet of the day. I'm so happy.
On May 7th?
Yes.
Sure. So I would just finish the report and submit it.
Did you?
I did.
When did you submit it?
May 8th.
And do you know that it was provided to the defense by email on May 8th? Do you know if it was provided to the defense?
Yes, I know it was provided. I don't know when.
Now, if we could have Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint, we can go back to page 38, please.
I'll pull it up in a little bit.
After you explain to us.
Can we approach on the scope, I believe he said. Which, all this does seem beyond the scope of the cross-examination, considering it wasn't brought up during cross-examination at all. So, not to get too personal, I try to keep my personal drama off the show, but a bunch of people on Twitter are demanding some sort of public repentance and penance and stuff. And I just think it's getting to be a little bit unhealthy. So I thought of something funny. I just asked Grok if I'm allowed to call this guy a fag. But I didn't call him one yet, so I don't think I can get banned for that. If it's just a legitimate question. These people need help, man. Let me find Kurt's tweet real quick. I just retweeted it, so. Kurt put up a poll here. And all right, here we go. So yeah, his poll says testimony from Shannon Burgess in the Karen Reed trial he's left out trial, but that's because his brain skipped it. Needs to come with a medical warning. What should be listed as the first and most concerning mental risk factor? I think we all know what's missing from this list. I think we all know. But I'm going with so he's got stroke, aneurysm, intracranial brain bleed, which are all three roughly the same thing. It's the same joke. So that I'm going to give this joke a C-. Loss of will to live brings it up and saves it a little bit because he did out of 4 things make one thing different, which is why I'll pick it. Oh, see, everybody else gets that too. But where's the micropene casserole option? I need to know this. Where's that? How are we supposed to do this without the proper choices? Oh.
How many micropeens equal one regular peen? 30, 40?
We're at 26 so far. I guess we'll find out eventually.
Your Honor, the word Kurt implies disconcerting shortness. Is that a inky dink or a micropeen?
27.
Your Honor, when your micropene is as small as Kurt's, you get to choose your own gender, and even Ben Shapiro won't get mad.
28.
Sustained. You can't argue with science.
28. I'm such a child. I'm not sorry about it, though. I don't know how to be.
This motherfucker sweating so much, his drawbridge of a bang is going to connect with his soul patch, and the souls of the children he's eating are going to storm that castle of a hair patch.
Obligatory micropene statement.
29.
Court recorder Nick, can we get a micro SD counter too? I can't keep track of all these different micros.
I don't think that one counts, and no, I don't. I don't want to do a micro SD counter. I'm sorry. I don't believe in the micro SD. I think it was a macro SD.
Kurt's peen experiences quantum effects.
Hey, Nikki, you're a complete and utter petty scumbag. Yes, of course I am. Why is this a surprise? Oh shit. That was 30. Kurt's peen experiences quantum effects. That's a good. See, that's an advanced degree micropene joke. Shannon Burgess wouldn't know because he hasn't completed his undergrad yet.
Fofos, I'm tipping. Wood grain, I'm gripping. Catch me lane switching. With the paint dripping, turn your neck and your dame missing. Like Kurt's micropene as.
The flow on the AI there was ridiculous. I'm playing that again. Holy shit.
Fofos, I'm tipping. Wood grain, I'm gripping. Catch me lane switching. With the paint dripping, turn your neck and your dame missing.
Oh my gosh.
Like Kurt's micropene as.
He lands that hard. Good Lord. He landed that like a Malaysian airliner. We're at 31. That's 31 micropenes.
Your Honor, I move that the text stream don't be made to say it's a Zergling Lester, a smaller type of Zerg. Also, Kurt had a 5 a.m. text stream event from his micropene.
32. Have you calculated the variance on your counter? Yes. We could have an accidental macro peening. I've taken that into consideration. Don't worry. Nick, you're a petty asshole. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I can't help it. I'm critically disabled. You don't get to criticize my disability.
Thank you.
All rise, please. Jared, close your notebook. Follow me.
Get him out. Hey, I think we got to be at lunch. Got to be at lunch. If the micropene included the counter included the chat, it'd be up to 1,872. Oh my gosh. Has Kurt blocked you on X yet? You're going to give him a stroke. No, he's doing a really good job of ignoring me. I got to give him credit. He is doing a really good job. I think he's only had like one statement since all this started where he's like, Nick is just mad. He used to be somebody and now he's nobody. It's like, yes, I'm really angry about it. I'm going to petition the world to fix that. I'm going to do it by making fun of micropenis. I know the way to victory. The victory is by phallic shamery. Buckmaster says, what's the name of Nanny? Better people know who she is. I said her name was Cheney earlier. People can go back and find it. I don't care. Like I said, I don't want people to harass her or anything like that. I don't think there's any grounds for that. But I have no problem with people knowing what she did. Oh, God, I hate when they do this. Yeah, I just have no qualm or issue now with people knowing what she did. I mean, my daughter's telling me these stories and I'm fucking horrified. It's absolutely insane. One of the last conversations we had with her was when we were out of town for a couple days and she was watching the kids and she called up Lady Raggets in it would have been in the middle of the day. Cause yeah, we were at a convention. So we're talking before 5 o'clock and she was, no, sorry. It was about 9 o'clock. So it was safe, and she was calling us from our bedroom, which is where she would stay when she stayed with the kids. No problem with that. And then she's calling us from our bedroom, obviously critically intoxicated. And it was pretty disconcerting to have that happen. But, she was a nanny and she was watching the kids, but we also have a 17-year-old. So not super concerned if anybody needed anything. They had siblings to be there as well. But, this is someone that we paid. I mean, her annual income was well north of $50,000 plus expenses from our payments alone. I mean, and if she had a couple side gigs that she would do where she would tell us that, she wasn't available for certain days or whatever because she had another job. So she earned extra money there. When you're paying someone over $50,000 a year, I think it's fair that they don't commit a crime by giving your child alcohol. Oh, and I say plus expenses. Those expenses were over $30,000 for the year too. So, all told, about $90,000 of money went towards this person annually. So yeah, like I said, when she left our employment, she left at one of the worst possible times, in the middle of the school year. That was that required some days 3 drivers, just because of the kids having different activities in different places at the same time. Abandoning us at that point, we asked her to stay and finish out the school year, and she said no. Abandoning us at that point was absolutely brutal, and it was devastating to our schedule. It added tons of stress. It made me unable to stream almost entirely during the daytime for a significant amount of time. And, to find out that she was doing that while being extremely intoxicated and while giving one of our children alcohol. Did I say 19K or 90K? It was about 90, with expenses. Now, a lot of the expenses were because they, as groceries and stuff for the house and food for the kids after they got picked up from an activity if they wanted to go grab fast food on the way home and stuff like that. So kind of ridiculous. That being said,
how many micropeens could a micropene if a micropene could micropeens?
You only get one. Yeah, I know you're trying to pull a fast one on me, but you only get one. There is a way to get more than one per comment, but you got to figure that out on your own. I'm not giving you the rules.
Kurt's micropene is so micro, it jumps electron shells when energized.
Now we've got oh my gosh. So we're at 34. We got an ionized micropene now.
Your Honor, please direct the quote expert unquote to answer the question. How many micropeens does it take to make up a normal peen? He has already made mistakes converting bits and bytes.
Objection. Overruled. The witness will answer if he knows. So do you know how many Kurt micropeens it takes to equal a normal peen?
We're at 34. 34 now. Oh my gosh.
Nick, you are transitioning into a werewolf before our very eyes. We will get that haircut, sir.
You're going to have to pin me down. Shave it like Eric July's shoulders. No! Cookie, stay away.
Lord Kurt of Girth, both bald and wide, did waddle cross the countryside. His dome shone bright, his chins did swing, yet 'twas his wee acorn caused most chortling. No sword of might, nor staff of yore, but a ticklish twig men did ignore. Still proud, with goblet high, his belly grand, his breeches spry, and though his scepter scarce did peep.
35. What is with these poems?
Just saying, Her name being Cheney really should have tipped you off. Glad there wasn't birdshot around to accidentally get you with.
She would have left you needing a man-made micropeen.
36. I also will publicly say, because some people have asked so far in the chat, there was never anything, any inappropriate or untoward activity with her at all during any of her employment, including like drugs, or we never drank alcohol with her. We never, she was obviously not involved and had no knowledge of the drug stuff at all. She stated that to the police as well, I believe, if I remember her interview correctly, and I will happily back her up and say that she had no knowledge of that activity and should not be in any way accused with or associated with it. That was not on her at all, and I would not have people misunderstand that. What she did was what she did. It had nothing to do with what I was doing. Derek Boodle says YouTubers must make a lot of money if they can afford a $90K nanny. Sometimes you know, we can make a lot of money for sure. Yeah, I mean, the idea is, of course, it's an investment into your own time. And the problem was it didn't work out that way. It did for a little while at the beginning. It was nice, and then Buckmaster says, now that police know, they don't need you to report. If she did give your kids alcohol, anyone can report her and police can charge her. I don't have a lot of interest in re-traumatizing my child by re-exposing her to the nanny who did this stuff. I really don't. You know, it'd be a hard case to prove anyway. It's he said, she said. My child would have to testify for that. I'm not really interested in that. I don't care. I'm more concerned that her, you know, employers know, and we have made her current employers aware of it because her new employers are, she does the same job for them. So obviously we would want them to know. But yeah, I mean, I don't think I could afford a $90,000 a year nanny now. Don't get me wrong. Things have changed. That's okay. I've been saying for years, because people talked about whatever, like, oh, it could all go away tomorrow. It's like, yeah, I know it could. And for a while it did. But you know, I think I'll be okay. I think I'll be okay in the long run. My advice to people is, in appropriate and legal ways, enjoy life's fruits when you have them. Because if you don't enjoy the fruits of your labor and the fruits of your diligence and effort and character, then and you die, like you get hit by a bus or whatever, then you've wasted all that investment. I mean, it has its own reward in some ways, but my goodness, it part of the reward is the obvious stuff. If you become successful in business, if you become successful in anything, enjoy it and exploit it, because you might lose it the next day. Sometimes you lose it because your own actions, like me, which I shouldn't say lose it. I'm being way over dramatic on that. But you know, sometimes you impact it because of your own actions, but other times, again, like you get sick, anything could happen and change your life and change your stars, so to speak. So enjoy it, man. That's what life is for. Don't enjoy it with a bunch of drugs, though. Don't do that. That's a mistake. That will cause a bunch of havoc in your life and lead to a lot of pain and trauma that you don't need.
This Nick motherfucker phone take micropene to billionaire pipeline. This will be the new meta. You really owe Kurt Biatch.
I know. Kurt has made me a shitload of money by being such a bitch about his voice. Micropene counters up to 37. Here we go. Let's see. Oh, here we go. The most banned queen says lying degenerate piece of shit. Okay. We'll start off that way. Anyone not on drugs knows you and your coked out wife should have realized what your nanny was doing. How? How would you propose to realize that your nanny gave your child alcohol when neither of them said that and they did it while you were away? What is your proposed method of me having to know that? 1 second. It's not like she got her drunk while we were there. She didn't. She never gave her, to my knowledge. She gave her alcohol like one time, which is still completely unacceptable and is still a crime. But it's not like she got her like drunk, and it wasn't something that she did on a regular basis. I think she got drunk and made a stupid decision, thought it would be funny or something like, harmless. But it's not harmless, right? Again, I'm not criticizing other parents who've done that. I think I grew up in the 80s, and like I said, a lot of kids had tried a sip or two of beer in their life by the time they were, I don't know, whatever age. It was a little bit different. But that was their parents doing that, their parents' decisions to do that. And it was also, I think at the time it was less frequently illegal, or might have been completely legal for a parent to do it, especially in the state of Texas where I was. But yeah, it's hard to realize something's going on when it happens entirely when you're not around, which is the purpose of having a nanny, is that someone to be there, like rather than finding a babysitter every single time, you just have someone who you can rely on to, to be there for your kids. Especially there was a lot of travel that year for work. Did four live shows, I think. 4 live shows, and then I have a general other travel that happened throughout the year as well. So she was with the kids a significant amount of time. That was her job. It was to allow me to do mine. But here we go.
In quiet town where whispers softly creep, lives Kurt, whose secrets buried dark and deep. His micropene, a tale that's seldom told, a modest spark where bolder flames grow cold. No grand display beneath the starlit sky. Yet Kurt, with charm, lets not his spirit die. In jest or jibe, he meets the world with grace. His wit and warmth outshine his private space. For size, though small, cannot define the man whose heart and mind expand where flesh began. So raise a glass to Kurt with mirth sincere. His tiny truth we honor with a cheer.
Thank you for writing a poem in the iambic to have a micropene joke. Did you have cool, Mike? Did you have an AI do that, or did you actually write that out yourself? That's 38 micropenes. Let's see.
Is that why Kurt moved to Texas? Everything bigger in Texas, including his micropene. Biggest micropene around.
It's 39. We're about to find. Someone asked earlier, is it 30 or 40 micropenes that make a full, I guess a full average? Is that what we call it? What is it? Is it a full average? Actually, though, no, it'd be a low below average, right? That'd be a micropene moving up to the next level is still at the bottom of the rung of the bell curve, so to speak.
Kurt's belly is fat, his penis is tiny. With a handful of cream to rub on his hiney. He rubs it in deep like he was taught by his mutha. His only wish is it was hot brutha butter.
That's 40. That's 40. I don't know if we've gone from micropene up to utterly disappointing peen, but maybe we have. I don't know the science of it. I'd ask Shannon Burgess, but he'd say the variance. The variance would get him.
Micropene.
Even in AI, Daryl Brooks can't pronounce words. Oh my gosh. If we get 100 mentions, we can make it a centipede. Oh, that's gross. My dick doesn't even work? Oh man, is it on welfare? God. Why would she give it to the 11-year-old but not the 17? Well, I have my theories about that, but I don't. I'm not going to get into those too much. They just involve the interpersonal relationships between the kids, which are, you know, each kid has their own relationship with someone, right? Like they're not a monolith. That's the expression I was looking for. They're not a monolith. So I would assume it just was because she thought either she could or that it would be better. Her relationship with that child was particularly complicated. I just got a text that says Kurt's just mad because I abandoned him in Vegas. Facts, I did do that. And I forced them to give him a ride to the hotel. I didn't force you. You should pay for making me take a taxi with that creep. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have so many sins. So many I've forgotten. I blame the drugs and the alcohol.
In Shadowed Vale, where Kurt's small tail is spun, his micropene, a jest for everyone. No AI crafted this, by hand it's writ, a human heart with ink and playful wit.
We're up to 42. Oh my gosh.
Your Honor, subpoenas or micropenis? That is the question.
I don't know. What do you guys prefer? Subpoenas or micropenis? That is the question at the end of the day. All right, we've caught up on super tips. We are at 43. And that's delicious. Not all of those super tips involve micropenes. So doing great today on super tips. I don't know. The analytics are getting there on it. I don't quite know how many we've gotten today, but we're already up to 851 total super tips since implementing it, which is really great. Love that you guys are enjoying it and taking advantage of it. You're funnier than me most of the time, so it's way better than whatever lame joke I was going to say gets overshadowed by a micropenis joke with regularity. Okay, so let's go back to this cross-examination of Paul. We can watch it and see. I don't know. I don't know if people are super interested in what happened in the first trial, even if it was brutal. I always have trouble watching something that I know the outcome of. It's just as far as this trial stuff. It just takes away some of the magic for me. Although it can be very funny. This guy's he's a meat-headed idiot. Like this guy should be working hard to get up to running the counter at a Wendy's or whatever. Billdozer says, Nick says the tips are delicious. Well, just the tips. JD Corey says, are both Kurt and Aaron both in the same support groups for micropenis and dating? Maybe. That might be what's going on. I don't know. So is this the bruising you're talking about over here? Like, is that it? Maybe. I guess it looks like a bruise. I don't think it is. I don't remember anything happening. I have had a lapse in my my heat allergy medication, so it could be that. Sometimes you'll notice my face will flush out, typically around my beard where things stay warmer. That's what's going on there. It's great. It's really fun getting an allergic reaction to being warm. JDE Corey also says it is not difficult to get the word out. Kurt having a micro penis spread as quickly as STD at swingers party. Will the counter reach 69 today? I don't know. I don't know. We'll have to see. It's in the hands of better people than I.
Micropene.
Micropene. Does this count as 2? It should, because 2 people said it.
It's close. It's close. It's close. Okay. The secret is if 2 people say it in a chat that's more than $5, I'm a whore for it. Sorry. I'm a whore for the micropene. So we're at 43. I think, we have 44 because of that last one. Heat allergy in May. Yeah, I have a heat allergy in all times. The allergy doesn't take months off, you fucking retard. What are you talking about? It's an allergy to increases in internal body temperature. It doesn't matter what the ambient temperature is, although the ambient temperature can have an effect on your internal body temperature. But yes, vigorous exercise or even mild exercise, getting angry, eating spicy food, all of them can trigger an allergic reaction. It's wonderful. I've been dealing with it since I was 35. It's called cholinergic urticaria. And I hope I would wish it on my worst enemies because it's just fucking miserable enough without without killing them. Okay, back to this.
Was predicated on, based on, the furthermost piece of debris from the pedestrian's body that you were aware of, which is right there.
You give me $100 to do 20 push-ups? Do you think I can't do 20 push-ups? Like, are you weird? My crack-riddled body alone makes it so light that doing a push-up isn't that hard.
Red plastic B, correct?
I said you said earlier with the linear equation. I mean, it might have moved it over more, but it's the debris, the start of that debris, and where that is. I can't say that's definitely the point of area impact or the point of impact. I cannot say.
I don't have a way to have the camera show the floor, so I can't like show you the push-ups. So no. And plus, I'm not going to take $100 for someone because they don't think I can do 20 push-ups. Like, save your money, homie. Again, it's not like a boast that I can do 20 push-ups. I lightened myself into it. It's like, well, I could get stronger or I can weigh less. And I chose the second option. Doing 20 push-ups isn't that hard when you weigh like 170 pounds. At my height, especially. So, but no, I'm not a dancing monkey, and I'm not desperate for money. I like money. I like money. I'm a lot of fun, though. I'm a fun guy.
Say that is the point of impact right there. You just kind of follow the linear path because they have to follow in a direct path that way.
Okay, so now your testimony is that's not the area of impact.
I never said that was the area impact. I said it's after that.
Trooper, we were all here on Friday.
Okay.
It's exactly what you said under questioning by Mr. Lally, wasn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Didn't you say on Friday that you determined the area of impact for Mr. O'Keefe? The point of impact was red plastic B because that was the furthermost piece of debris you were aware of from the final point of rest from Mr. O'Keefe's body. Isn't that what you said?
I don't believe that's my exact words.
Okay, I'm not asking if it was your exact words. I don't have a transcript of it. I'm asking you, is that what you tried to impart to the jurors?
What I said to the jury, I said after that. That's the start of, that's the last point of evidence that I had. I said the area impact is probably along the roadway after that point. I mean, like before it, if you have to walk towards him.
I'm sorry, I keep doing that because I think you're done. Are you done?
I am done now.
Now you're aware
You done?
there's a
You
piece
done?
of debris, looks like taillight material, right under the fire hydrant, correct?
Correct.
If the area of impact, which you indicated on Friday, was where this red plastic B is, you would be wrong, right? Your analysis would be flawed.
No, because that's not what I said. I said it's along the roadway, and it's going to be after that point.
Okay, so is the area of impact now?
I want this guy to
Where the
hand me
fire
his
hydrant is?
mixtape and tell me the
Objection.
fire.
Ask it differently.
No,
Are you now indicating, because now you realize that there's
you
a
ask
piece
it
of
differently.
debris directly under the fire hydrant, are you now indicating that that's the area of impact where John O'Keefe's body was struck?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let's take a look at exhibit, with the court's permission, 279.
Okay.
Take a look at exhibit 279. I want to draw your attention to that piece right there, okay, of plastic. You see it?
Yes.
You describe it for me. Just physically, what does that look like?
The
looks
major
like
opponent without a
clear
less
plastic
just feel
with a
lost.
little bit of red and the black on the top part.
Okay, maybe in a triangular shape. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if we could go back to. With the
Can you
court's
claim the
permission,
state as a
exhibit
vexatious
492.
litigant?
Okay.
There is
Highlight
malicious
just above the
prosecution cause of action, but it's really hard to win.
How would you describe that piece of material?
It looks like the same piece.
Does that, based on that, does that appear to be part of the taillight material that was found at the scene?
Correct.
Now, based on that, are you now suggesting, if we could go with the court's permission, if we could go back to 587, I'll stop jumping around just a second. I think we
Okay.
just get back to 587. Oh, sorry, it's diagram. Thanks. Now, seeing what you just now seen in terms of that piece of plastic that appears to be from the taillight, does that appear to be under the fire hydrant, which is highlighted? Same piece.
Yes.
Based on that, does that change your opinion? Is that now, the fire hydrant now, the point of impact?
No.
No.
Where is the point of impact now?
It's along the roadway. I don't know the exact point of impact.
I don't know.
So you don't know the area of impact?
So what did
I
you?
said the area of impact is along the roadway after
Along the
debris.
roadway where?
I mean, only thing it would change, only thing it would change is maybe it's a little further away. But besides that, it's a linear field. I'm not talking about like one point. It's you kind of follow the middle of the debris field, and that should be the path.
It's the field. It's the field.
If the point of impact is along the roadway, where along the roadway, if you can show the jurors, where along the roadway, in your expert opinion, was the point of impact?
It should be within, if you follow from pedestrians, find a rest here, just kind of follow back. That's what I'm talking about, linear field. I can't.
So
You have no idea
area,
where this alleged
if I follow
impact occurs.
Your laser pointer, an area along here, correct?
Yes, somewhere in there.
All right, if I have my spotlight, is that, if I leave it right there, is that about where the middle of the spotlight, about where you believe the area of impact is?
It's within, I guess you can say it's within that area. I don't know definitely. There's nothing on the roadway that has a definitive point that says this is the area impact right here. It's within the roadway based on the evidence at the scene.
Okay. Mr. Paul, sorry, Trooper Paul, I'm asking you, based on your expert opinion and your conclusions, based on your full analysis, can you point me to within an area of 5 feet or so on the roadway where you believe the area of impact is? Is my spotlight basically highlighting the
These
area
banners,
you
these
believe,
things
in
are
your
awesome.
opinion, was the area of impact?
You have that laser pointer?
I do.
Why don't we let him show you? It'd be easier for the jury to see.
So what I'm trying to say is, so you follow the linear path back around this area.
Okay, can you?
And sorry, I'm trying to keep it straight as much as I can. Follow back to here. I can't say like if this definitely is, but it's possibly based on also vehicle damage to the back of the vehicle. So if you follow all the way back to here, that could be a possible area impact.
So when you say that area there, I want to be very clear for the record that what you highlighted is an area basically just to the left of an X It's on the roadway. On the bottom of diagram 3, toward the lower part of diagram 3,
It's
correct?
you would use your circle almost to kind of be a good area around.
I'm sorry, you need to.
You can use the circle around here. This would be around the area.
Okay.
Okay.
So using your scale, that scale is going from full left to full right. It's plus or minus 40 feet, right?
Switch. Can't see it. So say again. Say the question.
That scale is 40 feet. Going full left, full right, 40 feet.
It's 40 feet. So it's a 10-foot scale.
Okay, sorry, 20 feet. My mistake.
I was okay.
Eyes are terrible. 20 feet. Thank you. All right, so if you use that scale, can you estimate for the jurors? I'm just going to use this X as a starting point. You estimate for the jurors from this X that I've highlighted to the pedestrian's final rest. What's that number? Doesn't have to be exact. Give me an estimate.
So, I mean, it could be within 30 feet because I tell you this. Also on my scale, this 2 and 3 is 50 feet from each other.
Is how much?
50.
Okay.
50.
50.
So would you agree that from this X down here to pedestrian's final rest, as the crow flies, that's probably a good 35, 40 feet.
I mean, I could try to use the scale. There's me as a scale.
If you wouldn't mind. You need a piece of paper?
Yes, please.
With permission?
Okay.
Just a blank piece of paper.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
You need a pen?
I got one. Thank you. It's a little around. It's approximately 30 feet.
We're up approximately 30 feet.
Yes.
Can you place, with the court's permission, can you estimate 30 feet in here?
Can I
Can you point to a place in the courtroom that looks like it's 30 feet from you?
Objection.
No. Next question.
Does the court have a diagram of a diagram of distances?
In this courtroom? No.
You indicated just now, and I'm finished with this. Thank you. Thanks. You indicated just now in answer to Mr. Lally,'s last couple of questions that in your expert opinion, when the SUV struck the pedestrian, John O'Keefe, he was, quote, projected forward and to the left to the front yard to his final place of rest.
Yes.
So your expert testimony is that John O'Keefe was hit with the SUV and flew 30 feet.
Projected mean like he, I don't say he flew all the way there. He was projected in that way. He got pushed forward in that
Remember,
direction.
it was stumbling.
Which, if he was rendered incapacitated, landed there, he'd have to sort of fly there, right? Didn't walk there.
I mean, would you definitely flying like literally off the ground the whole entire time, or?
Well, you tell me. You're the expert.
I mean, he got. When we say projected, we mean he gets projected, and they usually have a landing phase, and they land, and they either roll or tumble to final rest.
Okay. How far do you think he landed? How far was it until he landed of that 30 feet?
I don't know. There's no indication of where his exact landing spot was.
Was there any evidence whatsoever that he landed and rolled?
And there was no evidence that he landed or rolled. Or no, rolled.
According to you, the evidence that you have in front of you is that you get hit, fly 30 feet, land where he ended up in his final rest, right?
Question is, did he talk shit before
Sustained, ask
getting
it
hit?
differently.
Based on your expert opinion, you believe that he was projected through the air to his final rest place.
That's not what I'm saying.
But you said there's no evidence that he rolled.
And there's no evidence that he flew through the air either.
Exactly. Right? Exactly.
Objection.
Sustained.
You said on Friday that in your experience, people tend to lose objects that are not strapped to them. Is that right?
Yes.
In other words, get hit by something, car, truck, bus, whatever, train, and if you have something in your hand, boom, you lose it, you drop it. If it's not strapped to you, correct?
Correct.
How do you suppose that Mr. O'Keefe, in your opinion, held on to that glass cup that was found right next to him? over the course of 30 feet being projected.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Do you have a theory on that?
I don't know. I mean, it just could have been with him the whole way. I don't know. I wasn't there, so I don't know how the glass stayed with his body and went with him to the final rest.
So it's just common sense. You have to believe that it was in his hand. He held on to it the entire time it was being projected 30 feet, right?
It's possibly, it could have been in his hand. It could have been tucked next to his clothing. Did
you say tucked in?
I mean, like, could have been next to his body. So when he projected, maybe the glass was with his body as it was also flying. So there's a number of reasons why the glass, because it also got projected with the body while he was holding it.
I thought you said on Friday, and you just agreed with me, that people drop things and they're hit.
Yes, body think not everything it tends to fly off. I mean, some stuff flies off, some stuff will stay on.
I see.
It's not uncommon to find a piece of clothing and stuff, that you find at the scene.
Decent clothing.
Like clothing, like shoes. I mean, like shoes and stuff like that to come off the body during a pedestrian crash.
Well, that's not what I asked.
I know. I'm just saying. You asked me. You said what I'm just responding to what you said and trying to make sure you understand what I'm saying.
No, I don't.
No one's going to understand what you're saying.
Shoes are strapped on by definition, right?
Just actually dumb.
Yes, but it's very common for shoes to come off.
How about a cell phone?
It's very common for shoes to come off.
Yeah, it depends on where it is.
Oh, you know what? Good point.
Okay.
How do you account for that? He held onto a cell phone with one hand and held onto the cup with the other.
This is a request from Relatively Objective. Says now is a good time for the trial T recap. Yes, sure. So here's a recap of the trial so far and what this is about. This is a trial of defendant is Karen Reed. She's accused of murdering her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, who is a police officer in Canton, Massachusetts. She's accused of murdering him with malice. It's the second-degree murder charge. Alternatively, she's accused of murdering him by driving while intoxicated and striking him with her Lexus SUV. And then she's also accused of fleeing the scene after knowingly causing harm to someone with a motor vehicle. So because she drove off. The T is that something different was going on that night. Something very strange was happening. There was I mentioned he's a police officer. There was a party that followed up a meetup at a local bar. A party moved to a home sometime shortly after midnight of one of the other people who were present. That person happens to be a police officer as well. The state's allegation that Karen Reed was struck by this car or that Karen Reed struck John O'Keefe with her Lexus SUV at all is tenuous. Intentionally is much more tenuous. The question is what happened to John O'Keefe, and that's a question that the defense doesn't have to answer, but the defense should be wanting the jury to raise in their own mind. Again, they don't have to have an answer, but the question that the jury should be asking themselves is what actually happened to this guy? The defense does that, then they win. Because if the jury is looking for an alternative, then a plausible alternative exists, and they've created reasonable doubt. And in my opinion, reasonable doubt exists in spades in this case. The T that makes this really interesting, in my opinion, is what was going on at the house, and why does there appear to be a cover-up of this death of a fellow police officer who, by all measures, was friends with these people. My theory, as always, because I'm a degenerate, and also because the facts point to it, and let's, jokes aside, the facts point to something going on involving sexual activity between people who are not openly dating or not married. Maybe in some sort of, I don't think it was going to be an open orgy or anything like that, but maybe in some sort of swinging or alternative lifestyle relationship, maybe in the form of cheating, being brought up, a former infidelity. It seems like a lot of these people have slept with each other at various points in their lives, and have various attractions going on behind the scenes. And I think it's entirely possible, and not only possible, but plausible, that John O'Keefe was left at the scene by Karen Reed. She drove off either hurt or angry, because they had been fighting all day. And I believe that he may have either confessed to some sort of sexual infidelity or suggested sexual infidelity in the form of, some sort of swinger activity. Karen Reed was attempting to sleep with another person at this time by the name of Brian Higgins, an ATF agent who lives in the area and is associated with the same group of friends. And it seems like Brian Higgins is kind of a dog himself and has slept with more than one of the women in this social group. So it's you have this weird confluence of awkward sexuality going on in light of everything. But I believe that there was something involving that activity, something in that world that sparked a physical encounter between Brian Albert, the owner of the home, and John O'Keefe as he was about to enter the residence, or maybe had just entered the residence. During that encounter, I believe the large dog of Brian Albert attacked John O'Keefe, and he has tons of defensive wounds on his arm that look like dog bite wounds. And then at some point in some way, John O'Keefe fell and struck his head on a hard enough object to cause a massive laceration that would ultimately lead to his death, according to the coroner. Well, his unconsciousness, and then combined with being out in the cold, he would proceed to die from that. My theory is that, again, there was a physical altercation. The dog got involved, and John either fell by accident or by malicious assault, hit his head, and would fall unconscious very quickly. And then you have a group of partying civic servants, like police officers, paramedics, firefighters, and other people who are socially involved in this small town. You have a group of them at a house with maybe questionable means after drinking all night, and possibly, drugs or something like that could be involved. And now you have a dying or dead man. And I think they needed something to do with him, which was put him outside to die. And then they needed eventually a scapegoat in the form of Karen Reed emerged by the facts of the case. That again, when certain facts are omitted, Karen Reed looks pretty guilty, even though you can't connect the car to John, in my opinion. But that being said, her behavior, when you omit certain facts and when you look at it a particular way, looks like someone who's guilty of a crime. And so I believe they found a scapegoat. I don't know if they had any. I don't know that this was a planned out thing. Earlier, when I talked about it on a different stream, I referenced the movie Very Bad Things, because it seems to be something like a Very Bad Things type of situation. In that movie, Jeremy Piven, I think is the actor's name. He's having sex with a prostitute played by Lucy Tai, if I remember right, and accidentally kills her in the hotel room. And then in the course of trying to figure out how to deal with that problem, these guys keep making consistently worse decisions that end up causing multiple deaths and life ruination for everyone involved. It's a very dark comedy. But I think you have a situation more akin to that, where you now have a dead body to deal with. And there's maybe some reasons why you don't want a massive amount of investigation into what you were doing that night for whatever reason, either because it's illegal activity or because it's scandalous activity. And so I think John O'Keefe died. I don't see any motive for anyone yet to do it specifically, or to intentionally kill him. I just think there was maybe some bad blood or hurt feelings or whatever, and a fight ensues, and he dies from it. And then they have to get rid of this body, and then they have to figure out who caused it. And so Karen Reed is accused of the crime, and they hack job together a case against her. They do a really shoddy investigation, the kind of investigation that you would pray for if you were an actual murderer, because it would mean they wouldn't be finding the actual evidence of what happened. They didn't do any interviews at the time of the death of any of the other people involved. They didn't separate the witnesses and ask them questions. They allowed them to get their stories together. It's kind of crazy. They didn't collect Ring cameras footage from across the street from one of the other people who was involved, who also happens to be a police officer, a high-ranking police officer. So a bunch of stuff happens that makes this case very, very strange, and it makes the investigation is so shoddy that the case becomes inherently interesting because of that alone. So, that's the T. That's what this case is. What's making this case interesting is that it seems like this woman is being framed for a murder that she didn't commit, and no one knows the exact reasons why, but it seems like high-ranking people in the community are involved with it. So, kind of wild. Kind of a wild case. It's got a lot of intrigue. It's got a lot of that true crime drama and pull to it, and that's why so many people are actually attached to this case and interested in it, is because the amount of scandal is the best word. The amount of scandal and potential for it that exists in this case is tremendous. So makes it rather interesting. I hope that helps. I hope that helps your wife. I think your wife or girlfriend with the T. So there you go. That was to Relatively Objective. Thank you for the super chats. David E says you don't have to listen to the entire cross. Just get to the part where he's going through her phone and texting his buddies. Well, I mean, this gives us something to do for the next couple days. And this guy is flippin' stupid. I mean, just listening to him is frustrating. It's hard to do. When you meet the slow ones, right? Kobe tie. Did I say Lucy tie? I can't remember. I always thought it was a different one, a different adult film actress for a long time. And then I watched Very Bad Things several months ago, and it was like, oh no, it was her. Okay, Chad 3518 says, one old school EverQuest player to another. You should check out a server called The Hero's Journey. You can play as any 3 classes at the same time. It's meant to be able to solo all content. Oh my gosh. That'd be kind of wild. Like a Bard Shadow Knight Necromancer or Bard Shadow Knight Shaman or something. Holy. Sorry. Had a little nerdgasm there. No, I don't have time for anything like that anymore. It really, that's the biggest reason I don't play MMOs. I mean, I just, when I didn't have any kids or anything, and mostly before I'd even met Lady Raggets, I was able to dump dozen hours a day into playing a video game. Nowadays, I can't do that. So now it would just tease and taunt me. So, all right, back to this thing. You have nothing but time. I mean, I guess. Thanks for telling me about my life, you weirdo.
Yeah.
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
You ask it differently, Bev.
The cell phone was found
bitch.
under his torso, under his body.
Bento Will says, lol, Nick,
What's
you
your
just had a
theory?
year with nothing to
How
do.
that cell phone ended up
Yeah,
flying
I wasn't
30
doing
feet.
anything the whole time.
It just did.
Just did. And somehow, as he landed, tucked that cell phone underneath his body, so he landed on
Did
top.
Nick play WoW? No. Ever?
It just did.
MMO.
That's the evidence at the scene.
First and only MMO.
I didn't put the evidence there. So
Well, you didn't.
Objection.
All right, so jurors, I've told you before, lawyers cannot make comments, so disregard it. Mr. Jackson, don't do it again.
I understand. So
You understand, but don't do it. Your answer is always, I understand. Don't do it.
Yes, Your Honor. Cell phone
Wow.
in one hand,
Admonish.
on the other hand, flew through the air. Right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were informed of this incident on January 29th, 2022 at about 2:30 in the afternoon. Is that right?
yes,
At the time you were working out of the CARS facility, which is located
Court is supposed to resume
on
any
West
second now.
Grove Street
Sorry, I
in
talked
Middleborough.
through.
Is that right?
yes.
Follow the break.
By the way, that's a facility that has multiple garages. Sally ports, I don't know if they're called Sally ports, but garage bays, correct?
The mechanic shop are there.
The mechanic shop
Yes.
is, if you're going to review, for instance, for purposes of reconstruction, if you're going to review a vehicle, Is the vehicle placed in those mechanics bays?
No, not there. That's for state police vehicles.
Okay, so where are the mechanics bays? Sorry, reverse that. Where are the sally ports where you do your analysis, your reconstruction, your review of the vehicle, inspections, things of that nature?
We don't have sally ports for that.
You don't have anything dedicated to that?
No, the only time we would use a sally port is the crime scene would have some sally ports that they would do to document their crime scene stuff. And I've gone there to do my inspections, but most of our inspections are done either at the tow yard or some type of facility for that.
Ultimately, was this SUV ever taken to the Middleborough facility?
Yes, it was.
Where was it placed?
There's a fenced in area inside it's a fenced in area.
Outside area?
Outside.
Okay. Did it remain outside in that fenced in area the whole time?
I don't know the exact time. It was there for a while, then it got moved.
Where did it get moved?
This just reminds me like the.
I'm not sure exactly where they moved it
from high
immediately
school.
after it left Middleborough.
Are you familiar with the Foxborough location at MSP?
Yes.
Does that have sally ports or bays for inspection and evaluation?
It has garages in it, but we wouldn't use them. We don't normally use those garages for inspections.
Is it possible to use those garages for inspections?
It is possible.
Okay. It's happened before, correct?
I've not used the inspection in the garages.
But
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up and speak
Yes.
slowly.
But you know that it could be used.
Sorry.
You know that those bays could be used for inspections or analysis or evaluation if needed, correct?
Yes.
Given the fact that the SUV that was being seized on January 29th was being seized as potential evidence, best practices would suggest that you want to get it in and out of the bad weather, the inclement weather, as quickly as possible, correct? You wouldn't want to subject it to continued forces from nature like rain, wind, snow, sleet, hail, right?
That would be beneficial, yes.
You're aware that the Foxborough location and the Middleborough location with the mechanics bays are all closer to Dighton than Canton, right?
Both Foxborough and
Foxborough and Middleborough are both closer to Dighton than Canton. In other words, you have to pass by, depending on which way you go, pass by Middleborough, pass by Foxborough to get to Canton.
So from where?
From Dighton, sorry.
So from Dighton.
Where the vehicle was seized in
Yeah.
all going toward Canton, you pass by either Middleborough or Foxborough to get to Canton, right?
I don't believe you'd pass by Middleborough to get to Canton, but you'd pass by Foxborough.
All right. The car was not taken to Foxborough, was it?
No.
As a matter of fact, the car was taken basically double the distance all the way to Canton to that sally port, correct?
Objection.
Do you know that? Is that double the distance?
I don't know the exact distance. I know it was in Canton.
And you know it's farther to Canton.
From Dighton, yes.
Right. And you're also aware that because you've been to the scene, assuming, correct? The 34 Fairview.
Yes, I have.
And you've been to Canton, PD.
Yes, I have.
You know that those two locations are about 3-4 minutes apart.
Yeah, I can say that.
When you started let me ask this a little bit different way. Before you began any review on this case, any physical review on this case or analysis on the case, you were told that there had been a crash, correct?
Yes.
You testified to that at the state court grand jury in this matter. Is that right? That you've been told in advance this was a vehicle pedestrian crash and you were asked to analyze it, right?
Yes.
You wrote in your report that it was a single vehicle collision involving a pedestrian and you were, quote, assigned to reconstruct that collision, correct?
Yes.
So when you began your analysis, Trooper Paul, you were told conclusively by the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, that the deceased was hit by a car and your job was to reconstruct it. Is that right?
Objection.
Okay, so there are lots of parts to that. Break it down.
Lots of parts to that.
Were you told
Break
by
it
Michael
down.
Proctor to reconstruct this incident?
Objection.
So were you told that by Trooper?
Where can you
Felton?
send a link?
I was
Glenn,
not.
you can send a
Hey,
link
next question.
Sure.
to me on
Who you
Twitter or
told-
Instagram.
Who were you given your instructions by
Instructions for what?
to reconstruct this incident?
I wasn't given instructions to reconstruct it. It's just I was assigned to it.
Right.
That was requested. My assistance was requested to reconstruct it.
That's my question. Who assigned you to it?
I talked to my sergeant at the time.
I didn't
He
ask you
gave
to
me the phone call.
reconstruct it. My assistance
And
was
you were
requested.
told some basics about that reconstruction, the event that you were asked to reconstruct, correct?
Yes.
The information that you were told came from the case officer. Is that right?
A literal smooth brain.
Who's the case officer?
The information that this was a pedestrian vehicle incident, as opposed to motor vehicle
The
incident,
same judge for the first trial.
pedestrian
Hal.
bicycle, motor vehicle motorcycle. You were told it was a motor vehicle pedestrian incident that you were asked to reconstruct, correct?
Yeah, I was told that. Yes.
All right, and you had to be given some basic parameters of what that incident, how that incident occurred. The car was going in reverse. It's got a damaged taillight, things like that. Right?
Some basic stuff. Yeah.
What I'm asking is, I'm trying to get to is, who gave you that information? Where'd it come from?
That the car was traveling in reverse. Like which part of the information? You asked me several different things just now.
Were you given information from multiple sources? Or did someone give you a summary of what you were being asked to do? At the very beginning,
Yep.
who gave you the summary?
The summary of the whole entire.
Who gave you that?
Of what?
Of the event that you were asked to reconstruct?
I was passed down when I got to the garage. That there was nobody that sat there and gave me the summary like that I can remember. I was told that it was a pedestrian crash. I knew it was a Boston police officer involved. That this was the vehicle.
Will we make it to 50 microbeams
And that it was traveling
today?
in reverse.
Only
That's,
time will tell.
that's all they had.
Okay. What I'm asking is, that's great.
Every
Thank you for the
aspect
summary.
of this
Who gave
investigation
you that
looks
summary?
coached and carefully.
I don't know if it was defending anybody from the get-go
Cajoled.
that
But
was
I
like I
digress.
talked to.
From where?
I don't know if it's anybody that I could definitely say that was the person. There was multiple people going around when I got there. I think I talked to Trooper Zach Clark. He was doing the crime scene. I think he was Zach Clark. He was the crime scene photos at the time. I knew him from past crashes. He just said this is the vehicle, and I think he kind of gave me a little bit of a lowdown on what the vehicle was.
Okay.
So
My question is this: when you got that, did you call it a lowdown? He gave you the lowdown?
he gave me information. Yes.
Right. When you got the lowdown, you were told Boston police officer was involved. The vehicle pedestrian incident, car was going in reverse, and ultimately led to the death of the pedestrian. Struck the pedestrian in reverse, correct?
Correct.
And you were assigned specifically to try to reconstruct that incident.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of the phrase confirmation bias?
I know the phrase. Yes.
You know what it means?
Yeah, Ginger
I
with
can't
us all.
definitely say what it means.
I know this guy didn't do the text.
Developing a conclusion and then trying to find evidence to fit that.
He just said I should
Does that
watch
sound
this
right?
because the guy's a meathead.
If you say so.
You noted in your direct examination that there were scratches on the passenger side rear bumper of the Lexus, correct?
Yes.
How exactly were you able to scientifically determine that any of those scratches were from an incident on January 29th, 2022, as opposed to any other time?
I didn't have anything else on the time. Is that those scratches happened prior to this collision?
I'm sorry.
I didn't have any information that those scratches were caused from a prior collision. And so when I looked at the evidence, I knew it was in that same area, the right rear tail light. So when I looked at it, it didn't quite fit the pedestrian thing. So when you showed me the video, or I saw the video like a year ago on Court TV, I said that could be.
You asked the question, so next, keep going. He's answering. Next
trying to-
question. Then
You guys
go
have
ahead.
scientifically
Hold on.
thought the scratches were.
Hold on. Ask a
Sorry.
question, Mr. Jackson.
You know what normal wear and tear on
Question me
vehicles,
harder,
right?
Jackson.
Yes.
Bumpers get scratched myriad ways, correct?
Correct.
scratched in a grocery store parking lot, right?
Yes.
Shopping cart can bounce off the back of the car and scratch the bumper, scratch the side of the car, quarter panel or something, right?
Sure.
I mean, I don't want to go through it, but there's thousands and thousands and thousands of ways that a car can get a scratch, correct?
Correct.
My question is, do you, as you sit here, do you have any scientific evidence that those scratches occurred on January 29th at approximately 12:45 a.m.?
What do you mean by scientific evidence?
Well, do you have any evidence whatsoever that you can point to that those scratches occurred on that date and at that time rather than any other time in the history of that vehicle?
Like I said earlier, the video seems to appear that's what it looks like that could have been from.
Well, you said on Friday, let's talk about those scratches for a second.
Yeah.
When you testified Friday, you were pretty clear. You said that, if I can find it exactly. You said, quote, the dent and scratches for his hand could be, those are consistent with striking the Lexus. Remember saying that?
Yes, on the tailgate.
Okay, so the dent and scratches you talked about on Friday, you said were from his hand.
Yes, hand in the glass cup.
Okay. Then are those the same scratches you're talking about in terms of the bumper?
No.
So
Okay.
What are you talking about? The scratch inside the bumper that we've been talking about?
You're the one who wrote it.
Correct.
Okay.
That's what I'm
No.
talking about. Okay. Is there any way to scientifically date a scratch?
No.
If you go out in the parking lot right now, even as an accident reconstructionist, you walk out in the parking lot right now and look at a Toyota Camry sitting there. It's got a scratch on it. There's no analysis that you
What
can
about
engage in
romantically dating
to
a
date
scratch?
that scratch, could you?
Objection.
So you can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Is there any way that you could, in general, look at a scratch and say, that scratch is from such and such date?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Nothing more.
allow
Why?
it.
What are you objecting to?
You cannot say you can. I mean, you can look at evidence and shows that it
Evidence.
may have been older than what the newer evidence would be, but there's no way to say that specific date and time and that a scratch would came from.
Right. And it's possible that any or all of those scratches on the Lexus could have predated January 29th, correct?
Cold ramen. I know.
No.
It's disgusting.
That's not possible.
I was busy.
The ones that are on from the taillight and the other parts of it.
Stop making fun of me online. It hurts.
Depends on what you got to pick the other scratches. You got to show me other scratches on the car.
I'm saying it's possible, since you can't date the scratch, it's possible that any or all of those scratches could predate January 29th. It's a simple question, right? It's possible.
You're being pretty broad on your scratches here.
I'm not being broad. Let me ask it a different way. Let me ask it again. Is it possible that any or all of the scratches that are noted on that car could make
We're
January
back.
29th?
Any and all of the scratches?
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Second. Get bigger. Oh my God.
Sir, when I asked you about your first report regarding the protocol,
This
told
isn't
us
Hayashi.
October 10th,
This is
followed
just
by your supplement
shitty
on the
instant ramen
17th.
that I let get
You
cold.
did not remember the day that you first received any information offered by Mr. DeSorga. Is there a document that may refresh your memory?
Yes, there is.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. I want you to read this. I just want you to look at it. You can look at any part of it.
Okay.
And look up when you're done, then I'll ask you a question.
Okay.
You're trying. You're not as young as you used to be. Sorry. Sorry for when your hips crack. Speaking of which, I got a bad
Does that
hip.
refresh your memory the first time that you saw any information provided by Mr. DeSorga?
Yes, it does.
And when was that?
November 7th of 2024.
Before or after you recognized the megabyte oversight?
That would be after.
How
I
do you
wanna
write
go
an
back to where we
entire
were, where
paper,
we were
megabit
at
versus
before
megabyte, and
we
then be
went
like,
to
oh,
lunch.
damn, I got that wrong.
You
It's
had
a little
described
error.
two text
Small
stream events.
mistake.
I want to focus on the first text stream event, and that is
Up to
text stream
965
event
likes. Almost
relative to
there.
the 3-point
You
turn.
rumble assholes.
Okay.
Don't forget to hit the like button
You had
either.
described that there was a timestamp 154. Just to reacquaint us, can you very briefly tell us the significance of 154?
Sure. So GPS point 154 is a GPS point that occurs just before the 3-point turn starts.
And why is it important to identify when that turn starts and when it ends?
Sure. So what we're specifically looking at comparing is the end of the 3-point turn. That's going to be the text stream event ending, which is near the end of the 3-point turn, as well as the end of the 3-point turn as recorded in Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Was it important to identify the beginning and end of that event to come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty regarding the variance between the text stream data and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, there was. So we can't say, we can pinpoint approximately when the 3-point turn ends based on the GPS data. But best practice would be to use a range of time. So the range we're using is the time that the 3-point turn starts to the time that the 3-point turn ends.
Could we have from Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint number 41, please? Is this part of your presentation helpful in explaining the beginning and end point of that 3-point turn?
It does. It does. So if you look at, and if you recall yesterday, the heading change, first heading change from a general north heading is depicted by that green shading circle.
Could you use your pointer, please?
Sure. Yes.
Ms. Gilman, can you enlarge just a little bit?
So again, so this green circle is going to be the center of this circle is going to be the GPS point itself. That's going to be centered on the horizontal radius, which is the accuracy. So the green circle represents the 16-foot accuracy zone. The black arrow coming off in a northwestern direction is going to be the heading for that point. And then again, the yellow is going to be the approximately 8 seconds later when the heading changes again in a southerly direction. And then the GPS points after that also continue south with increasing speed.
What part of the 3-point turn event does the green circle signify?
Sure. So that's going to be the approximate beginning of the 3-point turn.
And that time?
That's going to be 12:23:59.
The yellow circle, what part of the 3-point turn does that indicate?
Sure. So that's going to be approximately the end of the 3-point turn. And that time is going to be 12:24:07.
Is there any correlation between the times in the green, the time difference between the green and yellow circle and the range you ultimately arrive at as far as the synchronization variance?
Yes. So that is what determines that range of 21 to 29 seconds.
This illustration or diagram where you've put the green circle, is that based on actual data?
Yes, that is based on actual data recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
That data, is it accurately reflected in this diagram?
Yes, it is. So again, the GPS point that is recorded within the iPhone, every point has a horizontal accuracy. And again, that horizontal accuracy is depicted by the green circle.
Is that level of precision used when you create this diagram?
Yes, it is.
The yellow circle, is that specifically reflected in the data or is that an estimate?
Sure. So that's specifically reflected in the data. So that is another GPS position that has been recorded by the iPhone. Again, with a horizontal accuracy, a timestamp, and a speed and heading.
Record yourself crying in the bathroom, you
So the
bitch.
orange circles are the are portions
so
of the
boring.
GPS positions leading up to this event. So if we went back one slide, you would see, it would zoom out, obviously, so a little bit harder to see. But essentially what we've done is I've removed the other orange circles representing GPS points heading north and the GPS points heading south after the 3-point turn. And I've just removed those for clarity to kind of clean up the map so it's easier to read.
On the left, text stream 11621. Remind us again where that information comes from?
Sure. So that's the text stream. That's the end of the text stream event for the 3-point turn. And that is based on the infotainment clock as well as that running timer from the airbag control module.
Does this diagram reflect the data that you reviewed to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it does.
In breaking down this timestamp 154 and getting into the minute detail of when it started and ended, one of your charts, does it also show it numerically?
Yes, it does.
Can we have number 40, please? Before we discuss this again, where did you get the information to put in this chart?
Sure. So this is coming from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. Specifically, it's coming from a SQLite database that is recording locations as he's using the Waze app to navigate.
Is the information in this chalk or diagram directly from the data?
It is directly from the data.
Is this accurate to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
If we could zoom in just a little, we'll have to go left to right, Ms. Gilman. We start with the left. Timestamp 154. At what point in that 3-point turn does 154 represent on the left?
Yeah. So timestamp 12:23:58 or GPS point 154 is approximately 1 second before we see the heading change. If we could zoom out just a little bit. A little bit more. Yep. So we see the heading change represented in green. That's a heading change to 284. Before that, we've got a pretty consistent heading of 348 to 339. So that first heading change, as well as the drop in speeds, is indicative of a 3-point turn maneuver.
The latitude and longitude, did that assist you in making the diagram with the circles on it?
Yes, it did.
How so?
So the latitude and longitude are the center points for each GPS point, or the center point for each circle.
There's a green highlighted row and an orange highlighted row. What's the difference between the two?
Sure. So the green highlighted row is again the beginning, the approximate beginning of the 3-point turn. And the orange or the yellow is the approximate end of the 3-point turn.
For the defense.
In the time between the green and the orange lines?
Approximately 8 seconds.
Is that consistent with the range that you've shown for synchronization?
Yes, it is.
Point 21 or plus 21 and plus 29?
Glenn,
yes, it
with
is.
the Twitter handle, I'll message you.
The inevitable variance that you found between the text stream data and between Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, could you share with us to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what that variance is?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you have an opinion about the time range in the synchronization between Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data and the Lexus clock that shows the text stream data to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Objection, Your Honor, and appreciate an approach at the appropriate time.
Okay, so answer that question, yes or no.
Sure. So yes, I can.
So I'll see you inside that again, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll wait to take that bite until we don't have audio. Some of this stuff seems beyond the scope of Cross, doesn't it? Like, to me, a lot of this was not covered on Cross, but here we are. Oh boy.
Kurt's the only guy who needs tweezers, a magnifying glass, and a prayer just to confirm his micro penis still exists. Doctors thought it was a skin tag. It's a
gross.
micro penis.
No. It puts us at 45. 45 on the micropene counter. Will we get to 50? Will we get to 69? Will we ever crack 100? I have no idea. Oh my gosh. Is this still redirect? Yes, this is still redirect. They have a lot of damage to undo. Like, I expect redirect to be pretty robust. 4060 said it twice. No, remember, it's in the same message. It's in the same message. I'm counting that as one. Otherwise, it's too easy. That's too easy. Sorry. Because people just would send in a thing that says micropene like 15 times. It's like, well, that's not the same. The organic nature of the micropene joke in and of itself. Like that's what I consider, that's what gets on the counter. And a couple of them I have given credit for too, because they were, multi-staged and had distinct individual purposes for the micropene phrase. I have a very complex system of assessing this. It's really important. Is it because we know it upsets Kurt? And I don't think it upsets Kurt at all. I don't think he's even paying attention to it. Like I said, props to him. He's doing great. He rose to me the other day by saying I thought I'm not important anymore. And he hasn't, I'm not aware of him saying anything else since. Like he's kicking my ass, but that's okay. I'll take the loss. I'll ask ChatGPT if Kurt or I are doing better at trolling. And I think he would say he's winning, which makes me sad. I've lost my edge. I gotta get back into running shape. I need to troll way harder. Oh my goodness. He is that he 100% knows what's happening. I don't know that at all. I don't know. I don't know if Kurt would understand the jokes either, the trolling. He's mildly socially awkward, and if he even knew he was like the jokes were happening, he may understand them completely and be like, I don't care, which I think he's doing. And I think he's doing great. Remember when Kurt screamed and flipped off Megan on your stream? That was fun. See, that's why I think he probably doesn't know. Because if he did, I would expect him to lose his marbles. What is this? Are you kidding me? Come on. Okay. Nick flexing his big brain power over a fat autistic spurg, class A. I mean, that's rude to Kurt. I don't know. I thought he's pretty smart. Harmon, I thought you were here just the other day. Based on recent posts on X, Nick Rekieta appears to be dominating the ongoing feud with uncivil law. Rekieta has been actively mocking uncivil law, notably calling out a bitch move. Right, wait, did you actually put that in?
Go back to slide 40, please.
That can't be real.
In reaching your conclusion,
Glenn,
about the variance between the defendant's Lexus as contained in the text stream, as it relates to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, was stamp 154, timestamp 154, part of your analysis?
Yes, it was part of my analysis.
Was the running clock on the text stream data part of your analysis?
Yes, it was part of my analysis.
What else was part of your analysis?
Sure. So in addition to the location data, including the GPS 154, that would be the running clock for the text stream data as well as the infotainment clock from the Lexus.
How does the running clock correlate with the text stream data and with the time on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
Sure. So they correlate. So the running clock and the infotainment clock are used to create that timestamp for the text stream events 1 and 2. And then comparing those to the iPhone, we can adjust and get a clock variance for those.
Did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable
Glenn, I'm
degree of
having trouble
scientific
finding
certainty
so it's
about the variance
Glenn
range
USMC
between the defendant's
9701?
Lexus and its clock system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, I did.
And to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, what is that variance that is needed to identify for synchronization?
Oh.
That is
Nope, I found
21
it.
to 29 seconds.
I got you.
We now have number 43.
— 17-year clock variance.
Did you create this diagram?
I did, yes.
When comparing the text stream event, the backing maneuver, to Mr. O'Keefe's clock on his phone, do you recognize the different timestamps on each device?
Yes, I do.
When you are trying to synchronize them, what do you do? What is the base? Do you start with the text stream event and you add, or do you start with Mr. O'Keefe's phone and subtract?
Sure. So we could do it either way because we're wanting to compare this against other events that happened or occurred on Mr. O'Keefe's phone. We're going to adjust the text stream clock or the Lexus clock to Mr. O'Keefe's clock. But you could do it either way.
The window that is depicted on this diagram, this is not the 3-point turn?
No, this is not the 3-point turn.
Which event is this?
This is going to be the backing maneuver.
The green, what does that green depict?
Sure. So the green depicts the range of time that this text stream event ended. So based on our range of 21 to 29 seconds and applying that, adding that to the Lexus clock, we get a adjusted time of 12:32:04 to 12:32:12. And that's going to be the approximate end time of text stream event 11:62:2.
Now, again, the text stream data has a limit on the amount of time available?
Yeah, like a frigid.
Can you rephrase your question?
Nope.
So I
You said
understand.
a window is captured during a triggering event?
Sure. Yes. So there is a window that's captured during the triggering event.
And what is that window? How much time?
Sure. So from the text stream trigger, there's 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after.
Can an event be longer than that 10-second window?
Yes, it can.
And in this case, do you know at the end of this reconciled event at 12:32:12, do you know from your study what direction the defendant's car was traveling at 12:32:12?
It would have been traveling in reverse.
And at 12:32:12, do you know how fast the defendant's Lexus was traveling at 12:32:12?
I do not recall.
Mr. O'Keefe's last user interaction with his phone at 12:32:09, where does that fall within the 10-second window that was captured by the text stream data?
Sure. So that falls within that 8-second window. So again, the text stream event ends somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12. But that does not represent that the backing maneuver has ended. Just the recorded data has ended.
And in your review, do you have around this time any other movement of Mr. O'Keefe's phone after 12/32/16?
I did not look at that specifically. It was my understanding that Mr. Whiffen looked at that.
To a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did both these events, the last user interaction and the window captured on the reconciled data for the text stream, happen around the same time?
Yes, they did.
I have no further questions. Or I can approach later or now.
So we can approach again.
So, guys, my good friend Megan Fox has received a cease and desist for saying a lawyer by the name of Legally Leslie. I don't know if she's a lawyer, but she's called Legally Leslie. Says she looked like a Muppet. Can you imagine sending a letter to someone? Don't you dare say that. I'm going to send you a letter. Remember the movie White Chicks? They're all painted up. It's white chicks, and they go to they get the bad service at the hotel or whatever, and they're like, I'm going to write a letter. And like, no, not a letter from a white woman. Jadig says, what if Kurt sent you a peen pic and had a giant hog? Like, I personally would have to laugh. I would tell everybody, be like, whoa, Kurt is packing a wallop down there. We were way wrong. Sorry, our scientists and researchers got that one incorrect. We had 20 different intelligence agencies saying there was a micropenis there, and turns out that was an Italian sausage that like no other. What about the poor Muppet being used as a comparison? Yeah, I don't know. Who is this chick? Lucy? Legally Leslie, not Lucy. Here, I'll show you guys real quick. We can... It's this is her down here at the bottom left. I don't know if this is her in the top left. I don't know what that is. It might be the same person, but down here, I mean, she's got some fills going on. I mean, she looks like that Muppet next to her, but that could have been made by an AI or something. I don't, mocking her, I'm guessing. People get so mad about the weirdest stuff. Like, I do not look like a Muppet. How dare you? Well, yeah. You look like a person, but you have some weird features. That's all. It's okay. It's all right. We're going to make it through. They're both her. Okay. I'm going to look her up. Legally Leslie. Is this a lawyer? A former attorney. Former attorney. She didn't look that old. I interview experts, celebrities, thought leaders, and athletes so that we can grow our mindset. Okay. Who is this chick? Legally Leslie. That's not the same one. Does she not have a Twitter? I mean, is she even real? Is it? Maybe she just has an Instagram. Legally Leslie. I don't. Former male? No. Is it trans? That would make sense. Where are the social medias of this person? Is there a deadline on how long you have to get your CLEs done? Yeah, I'm like way past it. That's why my license is suspended currently. But to get
Your Honor, I
reinstated,
move into
no.
evidence the following
I just
pages
have to do all
from
of it.
Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint presentation. Moving to evidence page 41. I move into evidence page 40.
He
and I
changed
move
his
into
name to
evidence
Leslie.
page 43.
What's the social media like? I was gonna make fun of them. Oh, check your messages. Here we go. Here's the Instagram.
I have no further questions.
Right. Once we get these montages.
Family Law Pro Se. That's some severe makeup on this person.
Right. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Looks like Marilyn Manson went back in time and tried to kill himself. Oh, I love it. Alessi's voice. Thank you, Your Honor.
May I,
Someone's
Your
about to
Honor?
get wrecked.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, between the time you left the witness stand yesterday until this moment,
no.
have you talked to anyone about this case?
No, sir, I have not.
Really? You didn't talk to Aperture and say, you got to get my CV up there. I'm getting raped.
Has a filing
with a K
ever been made in any court in which your educational background has been misrepresented?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Pardon me?
Okay.
Not that I'm aware of.
I have a feeling you're going to learn today. You going to learn today. Hey, what's up, Tug? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Did I understand that you're based out of the Aperture office in Texas?
Yes, I am.
And are you aware of a case in the United States District Court, Eastern District of Texas, Marshall Division, titled Jeffrey Glover and Teresa Glover versus Graphic Packaging International, LLC? Are you familiar with that case?
Yes, I am.
And is it correct that in that case, well, tell me how you are participating in that case, sir.
So I'm no longer participating in that case. So if I believe correctly, that would have been a accident reconstruction case from, I don't recall, a year or two ago.
And so it was a case that you did participate in, correct?
Yes, I did.
And what was your role in that case?
Sure. So my role in that case was an accident reconstructionist.
And did you provide any testimony, deposition, or otherwise in that case?
No, I did not.
Did you, in that particular case, there were, like all cases, filings made, correct?
I'm sure there were, yes.
She deleted her whole YouTube channel and all her social media. That's embarrassing. Ah, Megan Fox made fun of me. Wait, sorry. It's probably more like, Megan Fox made fun of me. I need to immediately delete my social media. Her picking on women like this is just indicative of her internalized misogyny. All right, bro.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I would like to have a document marked as the next exhibit for identification.
Okay.
Please.
Have I always worn my hair side part? No, I mean like for a long time. Yes.
E for ID.
It was really short for a while, so you wouldn't have noticed as much. It couldn't really be parted.
May I present to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
But back in high school, I think I had it
Mr.
parted
Burgess, I
in
am
the center
showing
for a
you a
while.
document which has been marked as Exhibit E for identification, and I'd ask that you take a look at it, sir. Your Honor, may I remain here?
Sure, as long as you stand back a little bit.
Exactly, yes. Thank you, Your Honor. I'll take it even farther.
Yes.
Mr. Burgess, with regard to Exhibit EEE, do you recognize the second page?
So the
and do
Muppet
you
Man is doing
recognize
Hales.
any stamping at the top of each of those pages?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe what that stamping is?
Sure. So that is stamping for a file date of 8/7/2023.
And is that a stamping of a federal court?
That I'm not sure.
If I were to show you a document, might a document refresh your recollection as to whether
Whether or not you lied, you lied.
Exhibit EEE is a filing in a federal court?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Sure.
I am showing you,
Did you show those to Mr. Brennan?
thank you, Your Honor.
Every time I hear Alessi talk, I can only think of
I
Crispin
believe
Glover.
I
and Back
did,
to the
but I
Future.
want to make
And
sure.
just let me
Are
know if it
you
needs to-
okay?
We will. Your Honor. Can I mark each of
Yes.
these
Now,
for identification? There,
Yep.
let me just give one first.
I told you to put 2 coats of wax. You're right, Mr. McFly. I'm sorry.
See that back and quote report. I want to see if this is the second page for that document. It is, so it can be marked as one document for identification.
FFF right.
I reach over you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, I am showing you what has been marked as Exhibit FFF for identification and
That's
ask
amateur
whether or
micropene.
not this document
Apparently
can
her
refresh
life
your recollection as
Way
to
different
whether
than I
the
thought.
court
He thinks we
filing
can do better. I don't know.
that you reviewed in Exhibit EEE is indeed a federal court.
Yes, it is.
So that document refreshes your recollection that what has been filed as represented in EEE is a filing in a federal court, correct, sir?
Correct.
Now,
Guy's
what
got
I'd
a
like to
putt-putt
do
course
is
on
to
his
draw
head.
Your
Like,
attention
do you want to take the riskier
to
narrow but
the
straight path or go around the big island in the middle?
page,
I'm going for the narrow
second
channel.
page of this exhibit.
You can't stop my
Is
golf
that
ball.
a curriculum vitae of you and a picture of you?
Yes, it is.
And sir, under education. Objection. I would.
The objections stay.
What?
Do you want to bring it over? We can take
I
it
will,
over.
Your Honor. I will.
Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
I think Alessi is trying to get in that that whatever his stupid company has changed his CV since yesterday. I think that's what he's trying to get to, but I don't know. Stop bullying him for not having the courage to become bald. No, I'm glad he didn't. It would make the putt-putt course way less fun if it was just a flat open fairway. I mean, who wants that? I want to have to aim for the channel. If you get it wrong too, it hits like the side of the metal bridge and just screws you over. What's my handicap on the putt golf? I'm pretty decent at putt-putt. As long as I'm not like trying. I do okay. Jeremy Point says he literally said 4 questions ago, I've never misrepresented my education to a court. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm really curious where this is going because of that answer. He says it's never happened. And Alessi seemed to imply that maybe it had with the way he was asking questions. So I'm looking for the hammer to drop on that. And the Burgess lied earlier when he said never, to any court that he has a 4-year degree. This Tribly filing shows his BS to a federal court in a Texas district. There you go. Can we get the micropene count to 50? I don't know. It's, it's in the hands of God and how much he wants to hear micropene jokes.
Alessi cooked the Kentucky Fried Charlatan, Colonel Slander, a.k.a. Shannon Burgess.
The Kentucky Fried Charlatan. Colonel Slander. It's miniature golf and it's a real sport. So in the Twin Cities, they have a miniature golf course. It is not putt-putt very specifically. It has a fairway. It has a green. I mean, you only use a putter to play. But the holes are designed like a golf course, but in miniature. And so like, it's not about like obstacles that are artificial or man-made. It's about, having golf holes that flow with the natural topography of the area that it's on. It's really fun actually. Cause it's like, it's like, I feel I'm supposed to be enjoying this more, but it's really serious. And where's the cart, girl? Like you're just sitting there. It's a blast. I really enjoyed it. Jean-Claude Van Damme, that's you, Dan, Giga Chad's dad. Thank you. Thank you very much. Have you been to the one in St. Paul at the old brewery? No, I haven't. The one I'm talking about is in Edina, near the Southdale Mall. And they have some other. It's like a prissy outdoor activity area. They have like lawn bowling and stuff like that. And it's near the Galleria. It's a nice spot. The Southdale Mall, of course, being the oldest mall, the oldest retail shopping mall in Minnesota. Anyway, so this human Frankenstein sued Hales for disparaging her looks. What cause of action is that? Girl, you ugly. Lawsuit. 5 micropenes away from 50. I know. Dabble darling, I don't know what happens if we hit 50. Like I don't even know it. I don't know if the universe like tries to correct itself, or like if Germany starts World War III. The Armenian genocide happened. I don't know. Megan, send me the letter. I'll cyberbully her.
Yes. Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I'm going to have to.
It's been a while since I've had the trans army after me. I could use some.
What I would
to get
like
the rust
to do,
off.
sir, is to put before you again.
Will you be my
Exhibit F for
WD-40?
identification and Exhibit EE for identification. And what I would like to do is to ask you some questions, sir, with regard to the process in the case.
Okay.
Are you aware?
Change the unit to centipede. That's at 100. Yeah.
In this litigation, that as typical in litigation.
Is it a demi-peen at 50?
That as part of the litigation process, the parties have to designate their expert witnesses. Are you aware generally of that process?
Generally, yes.
Yes. And have you participated in the documents that need to be prepared for an attorney or a party to prepare documents and submit them to a court to establish the designation of expert witnesses?
No, I have not.
And so you have never participated or never been aware of a process like this?
No, I'm aware of a process, and that process goes through
Oswald,
other
you're-
staff members.
Okay,
You're right.
so
The
it
trannies
goes
over
through
at
other
Kiwi
staff
Farms are
members.
still after me.
Aperture.
I'd forgotten.
Are you aware that that process is occurring, even though it may be done by other staff at Aperture?
Yes, I am.
And in this instance, you were aware in this litigation that staff at Aperture needed to submit documents in support of an expert witness designation, correct? Even though you may not have done it yourself.
Apple Darling says,
you were
well, let's.
aware that some
Fafo,
person
Kurt has a
or persons at
micropene.
Aperture
Oh, no.
were performing that process, correct?
Correct.
And they were performing that process so that you could be designated as an expert witness in that case, correct?
Correct.
And so you were aware of the process, you were aware they had to submit documents that would establish your qualifications as an expert in the case so that you could be designated as an expert witness, correct?
Correct.
And now specifically with regard to Exhibit EEE for identification with these court filings, etc., even though you may not have done it yourself, were you aware?
You're aware that you have a
this
CV.
document, which is EEE, was submitted as part of the expert designation process we were talking about?
Not this specific document, no.
Were you aware that a CV was needed to be submitted on your behalf as part of the designation?
How are you not aware
Yes.
of this?
So you were aware a CV had to be submitted, but you're saying you don't recall this specific one being submitted?
Correct.
Does the timestamp up at the top of each page of Exhibit EEE, including this page that is your CV, match the timestamp, or is it different from the timestamp at the top of Exhibit FFF?
No, that is the same.
So it's exactly the same.
Yes.
And have you been involved in processes in courts where your qualifications, including your CV, have had to be submitted to courts to establish a designation as an expert witness?
Yes.
And can you conclude from these documents, including the timestamps, that the submission that was made to the court to establish your status
This
as
is
an
a
expert
great
witness
question.
consisted of Exhibits FFF and EEE?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Were you aware of that?
Yeah, no, not were
Yes.
you aware. Can you conclude that?
Your
Oh,
Honor, at this
no.
point, I moved EEE and FFF.
Oh, no.
You need one more step, Mr.
What?
And sir,
What step?
do EEE and FFF fairly and accurately represent the submission of documents in support of a designation of expert witness?
He's going to say, I don't know right here.
Yes, as far as I can tell.
Oh, my
Your
God.
Honor, I'll offer these two into evidence.
Oh, no.
Can I have brief?
Yes, come on up. Bring those, please, Mr.
Yes, Your Honor.
He just got that guy to authenticate those documents. What an idiot. All the guy had to say was, no, I can't tell. Someone else prepared them at Aperture. I relied on them as they're they do this all the time as part of my employment. If any document submissions contain an inaccurate representation, I wouldn't be aware of it. I wasn't questioned about it at the trial. I didn't misrepresent anything to the court. Maybe Aperture had a scrivener's error and left out this critical part of my educational experience, but it wasn't relevant to the trial. Any of this stuff, like all you had to do is say, I don't recognize it. I don't know. Aperture prepared something. Would you, does this accurately reflect what they filed? Bro, you just said you didn't know. So just stick with that. But instead he's like, yeah, it looks like it does. Done. Authenticated. Validated. Get into evidence. Open the panel van, blindfold and sackcloth that thing and kick it in the side door and drive it quick. That's getting submitted and admitted. And now he's perjured himself. Have you ever done this? No. Well, what about this time? Yes. What an idiot. Queever haircutting person Stutterlin says, if we get to 100, it turns to a micropeener, or a macropeener, #NLO. That puts us at 47. Lizbots, free members micropenis, 48. And what do we got?
Roll, roll, roll your boat gently down the stream. Belts off, trousers down. Kurt has a micro peen.
That's 49. We're at 49. So what Alessi just pulled off there was expertly done. expertly done. Again, it's hard to get testimony or evidence authenticated from a hostile witness if they have any concept of what's going on.
You have reapproach, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm going to have to stand here again, Mr.
Sure.
Burgess. So what I would like to do, Your Honor, at this time is to offer into evidence
Oh.
Exhibit E and Exhibit FFF for identification
As one exhibit?
as one exhibit.
I can do that.
And that would be the order.
Exhibit 193.
May I hand it to the?
Yes.
Tweeting it out right now. Leslie just got this
Burgess,
org to authenticate his
I am handing you, it is
CV.
now in evidence as Exhibit
Hold on one second.
193. I would like to draw your attention to the fourth page, which is your CV. And further, if I could, sir, draw your attention to the category of education, where it says BGS. Is it correct that there you state Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, comma, 2024? Did I read that correct?
You did read that correctly. And this was filed in 2023.
Understood. So now what I'd like to do, Your Honor, is to Ma'am, keep this for a moment, Your Honor. Give it to the witnesses as needed. Thank you. With Your Honor's permission, I would like to publish a document that is already in evidence.
Okay.
Actually, there may be two, 183 and 184. Let's start with
Micropene counter is
183.
due for an update.
Let's expand it. And then, Mr. Wolf, do we have
When we can play
what
the
has
chat.
just been to publish as well? So what I'd like to do is to publish first, with the court's permission, Exhibit 193 that we were just talking about, so the jury can see what has been the subject of discussion.
The jury's like, thank God. Because
And
we're
sir,
just
if you-
sitting here.
Mr. Wolk, if you could
Y'all
just
are playing with your
enlarge, all
fingers.
we need is the education section.
Oh, no. All we need is the education
Now-
section. Shit.
Mr. Burgess, as I heard it correctly in questions from Mr. Brennan, you answered the question that whether you had ever filed a document that misstated your educational background in a court. Do you recall that question asked of you?
Oh, no.
Yes, I
And your answer was no, correct, sir?
Correct.
So let's look at this
You're getting
document,
impeached.
which we've just gone through, was filed in federal court in the United States District Court, Eastern District of Texas, Marshall Division, which is a federal court. And attached to it is your CV. And in the line of education, it lists under BGS, Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama, Birmingham, Alabama, 2024. You see that, sir?
I do, yes.
Now,
You don't have that
you
degree, though,
stated,
do you?
and now what I'd like to do is do is there any qualification whatsoever in that line, that reference to BGS, qualifications at all, explanation, sir? Is there anything?
I don't know what you mean.
It's just a statement, right? There's words there. There's nothing after it that explains what's intended, correct?
Correct.
Now, what I'd like to do, Your Honor, is to go to what was filed in this case, which is in evidence, and we'll go to 183 and then 184.
What does this one say?
Now,
This one says currently
in what has been
pursuing.
filed in this case, there is a currently pursuing at the end after University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's go back, please, to
So he's going to claim that
Exhibit 193.
because it said 2024, that was implied to be a graduation date because the filing was from 2023.
There is no currently pursuing there, is there, sir?
There is not, but that was filed in 2023, so that would be an expected graduation date of 2024.
You've been
Okay,
expecting
so
to graduate for 17 years.
it was
you
this
idiot.
document was filed in 2023. However, there's nothing in this document
You're not
that
degree
in
track in
any
2024.
way
You're not
leads the
doing
reader to
school.
believe anything other than the degree is obtained on 2024, correct?
Correct.
So the only way somebody in the court system or a judge or a jury would know anything about this is to have to know about court filing dates, correct? I'll ask it another way, Mr. Burgess. You know how to write. Let's go back to 183 and 184.
Ask him why he didn't get a degree in 2024.
You know how to write currently pursuing on your CV, correct?
Correct.
And writing
Was the
currently
walking track
pursuing
busy with people doing lunges?
lets the reader know that you don't have that degree, correct?
Objection.
In that form, sustained.
You intend by writing currently pursuing, don't you, sir, that anybody reads this to know that you do not have a bachelor degree, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go back to what you filed in what was filed in federal court in that case. And it does not have the words currently pursuing, correct?
It does not.
So the reader, so it doesn't have that verbiage, correct?
Correct.
So isn't it the correct answer that you did file a document, your CV, in this federal court case that misstates the status of a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration?
Objection.
Sustained.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
The Mercado law is covering a live streaming murder of an expert witness.
You stated again, sir, that you have not
Massachusetts, but that's close enough.
filed a document
Somewhere
that
over there.
misstates your educational background, correct?
Correct.
And the last time I'll cover it, you know how to put currently pursuing on anything to do with a Bachelor of Science, correct?
Correct.
A Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration does not exist as an offered degree at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, does it?
Sure. So that is an error. Clearly,
An
BGS
error?
stands for Bachelors of General Studies, and that should have a with minor in Mathematics and Business Administration.
What is clear from that document?
clear is that you're not going to school.
BGS stands for a Bachelor of General Studies. What is clear in that document about the definition of that acronym?
That is a known acronym.
Let's go back to Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. That degree does not exist. It is not offered at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, correct?
No, that is not.
So therefore, an
Oh my
incorrect
God.
statement about your educational
They don't even
background
offer the
was
degree
filed
he
in
was
a federal
pursuing.
court in Texas, correct?
Yes, it was.
Ah, so you lied on the stand just a second ago.
That's it, Mr. Alessi? You're done? Okay.
That's it.
There is.
Okay.
I'm done with this corpse.
The document that the attorney just showed you, did you submit that to the federal court?
No, I did not.
That wasn't the question.
Did you ever see that document before it was filed?
No, I did not.
The document says 2024 for a degree. Is there a presumption whether you had it or expected it if that document was filed in 2023?
Yes, there is.
And what is the presumption if it was filed in 2023?
Objection, Your Honor, respect.
So presumption,
Well,
well, strike that.
okay. He asked if there was any designation to make it clear. If it says 2020, if it was filed in 2023, and it says 2024, what was your expectation at that time as far as your degree?
That I would complete my degree in 2024.
What
You
evidence
didn't
suggests that you'll ever complete a degree,
Your
you
degree in
loser?
2024 as you expected.
Oh my
Did
God.
you then change your CV
Yes, I did.
to accurately reflect the change in your
It's
status?
not accurate.
Yes, I did.
Not
And what did you change it to?
Currently pursuing.
What
Why
evidence?
didn't you finish your degree in
Made to pursue this degree.
2024?
Sure. So
Your Honor, still.
No, I'm going to allow it.
as most people can probably relate, work, family, and life many times get in the way. So as a personal objective, I would like to finish my bachelor's, but again, work and life gets in the way.
Work
you
and life
ever
is in the way.
Represent
You're either
to a
doing
court
it or
that
you're
you
not.
Had a degree that you didn't earn.
No, I have not.
He asked you a number of questions about this 2023 filing, but didn't ask you any questions about the data. Does your opinion regarding the data change in any way in light of his questions about a 2023 filing that you didn't file and someone filed on your behalf?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection is sustained. I'm going to strike that question.
No further questions.
All right. Mr. Davis, you are all set.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is like me saying I have a, my fallout shelter is under construction because I want it built. I would like it to be buried
I'd
underground
like to
in
play a
Austin.
number of clips. If I could begin with clip 23.
Yeah, I'm on my PhD in poetry track, currently pursuing.
So we approach from the north, we actually missed the turn. And John says to me, it's Fairview, we just passed it, it's back there, it's on my left. I said, all right, so I pull nose into a driveway and back out onto the street, which I now own as Cedar Crest, and then come from the north onto Fairview.
Like the next play, clip 25.
He's going to get fired now. I hope he does, and then I hope he sues Aperture for wrongful termination because they're the ones who lied about his CV. Like, that dork wasn't doing his own CV updating. He was just sitting there busy not going to school. I like how this guy's like, yeah, I just couldn't make it happen. 17 years, man.
At 12:41, I leave a voicemail to John where you can clearly, and this will probably be played on Monday, you can clearly hear me pull into John's garage. You can hear my car sensors beeping as I come close to the sides of the garage. And then you hear the car go off, and then you hear the slight ding, ding, ding as I open the door, shut the door. I had high heels on that night. You hear me walk in, go into the stairs up into the kitchen.
More sound
shut the
effects,
door,
girl. I like
walk
it.
in the kitchen. It's like a full minute long. That's at 12:41.
And finally, clip 24.
I do. I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think he died right around 12:25, 12:30 on the earlier morning, January 29th.
Thank you. I have these for Submission into evidence, right?
194.
Oh, man.
Next witness, Ms. Wiley.
Yes, Your Honor. Call Miss Christina Hanley to the stand.
On what grounds is the mercopine counter not at 50?
I'm going to put it at 50. We've exceeded 50. We have grown past. We have grown past.
Step up, face the clerk, and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Oh, we are officially at normal but disappointing peen status.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
Sure. I'm Christina Hanley. Hanley is Hanley.
And Ms. Hanley, what do you do for work?
I am a forensic scientist 3 at
I hate her
the
voice.
Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in the Trace Arson and Explosives Unit.
That's cool.
And where did you go to school?
I went to, I had received my Bachelor of Science in Chemistry with a concentration in Forensics from Merrimack College.
And do you have any other degrees?
I do not.
Now, following your education, where did you first go to work?
I began working at the State Police Crime Lab in 2008 in the Drug Identification Unit. And in 2009, I transferred into the Trace Unit. And in 2017, I was promoted from a Forensic Scientist 2 to a Forensic Scientist 3 in the Trace Arson and Explosives Unit.
Could I ask you please to speak up, please?
Ms. Hanley, if it helps, that microphone is adjustable, so if you could get it as close to you as possible, that would be great. Thank you. The Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory where you work, is that accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
We are accredited by ANAB.
And what does ANAB stand for?
ANAB stands for ANSI National Accreditation Board.
And what does ANSI stand for?
Sorry, I can't remember exactly what ANSI stands for. I apologize.
That's okay. As part of that accreditation process, do you undergo any sort of proficiency testing?
Yes, I do.
And can you explain to the jury what that proficiency testing process consists of?
Sure. So proficiency tests are a quality assurance measure that's used to monitor performance. And I'm required to complete at least one external proficiency test per year, where I'm authorized to do casework in multiple subdisciplines. In my unit, I typically complete more than one proficiency test per year.
And what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
Sure. So I'm authorized to do casework in multiple subdisciplines in Trace. So I complete proficiency tests in the subdisciplines of hairs, paint, fibers, glass, tape, and serial number restorations and physical match examinations.
And generally speaking, what is entailed in those proficiency testing that you're given multiple times a year?
It's provided by an external company that provides the proficiency test, and I'm required to successfully complete one of those proficiency tests per year.
Now, have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
Yes, I have.
Now, what type of training or continuing education have you undergone at the State Police Crime Laboratory?
Sure. So I had internal training as well as external training. The internal training consisted of I had to complete required readings. I was required to complete some laboratory exercises, learn how to utilize the instrumentation in the lab. I observed other analysts in the unit working on casework. I was also required to complete a written exam as well as a competency test. And in addition to that, a mock trial.
Now, you mentioned earlier in the testimony you're a forensic scientist 3 currently, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is the difference, or can you explain the difference to the jury between a forensic scientist 2 versus a forensic scientist 3?
Sure. So forensic scientist 2 is essentially just like a bench chemist who their primary role or responsibility is casework. A forensic scientist 3 does casework, but in addition is also a unit supervisor.
Now, what does the trace unit do or examine within the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Sure. So I'm responsible for examining and comparing trace items that, for example, such as paint, glass, fibers, hairs, tape, miscellaneous items. I also perform serial number restorations on firearms and physical match examinations.
And what are your general duties and responsibilities within the trace unit within the lab?
So I am responsible for the general operation of the unit. I train other forensic scientists within the unit. I also complete technical and administrative reviews of casework. And I also complete my own casework in the trace disciplines that I previously mentioned.
Now, Ms. Hanley,
How
you
do these
as a
people make their
supervisor,
cool
you
jobs
review
so
other
boring?
analysts' work
Oh my
within the
God.
trace unit, correct?
Yes, I do.
And who reviews your work for any sort of trace analysis that you do?
So depending on what the subdiscipline, some of the casework that I'm authorized to do work in, it needs to be technically reviewed by an external technical reviewer because I'm the only one within my unit that can do certain types of casework currently. So we have to utilize an external technical reviewer at this time.
Now, with reference to physical match analysis, can you explain to the jury first, just in general terms, how is that analysis performed?
Sure. So when I receive an item, I take that item into my custody, and I document it with photographs, and I make observations and take notes. And then I'll examine the items microscopically, and I will do any comparison work to determine if there is or is not a physical match between items.
Now, that physical match analysis within the trace unit at the state lab, is that general work supported by any sort of scientific principle or methodology that you're aware of?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. Are you familiar with something called the Lockhart exchange principle?
Yes. So the Lockhart exchange principle, it's kind of the foundation or basis of trace analysis. It is a principle that states that when two when two objects or two items come into contact with each other, there is an exchange of material.
Now, with reference to your workspace, what is it that you do to your bench between your examination of separately packaged items?
Sure. So the benchtop as well as the tools that I'm going to use are all cleaned with a bleach solution. And once that's done, there's a clean piece of butcher paper that's put down on the bench, and that's done in between looking at different items.
And why is it that you do that in between looking at different items?
That's done to prevent any cross-contamination.
Now, you've alluded a little bit earlier in your testimony, but on what types of evidence can you perform a physical match analysis?
Sure. So physical match examination can be conducted with many different types of material. For example, plastics, glass, tape, etc.
Now, when evidence is submitted to your lab, how is it kept track of throughout its stay at the lab?
Sure. So when evidence is submitted to the laboratory, the case information is put into our LIMS system, which stands for Laboratory
LIMS.
Information Management System.
I'm a lot of fun. I'm a fun guy.
And once it's assigned that number, how is it sort of tracked as it progresses through the different units within the lab?
Sure. So the unique case number that's assigned to the case is tracked within the system. It's referred to as the chain of custody. So items of evidence will get scanned depending on where their location is, and the LIM system keeps track of all of that. So we know exactly where an item is.
So when you take an item or you receive an item to be tested, can you explain to the jury what you do to begin your analysis?
Sure. So when an item gets scanned into my custody, after I've prepped my area to examine the item, I scan that item into my custody, and I will document that item with photographs. I will make notes of my observations. I will examine the item microscopically. If needed, I'll proceed with sampling and possibly additional microscopic examination and instrumental analysis.
Now, specifically starting with items of glass, when you take an item of glass to conduct a comparative analysis, generally speaking, what is the process for conducting such an examination of glass?
So it'd be the same process that I just mentioned. I would take that item, take photos, make any observations. I would proceed with first I would check to see if there's any physical match comparisons, and then if needed, I would take any samples to examine it microscopically and or instrumentally.
And that general process that you've just described is the items that you tested in reference to this case or analyzed in reference to this case. Is that the process that you followed in this case?
Yes.
Now, what kind of instruments do you use, starting off with items of glass, what kind of instruments do you use to conduct that analysis?
Sure. So I'll use a stereo zoom microscope to initially examine it microscopically. If I take samples to do additional microscopic examination, I'll examine it under a polarized light microscope. And then if I need to take samples to do
imagine if she accidentally said
instrumental
microphone.
analysis, that would be using our
it's going to come up organically
referred to as a
somewhere
GRIM,
someday.
which stands for
I'll
Glass
lose on
Refractive
my
Index
mind.
Measurement. It's an instrument that measures the refractive index of glass.
And if you could, please explain to the jury, what is a refractive index?
Sure. Refractive index is a measure of how light bends when it passes from one medium to another.
And how are you viewing that utilizing the GRIM device when it comes to glass?
So a sample is prepped on a slide and it is placed on a hot stage of the microscope of the instrument, and the oil that the sample is in it goes through a cooling and a heating phase, and as it's going through a cooling and a heating phase, it passes through what we refer to as a match point. So you can make that observation as the sample is running, and then when the sample is done running, it takes an average and it calculates the refractive index of the sample through the calibration data of the instrument.
And what is an FTIR?
So an FTIR is a Fourier transform infrared spectrum and an analytical tool that we use samples. Essentially, a sample is exposed to infrared light, and your sample reacts in a certain way to it, and it produces a spectrum or a graph of peaks and valleys, and it is representative of your sample.
And how is that FTIR instrument, how is that used in this type of physical match analysis?
So actually the FTIR was not used for physical match examination.
Now, you mentioned it a little bit earlier in your testimony. What is a polarized light microscope?
The one who is less
So polarized light microscope it's a microscope that just has a couple of filters in it that we use to look at samples at a higher magnification and make observations of certain optical properties of samples.
And how are you utilizing that instrument in your analysis in the lab?
Well, the audio completely
it's used to examine various different types of samples, paint, fiber. We can also look at glass.
Now, do you document your work as you perform your analysis in the lab?
Yes, I do.
Now, Ms. Hanley, at some point,
Hold
were
on.
you assigned to perform some work
I gotta refresh
on a lab
this.
case
This is
number
weird. It's creeping me out.
2184 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I was.
And what type of work were you assigned to do in this case?
So I was given items for physical match comparison of some glass items.
You learn to take care
as
of
well
it.
as some instrumental analysis of the glass. And I was also
First time you blow your nose and it's just
given items
blood
for
and guts or whatever. You're like, oh shit.
some items of plastic for comparison.
I should learn how to do this without dying.
Now, starting with glass pieces, do you recall what item numbers you analyzed pertaining to the glass pieces?
Yes. So I examined items 3-2, which was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges. I was also given item 3-3, which was 5 pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges from the bumper of the vehicle. And then I was also given item 7-12, which were clear and glass pieces recovered from the road. And I was given also 7-14, which was a clear piece of glass recovered from the road.
And now if we could, Ms. Hanley, just break those down sort of one by one. So starting with item 3-2, what was provided to you in reference to a description of what that item was?
Sure. So item 3-2 was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges, and there was dirt debris on the exterior and interior of the cup.
Now, did you measure that item?
I did.
And what measurements did you obtain from that item, the drinking glass?
I just would need to refer to my report for measurements.
Okay, you can do that. You have your report right there. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the diameter of the bottom of the glass cup was 2 3/4 inches, and it measured approximately 2.5 inches in height.
You mentioned that there was debris on both the interior and exterior of the drinking glass. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to item 3-3, what was provided to you as a description of item 3-3?
Sure. So item 3-3 consisted of 5 pieces of clear glass, all with broken irregular edges.
And was there anything provided in the description of where those 5 pieces of broken glass were located?
Yes, they were recovered from the bumper of a vehicle.
And was there any identifying information provided to you as far as in reference to that vehicle?
The only other description of the item is the license plate of the vehicle.
What was the license plate that was provided?
So it was MA3GC684.
And did you measure each of those respective items?
Yes, I did.
Now, as far as before we get to the measurements, Ms. Hanley, when it comes to a lab item number, say 3-3, that has multiple pieces to it, how are each of those individual pieces then subsequently labeled?
So sometimes we'll subsequently label them with a lettering system.
And as far as these particular pieces contained within item 3-3, the pieces of glass from the bumper of the defendant's vehicle, how are they labeled?
So these were labeled A through E.
And with reference to the measurements, what measurements did you obtain from the pieces within item 3-3?
Sure. So I measured the largest and the smallest, and the largest measured approximately 7/8 of an inch by 5/16 of an inch, and the smallest measured approximately 3/16 of an inch by 1/8 of an inch.
Not a single one of you is allowed to
Now,
make
with reference
jokes
to
about
the
that.
drinking glass,
Not
you
one.
examined that microscopically, is that
Shut
correct?
your damn mouths.
I did, yes.
And with reference to these items from item 3-3 from the bumper, you examined those microscopically as well, is that correct?
Correct.
And was there a particular piece from the pieces from the bumper that you did any additional examination of?
Yes, I did.
And what instruments did you use in which piece?
Sure. So there was one piece, I sampled a piece E that I had labeled as piece E. And I took a sample for examination under the polarized light microscope and a sample to analyze it instrumentally on the Grimm instrument.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-12, what was provided to you as a description for item 7-12?
Sure. So item 7-12, that consisted of 5 pieces of clear apparent plastic and 9 pieces of clear apparent glass with all with broken irregular edges.
Now, the 9 apparent pieces, well, let me ask you this first. As far as the description that you were provided, was there any description as far as where those items were recovered from?
Yes. Those items were recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
And is it your understanding they were recovered from the street or the roadway outside of that residence?
It just says recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Now, as far as the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass from item 7-12, were those similarly sub-labeled as the previous item 3-3?
Yes, I received those labeled with the lettering system. They were labeled A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
And with reference to those 9 pieces of glass, did you examine those microscopically as well?
I did, yes.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-14, what were you provided with as far as a description of that item 7-14?
So this item consisted of one piece of clear glass with broken irregular edges.
And similarly, was there any description provided as to where that item was recovered from?
Yes, it was recovered from 34 Fairview Road as well.
And again, how many pieces were contained within that item 7-14?
7-14 was just one piece of glass.
I think I'm going to step away to the bathroom.
And did you measure that item as well?
Be right back.
That item, I do not have the measurement of. It was examined by a previous analyst within the unit. So that measurement was taken at that time.
And that other analyst would be Mix Valier, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as your examination of that item 7-14, what type of instruments did you use to examine 7-14?
So I sampled 7-14 to examine it under the polarized light microscope, as well as to analyze it instrumentally using the GRIM instrument.
Are you familiar with a term called a class characteristic?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that is?
Sure. So a class characteristic is when a material can be associated with a group of items that share characteristics.
And what is an individual characteristic?
An individual characteristic is when a material can be related to a single source, such as a physical match.
And so what is the difference between a class characteristic versus an individual characteristic?
So class characteristic is that it can be associated with a group of items that share characteristics, versus the individual characteristic. It's more individualizing. It can be related to a single source, just in the case of like a physical match.
And what is a physical match?
So a physical match is if an item is broken and those pieces are compared to each other, and their broken irregular edges fit back together, and they have a jigsaw fit, that would be considered a physical match.
Now, can you please explain to the jury the steps and the process that you undertook in your comparative analysis of items, specifically of glass in this case?
Sure. So I first did a comparison of all of the glass pieces and the glass cup that were recovered from the road. So those were items 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14. So I examined all of those to determine if there was a physical match between any of those items first. There were, I believe, 6 pieces of glass from item 7-12 that fit mechanically to the cup that was also recovered from the road, item 3-2.
Are we on cross
after
yet?
I completed that examination, I then did a comparison to see if there was a physical match to some of the 2 of the glass pieces from the bumper. And there were 5 total from the bumper. 2 of them I used for physical match comparison. And there was no physical match comparison between those 2 pieces from the bumper, item 3-3, compared to the glass pieces and the cup that were recovered from the road. And then I sampled, as I had mentioned earlier, one of the pieces from the bumper to do further microscopic and analytical analysis on, and did a comparison with one of the pieces from the road.
Can I see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please?
All right. All right, here we go.
Stop. He's already dead. Roses are red, weed is green. Kurt may be a creep, but he also has a micro peen.
Oh no, it's 51. We've broken the conditioning. Onward to infinity.
I can fix her. The only letdown will be when I find out she prefers micro peen over
52.
BBC. I know that Beach takes DAP in the forensics room.
Oh my God.
Keep the glasses on to find Kurt's micro peen.
No. You stop that right now.
Testing for science. Ask. Stop laughing, Nick. It's not a micro peen.
53. DAP in the forensics room. What is wrong with you?
Yo, Honor, this cute white girl used her microscope to analyze Kurt's micro penis
54.
and Aaron's button. The test came back inconclusive. No dick to be found.
Not a one. Oh my goodness. Gorilla shower or shower says, good to have you back. Now make my micro peen grow. That's 54, I think. Elf. No, Boosh, we'll get there. I'm getting there. Nothing witty to say or be seen. Kurt just has a micro peen. Number 50. There was a bunch came in all around the same time. It was in there though. I think we're at 55 now. Roving Cyclops video walk says Bev is choked and is letting expert get dragged. Mistress Meg says no mini micro peen. I think we read that one. Boosh McFadden Kurt has a micro peen. That puts us at 56. We are up to 56. Oh my gosh. Oh. Whew. Oh Lord. I'm getting the vapors.
I took my time to write this rhyme, giving it thought to reflect my mind.
Whoa.
I got a goal in mind, and it seems hasty, but at this rate, it ain't that crazy. Look at this girl, her skin's so pasty. Kurt cooking you some casserole later. Anyway, Nick, if you're so kind, let's get micropene to 69, cause we nasty.
You're disgusting. 57. 12 micropeens to go. I think the universal phase shift at that point. We'll get that time variance. It'll just all be resolved. Yours got cut off, Boosh? No, it didn't. I read it right there. Roses are red, violets are blue. Rhyming is hard. Kurt has a micropene. That's all it says. Ah. Oh, the stream did a hiccup? What, right while I was reading it? Well, too bad. No refunds.
So, jurors, it's been a long day, so we're going to stop for the day. Ms. Hanley, I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow, but a little bit later in the day, and the victim of this person.
That's interesting.
All right, so folks, we're going to end for today.
Ending.
Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any
Pretty early.
research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know, and watch your social media use. Thank you. So, Ms. Hanley, after the jury trial.
All right, so the court, please.
That makes the 69 number way less plausible. I don't think we're going to get 12 more micropeens in that time. Goodbye. But we were just getting to know each other. That's crazy. What do we got here?
We need the meme makers to create this meme clip. It's the OG Power Rangers bit where Rita throws her staff and says, "Makes my monster grow." But instead of monster, it says micro peen. Make it happen.
I don't know how to do that. So I muted it, but Bev came back in and said, "You don't need me for anything, right?" And they said, "Correct." And she said, "All right, goodbye. I'm out of here." So it seems like court is done for the day, it would appear. Okay. Okay. So that's what, 58? 58. So here we go.
I ate the casserole. Then we bumped uglies. It was the best 10 seconds ever.
Gross. Ew. Just like a mountain of pallid flesh. Do you guys, I don't know how old all of you are, but I graduated high school in the year 2000. So my 25th anniversary is this year. It's really great. So there was like a group for it, and an old friend acquaintance of mine was like, "So you're kind of famous now." And I'm like, "Damn it." Oh no. Anyway, back then the internet was different. It wasn't all nice and organized. So you'd be like scrolling around on a forum, and all of a sudden you'd see like a puppy get crushed by a steamroller or something, something just horrible. It was like, oh, someone eating a baby. That's true. I stumbled across that one time. That was disgusting. Anyway, it was horrifying. But so that would have it bring you down. Like that's what that one. Now that's what that last super tip was. I ate the casserole. Then we bumped uglies. It was the best 10 seconds ever. The Mr. Hand video, gross. Ew. Ew. No, thank you. But see, that was the internet was all disorganized. No one had figured out that's like, oh, well, if we organize content into like specific spots, we can sell ads here and here and here and arrest people here. And that's great. That's great how it works now. But it was like a Wild West back then. You could find all sorts of stuff by accident. Like the Mr. Hand video. Exactly. Hey, what's this guy doing with a horse? Oh, no.
Your Honor, I need to ensure the record is clear. Kurtz is actually so short that it's just proportionate. For any normal-sized man, micropene, it will never create havoc.
58? 58 on the micropene counter. Oh, no. Is this momentum?
My wife went on a diet of micropene. She had to blow 150 losers a day just to get a portion.
59?
Oh, Kurt, I would definitely back up and use my rear end on your micropene.
60. We're at 60. Oh my gosh. I feel like Hillary Clinton. I feel like the glass ceiling's about to be broken, but we might come up just a little bit short, which would be thematically appropriate, I suppose. Yeah, I'm a ton of fun, though. I'm a fun guy. I didn't kick myself. I'm right here. Stream is still running. I don't know why people are saying the stream is ended. Yeah, you guys might have to refresh. I don't know. You can't hear me if you're having troubles, but everything should be working just fine. Let's see. The Iceman says, "Hey Nick, you see the video of the conclusion from yesterday where Judge Bev gives a really odd big smile when Brennan objects. Should check it out." I've not seen it. I'll have to find it. Oh, so YouTube did the thing where it kicked everybody out? Great. Cool. Thanks. D Watt says, "Happy anniversary, Nick." Oh yeah, micropeen 61. We're at 61 micropeens. Okay. Oh my gosh.
Who was the crazy cracker that ate his parents, whose whole life was a lie? This binger on the stand reminding me of him with this fake life he made.
It sure does. What was that guy's name? What was that? The kid in Wisconsin shot his parents, chopped them up, distributed them, tried to roast their heads on the fire or whatever. Can you send a link for the Bev clip? Yes. Send it to me on Facebook or not Facebook, sorry, Instagram or Twitter. Either one of them would work. Chandler Halderson. That's right. That was that weirdo's name. I wonder how he's doing. He was not a big lad. So you kind of wonder. So I was like, well, when he goes to prison, does someone eat him? Get that butt. He took a nibble. I think he did. Interview him. Man, could you imagine? Hello, Chandler. How'd that whole lying about your college work out? We just watched another guy do it and it was just fine. Let's see. Yeah, you love playing that Tarkov game. From your one day in jail, could you provide expert advice? Mostly on how to like turn all your extra clothes into a pillow that's suitable. And how to not eat sandwiches that are soggy. That's soggy like chicken fried steak sandwich that they sent was so disgusting. Like that was bad. The other sandwiches were just like very basic. They were okay. But I only got that soggy chicken fried steak because I wasn't awake when they were bringing out the hot food. So apparently they had like a stew or like a pot roast, hot dish. I guess it's called a hot dish. It wasn't a hot dish. It was like a hot meal, you know, like as opposed to a cold sandwich, but it wasn't a hot dish. It's a Minnesota thing. But yeah, I wasn't awake when they handed that out. So they left me a sandwich that should have been hot and was cold and soggy. It was disgusting. Major opponent says extra clothing says, yeah, don't get arrested in your undies. Man, I was barely wearing clothes. Like I just had shorts and tank top on. You're a half hour behind now. You can't go back. I don't know what it's doing lately, but it is doing that. It's doing this weird kickoff. This thing. Hot dish equals casserole outside of Minnesota. Yeah, we had pizza hot dish. No! See you, Sandy Brown. Well, just a quick summary of the day's events from the trial, which I'll put together a wrap-up video a little bit later. But Alessi continued to just tear down Shannon Burgess, who is the digital forensics analyst from Aperture. He tore him down. On redirect, they tried to bolster his credibility and bring back some undo some damage from his testimony or from his cross-examination. Again, the main thrust of his argument is that time isn't real and we can just add and subtract numbers based on what we believe is necessary to get the result that we want, which is an amazing conclusion to come to. And the fact that he prepared a report based on that I guess it's a hypothesis or a thesis. Maybe it's just a thesis, but that was a thesis of his paper effectively. And they submitted that as like, yeah, this is it. And so then they're just like, well, this one was like plus 21 seconds or whatever. And this one was minus 15 seconds. And you're like, wait, so you just pick the number you need, which is crazy. The Iceman, I'm not getting, I haven't seen a message come in. Feel81 says, looking rough as always, Nick. Well, do you expect me to look different every day? If I look rough normally, I'm going to go ahead and continue looking rough. Like that's what logic would support. What is this? Let's see. Sorry, I saw another message. I'm looking for the message from Iceman. Well, Dan says I look fine, so I'm going to listen to him. I like him better. You don't have Twitter or Instagram. Email it to me, I suppose. Ricada@ricada.org. You look hetero questionable as ever. You don't have to ask. Okay. D. What says rip C. Goody. Oh, and Micropene. Yeah, I want to do a proper toast for C. Goody again, but I want to do it on the night shows because that's where he'd be. You know, that one really sucked. Learning about that was not fun. Okay, so while we're waiting for that Iceman thing, should we look at this cease and desist from Megan? You look like you're trapped in the 1970s. I am. Ah, man. Don't we want to go back? Cannot go back 15 minutes. Yeah, it's there was a YouTube had a glitch and the playbacks on those have tended to be just fine. I don't know what happens. Can we make fun of her on Twitter now? Yeah, well, I think so. I have the wrong Joker on the wall behind me. Which one am I supposed to have? All right, hold on. You always nervous sharing like a Twitter screen or whatever, because it's like all of a sudden all your DMs are up. Oh, it's like, oh, thanks. That's what I needed. The Heath Ledger one. Well, that one didn't make it. Okay, so here we've got the Megan Fox letter. So this is a cease and desist, and this comes from the law offices of Michael Federigos. I don't know if Michael, like, this is going to sound weird. Like, I don't know if he knows who Megan is or not. But, you know, Megan's a seasoned journalist and seasoned YouTuber. She's been doing this a while. You send a cease and desist to someone like Megan Fox, and it better have a real basis to it and a purpose. A cease and desist of "stop making fun of me" never has a purpose. It's not really required for any underlying state statutes or anything like that. It's just a letter. There's no force of law to a cease and desist. You can generally just make fun of them completely. J-Dig says, tips on finding a good personal injury attorney. Well, I mean, the ones that have like 1 million signs in your town, the billboard one, those tend to be the most successful ones. Those billboards cost a whole lot of money. And if they have, 200 of them, you can generally gather that they're really pretty good at it. But, the other ways is to find major cases in your state where a personal injury attorney has gotten a public judgment that is large. Right. That's a good one. Like, for example, you would want to hire any of Johnny Depp's lawyers. They would be, they would be effective civil lawyers for personal injury. Attorney Tom's a great personal injury lawyer and operates in several states. You can check out his law offices. Just tell him I sent you. Tell him I sent you personally with love and affection. Please give him a hug and a pat on his little tiny head. When he shakes your hands, just his little small hands they're cuddly, but they're weird. So I just don't want you to be surprised when it happens. He also likes to be stepped on. He doesn't care the gender, but he just likes to lay down and be stepped on. The Iceman has sent the email. Okay, I'll get that pulled up. But let's take a look at this Megan Fox letter. So Miss Fox. Subject: cease and desist, harassment and cyberbullying concerning Leslie Federigos. Oh, says Michael Federigos, her husband, or wait. Now, I don't know. People said that Leslie was trans. Let's you guys be the judge.
In my life where I have a standard, right? And that standard is this of God or is it not of God? And how do I define this standard? Well, if it's something that poses any bit of negativity,
that is some severe ass makeup,
encourages me to judge, it's not of God. But if it's something that
Skeletor
brings me
looking
nothing but pure happiness, it is of God, right? So that is a standard that we shall live by. And when we are questioning whether
her lips are comically oversized.
Some things in a skewed light.
Just trying to keep the hair out. The gravity is pulling my hair in.
Something that poses any sort of judgment, any negativity. Because in all honesty,
did she just say negativity?
These people
that is not acceptable in 2025.
Christian, and then they're imposing judgment. They're imposing negativity. It's like,
I like that. That was cool.
You're nothing but hypocrites. Like, don't you think that people that really have been in tune with this concept and in tune with God and in tune with all this realize that you're the one that is struggling, not us?
Yeah.
You're the hypocrite that are trying to sell the rest of the world on
I'm a lot of
that you
fun.
Found the answer. Right.
I'm a
and I
fun
can
guy.
Tell you my own family because there's many people in my own family that I don't speak to.
Me too.
I don't speak to my oldest child, and she wants
to
profess herself out there in society that she's this Christian woman, but she does nothing but judge. It's like you're a giveaway. For those that are really wise, we actually
that kind of runs in the Christianity line. Guys. Okay, so that's this person who has sent this cease and desist. So we needed some context there. And again, this is apparently allegedly over Megan calling her a Muppet, saying she looks like a Muppet. Wouldn't it be great as she's not actually a Muppet? This is defamatory. So, dear Ms. Fox, it has come to our attention that you have been making targeted comments. Targeted comments? No, they were random comments. I just threw them out there, and you walked into my insult with your weird, ugly lips. And creating content about Leslie Federigos on your online channels. Specifically, we have observed behavior including ridiculing her appearance, encouraging others to take actions against her, and publicizing her recent lawsuit in a manner intended to incite harassment. Look, I know Megan very well, and maybe she was ridiculing her appearances mildly. Encouraging others to take actions against her is not something that I've ever known Megan to do. In fact, she tends to specifically disclaim that if she thinks there's any risk that people are getting the wrong message from her. So I'd vouch for her on that one. Publicizing her recent lawsuit. Well, sorry, lawsuits, it's not always fun, but the vast majority of them are public. And that's just how it goes. And we have to deal with that. In a manner intended to incite harassment. Gonna need a citation there on that one. What is a manner intended to incite harassment? Because that is to ascribe your own assessment of someone's motives to them as if it was the real motive. So I'm having troubles here with that one. Does this person have a micropenis? This conduct constitutes harassment. In what state? Cite a statute, you fucking weirdo. Oh, good. Here it comes. We're going to take a look at it. This conduct constitutes harassment, cyberbullying, and stalking under Florida law. Please be advised of the following. Everybody on Twitter is now under Florida cyber stalking, cyberbullying laws, obviously, because if you make fun of someone's appearance, you're fucking done. So harassment and cyberbullying under Florida law. Florida statute 784.048. We'll get this pulled up. Florida statute 784.048. Get a Kermit AI voice. I see skies of blue. Here we go. Current as of January 21st, 2023. All right. So we have the statute pulled up. I'm not going to pull it up on stream yet. I just want to see what they say first and have it ready. Florida statute 784.048 defines harassment as engaging in a course of conduct directed at a specific person that causes substantial emotional distress and serves no legitimate purpose. Yes, but the emotional the distress has to be reasonable. It has to be objectively reasonable that someone would suffer the emotional distress. And then it has to be specific that someone actually did suffer the emotional distress. Both of those have to be true. Like if you're a lunatic and you just suffer distress at the drop of a hat, that doesn't count unless the person has specific knowledge of your, penchant for suffering distress. Maybe you have a mental disorder or something, and specifically targets that, right? Targets to trigger that, with that knowledge. But that would be intentional infliction of emotional distress. It's a separate statute than this. So here we go. That causes substantial emotional distress and serves no legitimate purpose. That and is really important in these speech cases often because legitimate purpose is, newsworthiness, mockery. Free speech is legitimate purpose, and talking about people online, especially people who enter a public lawsuit against the Hales, which is highly publicized, there's a legitimate purpose in talking about them. Cyber stalking, as described in the same statute, includes engaging in a course of conduct to communicate or cause to be communicated words, images, or language through electronic mail or electronic communication directed at a specific person, causing substantial emotional distress. So again, we've got problems with this one right away. There's Megan Fox calling this person on a public broadcast a name doesn't direct words to that person. You immediately got an issue with cyber stalking. Good job, idiot. Criminal and civil penalties. Violations of 784.048 may result in criminal charges. Yes, criminal charges over speech, saying someone looks like a Muppet. Way to misrepresent the law, you moron. I hate attorneys like this. I fucking hate them. The one representing Monograph, like the knowingly attempting to use a legal action to suppress what is legally, obviously legally protected speech. But we'll see about that whole Monograph thing really soon, I would think. Victims may also pursue civil remedies for damages caused by such actions. Yeah, find them. Show us the damage. Show us on the internet doll where Megan touched you. Demand to cease and desist. You are hereby instructed to immediately cease and desist from any further commentary, online posts, or other communications regarding Leslie Federigos that are harassing, defamatory, or intended to cite others to action against her. Here, let me help. Leslie Federigos is a fucking moron. And whatever dope, presumably its husband, sent this cease and desist, not ranking any higher. On the intelligence ladder, we're talking bottom rung morons. And this is kind of sad. You need to stop talking about her negatively online. You don't have a right to have people, to force people to talk positively about you or to stop them from speaking about you. You entered into a public forum on a public issue publicly. Like you did all of these things out in the open. Demand to cease and desist. Oh, yeah. Here we go. So stop doing anything that's harassing, defamatory, or intended to cite others to action against her. Well, that's easy because Megan hasn't done that so far. Continued actions of this nature will result in us taking all appropriate legal action, including but not limited to contacting law enforcement and seeking civil remedies. Pussies. We advise you to take this letter seriously and discontinue any and all harassment, both online and offline, directed towards Leslie Federigos. Oh my God. Look at that picture of her. What is that? Does she think that looks good? It's horrifying. I'm going to print that off and put it on a piece of paper, like in, make a mask out of it and torment my children when they lose their iPads or whatever. Just follow them around. It's a demon. Ew. Taking all appropriate legal action, including but not limited to contacting law enforcement and seeking civil remedies. We advise you to take this letter seriously and discontinue any and all harassment, both online and offline, directed towards Leslie. This is your formal notice prior to reporting to the appropriate law enforcement agencies. Hello, hello, police. There's a woman who went on YouTube and she said that I looked like a Muppet. What do you mean you don't know what you want me to do? Leslie Federigos, Esquire, retired legal research assistant and paralegal. Wait, so she's retired as an Esquire, so now she's a legal research assistant and paralegal? And then Michael Federigos, Esquire. So he's the big swinging lawyer now, and she is his assistant / researcher. Okay. That's fun. That's nice. It's good to see a power couple fighting the good fight. Civil estate law. Oh my gosh. What do we have here? Let's see. Oh yeah, I was pulling up the Iceman's video. Sorry. What does this say? Will you stop? I don't care about that. No, I don't want this. Cancel. I just want. Sorry. My email was being annoying. I don't usually collect email on my computer, so it's going to take a second. Oh, wait, no, it's right here. It's right at the top. Cool. Skip to 7 minutes starts there. Okay, hold on. We are going to share this. Go away. Uh, 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 mm, Chrome tab. Okay, I have to do this in Chrome. I thought so. I guess I could share my Edge windows, but almost there.
Canoni, long accused of harm.
All right, so this is about 7 minutes in. Let's take a look and see what this is. All right. Yeah, okay, here we go.
Mr. and whether it refreshes your recollection on any comments Mr. Whiffen made about pockets.
Objection.
I'm going to see it side by for 2 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go back to that. Let's go back to the tape on this.
With regard
She glances at Brennan to see if he's looking in her direction.
to the phone of Mr.
She does it again, now realizing he can see her. She abruptly raises.
I don't know if I can take this narrator. She does it again, now realizing he can see her. Taking the opportunity to sip vodka from under her robes.
Raises her arm to her face in a sharp, unnatural motion, making one of the most unmistakable signals imaginable. Then she locks eyes on Robert Alessi, like a trained hound pointing to its target, all with a bizarre grin on her face that gives it all away.
A National Geographic
whether it
documentary.
refreshes your recollection
Oh, there it
on
was.
any comments Mr. Whiffen made about pockets.
Objection.
Brennan finally picks up her signal and states his
That
objection.
picture
and
looks like
couldn't
a
be more
fucking
pleased.
chipmunk.
It's one of the strangest moments we've seen from this judge, as if the gravity of a woman fighting for her life means nothing. She's just been caught sending covert signals to the very prosecutor whose conduct should be under scrutiny, not aided by the bench.
That's right.
Whatever her reasoning, this is unethical, inexcusable, and she should be removed for this infraction immediately.
I'm going to see it side by for 2 minutes. Okay.
Why are we going in slow motion to get to the sidebar thing? Oh, it's just to close out the video. Okay. Yeah, man, I think that was pretty clear. She was waiting for that objection. So here's what I'll do. It's really easy to be like, yeah, that dumb bitch or whatever. She's in the state's pocket. Okay. Got it. I agree. That said, that's the easy thing to say. Here's the harder thing to say. They'd probably discussed this at sidebar prior. And as he was approaching this, she sees it coming. She's waiting for him to ask the question that she told him, look, if you do this again, we're going to have another talk. And you keep up with this line of questioning and I will end your questioning. I will tell you to move on from this subject, Mr. Alessi. So tread very carefully. And then he went ahead and asked the question that she told him that he shouldn't ask. That's a reasonable way to see it as a non-corrupt thing. Although I think there's clear bias going on from this judge throughout the trial. So don't mistake me. It's just, I think that she has a plausible excuse for the emotive response, even though I think the real response is that there was a signal there. She was waiting for that question to come up. She was just, I think it was maybe a mixture of the two things. And that once it did come up, she's just like, yep, I told you I wasn't going to let you do it here. Now I'm not going to let you do it. So that's my thoughts on that. D. What says micropeens, it's the motion in the ocean. That puts us at 63 micropeens. We are about to wrap up the show though. So I think we're going to fall short of 69. We'll have to try again sometime. It was a valiant effort. You guys are amazing, of course. We've got this one from J. Dig at 1982. Tips on finding a good personal injury attorney. Oh, wait, I read and answered that. I just didn't pull it up on screen. My bad. because for some reason these can't be pulled off of the screen, which seems like an oversight to me. Just a slight detail. She looked at her watch beforehand. She clearly wanted to end the day. Yeah. Well, I mean, she doesn't ever seem to want to do any work or to be around. This trial has taken significantly longer than it should have because of several half days and several days where they didn't do court at all. I mean, she's probably added at minimum 3, if not 4 days of trial based on, or 4 days of 3 to 4 days of overall time. Like, obviously, if they're not doing them, doing the trial day, that's not really adding a day. It's just pushing it to a different spot, but delaying the trial and making it take overall longer. Scott Christy Jones says, have you heard that Kurt has a micropene? I have. I've heard this. And rumors are unconfirmed by me, at least. Well, I think they're probably pretty much unconfirmed. But we are at 64. So close. So close.
You guys are crazy. I was wiping a tear for Kurt's micropene.
65. Nardo Polo says, did you say DSP contacted you? Did he have the vest on? Well, I mean, he contacted me by Twitter a while back, so I don't know if he was wearing the vest at the time. Russell Greer, any new shenanigans, and why do they keep saying it chimp out? Why does who keep saying chimp out? I don't know. Russell Greer, his case against Kiwi Farms, the copyright case is coming to, I think it's finally wrapping up. I believe that Kiwi Farms is largely victorious in that. And so, good for them. I don't think Russell Greer's lawsuit had merit in any way. So it's nice to see that false copyright claims are not going to continue. So we have, so that was a 65, right? And then we have D what saying micropene. 66. Dapple Darling 67. What are what are we gonna do? I wasn't prepared for this. No one could possibly be prepared for this much micropene. The 60 Mistress Meg micropene for the win. That's 68. We've gotten to 68 micropenes. Night stream reward. We'll have to see. What's today? Is today Wednesday or Tuesday? It's Tuesday, I think. Well, guys, that's it. We're gonna drop out at 68. There it goes. There it goes. But I am gonna go ahead and end the show. You guys are amazing. And Scott Christy Jones. Oh, he comes in to save the day. Got a DM from a source. Kurt does have a micropene. The Iceman says Kurt has a micropene and Josh has a Virginia. I'm going to keep it at 69. That's it, folks. We've hit the goal. The goal has been hit right in the last moment. We're going to save up that micropene for the next micropene goal. That's a joke. I'm sorry. I can't even fathom. I'm going to forget that there was one immediately when the stream is over. What should we do? What should we do? Okay. I have an idea for a very brief segment. Give me just a moment and then we'll wrap up in just a minute. But I guess I got to come up with a reward. I mean, 69 micropenes that's a lot for a guy to endure. Megan Fox, we have already read and mocked the cease and desist. It is no longer necessary to bring it back up. It was short and pathetic. which is kind of a theme for today.
I'm bread.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? We are back. Coming to you live from the Papal Apartments. I bring you the Unbreaded. Okay, I need to pull up a random number generator. I don't even know if my computer knows how to do Unbreaded anymore. Like, where is it? Wait, there we go. Oh, should we just do page 69, not even random? Okay. Oh my God. This page. No, we cannot do this. I gotta come up with something else. There are so many N-words. We don't need a random number generator. I mean, I guess. 1 second. I just have to answer Lady Rackets. Let's see. All right. 1 second. Sorry. Just got to make sure I get this all pulled up right, obviously. I got to arm myself. Oh, I don't know how, like, I don't know how to approach this. I haven't done these since the Rumble days. I don't know if YouTube would appreciate this so much. Let's see. Present, share screen, window. Here we go. What do we use? We used Binger before. I think we have to do that. I just don't think that a daytime YouTube trial stream show is ready for this many racial slurs, because there's a lot on this page. So here we go. Unbreaded. That's right. Unbreaded. Legendary Binger artists here. They responded to the throne. That man or woman wasn't what Binger people saw. They saw themselves. Artists reflected their culture and they were excited about it. The same applies to other instances of talent and greatness. I'm not putting particular artists on pedestals. I'm saying that our culture belongs to us. It is a reflection in the world. It is a mirror of our power and our abilities. Walking through the world, it is an example of our nature. But when someone from a different tribe come along and take our shit, they robbing us. When a different tribe come and steal Binger culture, they stealing the fire that keeps us alive. They robbing us economically and spiritually. That is an act of war that justifies violent retaliation on an immediate basis. Artists reflect their culture's values, goals, standards, and powers. So when someone outside of it come along and insert day messages, In it, they pollute the fabric of the culture. If somebody come along from the outside and start taking our shit, then our children are getting polluted with an outsider who don't reflect they soul. Someone from a different nation, ethnicity, history, not descended from slaves or continent, yes, infiltrators too, can show up and rob Binger people. We don't enforce our culture, legacy, tribe boundaries. Why would you let a spy or a thief come into your house and tell your kids who they are? Would you let an unworthy man or a liar come tell your kids shit and raise them instead of you? Then why would you let anyone who ain't verified and vetted by the people stand in your culture? Why the fuck you gonna tolerate an unworthy man come along and wear a crown and tell your kids he the king of her culture? That kills traditions, but worse, it cuts kids off from a connection to themselves. But they might ask, don't you like fun? And you need to tell them this is mine to keep pure. To have a life aimed at perfection doesn't mean always giving into a good experience, especially in the short run. Unworthy men will trick you in with a fake good experience. They will copy you and feed you junk food disguised as dinner if the only thing you care about is fun. You'll eat seedy kike all day. You can train yourself to enjoy healthy food even if it ain't easy at first. Eventually, you prefer vegetables to unhealthy shit. You learn to enjoy the taste of power and health. But the key is to be like that across the board. If you let yourself eat a snack, it better be you. Already happy with the shape you in. You already got a solid foundation that won't be fucked up by a little rainwater. Binger must enforce their cultural group. You can't just show up to a foreign nation and be like, hey, yo, I'm unworthy like you give me a sport and some bread. Give me this bank too. If you want to be in that tribe, they're going to haze you like hell. You're going to need to dance like a Uncle Tom and show that you loyal to the unworthy men. They might call it college. They might call it conversation or citizenship. They might call it therapy, background checks, or language tests, but you going to pay them fivefold before they let you into gates. And even then, you're going to need to pay regular fees. You're going to get checked. You want to be a insert lesser job of high status to unworthy men. Ooh, you gonna get checked constantly, even after you made it in the eyes of the public. You inside the gates without a chaperone, so they gonna be charging you for membership. You not a permanent employee like the unworthy people. They instinctively want to beat you down to make sure you will accept their power over you. So you got to give shout outs to their lies and pedestals to show loyalty. Hey, yo, here's my book on any unworthy man from history, right? This shit changes when Binger got their own direction and don't need entrance to the unworthy man's traditions and don't need permission to play the unworthy man's games. How many Toms you see in the academy that don't really speak to Binger as they people? Don't wonder why. That shit is by design. Then you see lesser men who ain't Binger. They probably descended from unworthy men. Non-Binger are the only dark people in the academy. They ain't giving a fuck about Binger. They ain't Binger. They don't know or understand Binger, and they can't. They can't be our reps to give us knowledge. They loyal to the tribes in other lands. They loyal to they nations in other lands. They loyal to families that never lost their connection to their history.
I'm bread!
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. That was the Unbreaded. It's been a while. Oh my gosh, it's 1 billion degrees in here. As you can tell. Can't wait for the eventual Matthew Harris interview with Nick. Yeah, when we're cellmates. That violated the conditions of his release. Well, it's been a while. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Thanks for hanging out with me today. 69. Technically, I think we hit 70. But we're going to leave it at 69 because it's funnier. Yeah. Well, like I said, thanks for hanging out. It was a great day. Good trial stuff. I'll try and get a recap up a little bit later. We've got the interview from yesterday clipped up. I just have to make a thumbnail for it, so that'll be released really soon. Oh, gosh. Told you. Heat allergy. It's fun. Well, yeah, we'll see you guys soon. Have a good day. Peace. Peace. Where's the outro video? There it is.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along with his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight. We'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes madder, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more of the frog. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than